when students with ed plans and our EL students were not given their state-mandated supports. These actions cause a serious domino effect on the student learning and the burnout of teachers. Our students need more support and less upper administration. Are these upper administration positions being frozen as well? I ask each of you on the school committee, when were you last in an LPS school building long enough during the school day in order to get the larger view? LPS needs upper-level administrators who are in buildings seeing for themselves the reality of being an LPS student and an LPS teacher. A classroom visit needs to be more than a few minutes. These visits need to include talking with teachers and students and getting the full picture. I know that Kim understands that, and I always appreciated her involvement at Washington. Happy retirement, Kim. You're gonna love it. I'd like to challenge members of the school committee, spend one full day visiting a school. Talk with students, talk with teachers before making rash decisions. Decisions like freezing positions and others that follow need to be collaborative. These decisions are difficult, but need to be made with the complete knowledge of the reality in our schools. I urge this committee of elected officials to postpone any votes until each is able to be enlightened with the facts through an experienced visit. A vote to freeze positions at this time when schools are so understaffed is irresponsible and will deepen the overwhelming violations of meeting DESE mandates, and it will cause your dedicated teachers to leave for better paying positions and less stressful positions in our neighboring towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Miriam Rodriguez-Fusco.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Rodriguez-Fusco of 10 Lambert Avenue. I am a 21-year veteran LPS bilingual speech and language pathologist, currently serving my 4th year as a special education team chairperson at LVTI and Vector. I speak here tonight on behalf of all the students that need the support of an SLP and for all the SLPs that work tirelessly for those students. I speak from my own experience as an SLP who started her career in Lynn 25 years ago. At that time, I was assigned to 2 schools whose students had not had the services of an SLP for over 2 years due to understaffing. Over the past 4 years as a team chairperson, I find myself still helping to fill in the gaps left by the understaffing of SLPs at LPS so that the parents can have the required evaluations that for their upcoming IEP meetings. And also, after 25 years, I remain the only licensed bilingual SLP in the district. How is that? In over 3 decades, the district has yet to resolve these issues. I speak here tonight to highlight the impact of speech and language services for our students. The ability to communicate clearly and effectively is a skill that permeates across all areas of academia and beyond. There are many in this room tonight who know someone who has benefited from and recognizes the importance of the services from an SLP. If you truly want to elevate the DESE rankings for our district, then please help stop the vicious cycle of underserving the LPS students and prioritize always maintaining a fully and appropriately staffed SLP department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Heather Lang.
My name is Heather Lang. I'm a special education and ASL teacher at Lynn English High School. This is my 20th year teaching, and I've been working in LPS since 2020. As many of you know in this room, teaching is not a bell-to-bell job. In addition to my special education responsibilities, I advise 2 after-school clubs, I do graduate schoolwork, I have numerous professional developments I participate in, I have advisory, homeroom tasks, after-school committees such as SST. I'm on the Superintendent's Teachers Council. I competed in and placed as a semifinalist in the Massachusetts 2025 Massachusetts Teacher of the Year contest this year. I teach, I write IEPs, I grade papers, I write lesson plans, et cetera, much like many of my peers. As many of my coworkers did, I took an added responsibility of teaching a 6th class this year to help ease the burden in my building by one, it being understaffed, but more importantly, to help provide an opportunity for my special education students that I work with to have the consistent presence in their schedule of a teacher every day in their classroom. Thankfully for me, the class I chose to work with, I had previously taught that curriculum before, but I still had to do a lot of prepping to get ready right away. And unfortunately left me with no prep time at all this year. I do all of my prep at home. Additionally, we are being asked in our building to repeatedly cover classes during both our preps and our admin duties for teachers who are either absent or for positions that are still unfilled in our building. They are currently positions that are filled by a series of subs or teachers that are being pulled from their own admin duties and prep periods to fill in, myself included, every week. Yes, there is some small compensation for teaching a 6th period class, but it is small. By the time you pull out the taxes, it's not really worth the pay, especially when you consider you're losing your prep time every single week. The teacher part of me always comes back to, I'm doing this for the kids. You have to remember, you're doing this for the kids. But the logical part of me realizes that the burnout is real, and this is not sustainable in the long term. Bottom line, we need more teachers in our buildings, not fewer. Please reconsider, as this will have a long-lasting ripple effect if it goes forward. I worry that LPS will risk losing amazing teachers as a result of this. We have already lost too many as it is, and I don't want to lose any more. I see too many of my amazing colleagues walking out the door every year. I don't want to lose more of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Curly. That's how it's written.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for hearing me. I want to tell you first, I don't want to be here. I would much rather be home. I come to Lynn every morning at 6 a.m. to work with my students to try and prepare them for life. At the end of the day, most of the time, I go to my second job. I work about 20 hours a week for a driving school to try and make ends meet. I bust my hump every single day in my building trying to make a difference. Our space problem has created a situation where we have 2 teachers in a room frequently without enough seats for the students that are assigned to that classroom. We have a space issue that is overwhelming. I have talked to many of you on this board, to you and to all of you, and I've said the same thing over and over and over again. I'm going to say it one more time. We need teachers and we need space. We need student-facing teachers who are qualified. And if you freeze hiring qualified people, we are going to end up in the same issue over and over and over again. Teachers in space, student-facing humans. That's what we need. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for open mic? Yes. Just your name and address.
Hi, my name is Michael Lopez, 294 Wentworth Avenue in Lowell, Massachusetts. I am a drama teacher at Lynn English High School. I've been teaching for over 25 years. When I first started teaching high school and directing, I thought that my job was to go into rehearsal and to be the leader and to make all the decisions and to make all the choices and tell all the kids what they're supposed to do. And when a student came to me with a suggestion for a show, they had an idea, I usually took a front at it of like, I'm the one that knows. I'm the expert here. And it took me a while to learn that I had a wealth of riches at my feet with my students. That in a rehearsal, when we're looking for creative ideas and we're trying to put a show together, that I'm not the one that has all the answers. I don't believe that there should be an adversarial relationship between the faculty and staff that are in the schools and the people who are in the administration building or the people who are sitting at this table on the school committee. I believe that it's a job that we should all be doing together. We say that we all have a common goal. If that's the case, then we should be working together. We should not be butting heads and fighting with each other all the time about everything. And you have a wealth of experts in your classrooms and in your buildings, people that know exactly what's happening in those buildings on a day-to-day basis. Ask them. When there's a problem like this, ask them before you make a decision about something like this. Ask us. We're not children. We're professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for open mic? Anyone else want to speak at open mic? Last call for open mic. We will then close open mic, thank you all, and begin our 9th regular meeting of the school committee. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Present.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Pena?
Present.
Member Reed?
Present.
Member Satterwhite?
Present.
Mayor Nicholson?
Present. If you could all please rise for salute to the flag.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item is the minutes.
Make a motion to accept the following minutes. Committee of the Whole meeting on April 25th, 2024. Should I do them individually
You can do them.
as a group?
Yep.
Okay, B, Building and Grounds Subcommittee on April 25th, 2024. C, 8th regular meeting on April 25th, 2024. And D, Policy Subcommittee meeting on April 30th, 2024.
Second.
Is that a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next is a school nurse election. What's the recommendation of the superintendent?
The recommendation is to have the appointment for Maya Sewell. What is the will of the committee?
Motion, is there a motion?
Motion to hire Maya Sewell, BSN.
And a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Maya Sewell.
Member Dugan?
Maya Sewell.
Member Gately?
Maya Sewell.
Member Pena?
Maya Sewell.
Member Reed?
Maya Sewell.
Member Satterwhite?
Maya Sewell.
Mayor Nicholson?
Maya Sewell. Next item is the presentation of certificates to our student school committee participants. We have been so honored and grateful to have you with us this year. Thank you so much for your incredible participation and your leadership in the Lynn Public Schools. We're been proud to be your colleagues this past year and want to take a minute to honor you. There were 2 other students who joined us this year who unfortunately had prior commitments. One is receiving an award, so understandably must be away, and the other had a baseball game, so we wish him the best on the diamond. But I want to take a minute to honor both of them before we present these awards to Julian and Dee Dee. So Andy Lee was the representative from Classical. Andy is Ivy League bound. He chose Harvard out of his many impressive acceptances, which included Brown, Cornell, and Stanford. When he gets to Harvard, Andy will major in mechanical engineering and minor in math. He said his other hopes and aspirations include bringing people together as teams and groups to better the community and those around them. Great work, Andy. Nevin Gonzalez-Kuhn is a wonderful young man who has put forth so much effort over his 4 years at Fecto O'Leary. He's absolutely a staff favorite of ours, and we are so excited to see him graduate. Nevin is an avid baseball player, which explains his attendance this evening, and he currently plays third base for Tech. He plans to attend Mass Bay Community College this fall. Thank you, Nevin. And with us this evening, we have from English High School, Julian Perdomo Guerrero. This is a long list of the places where Julian has gotten accepted. Emmanuel College, Gordon College, Merrimack College, Bridgewater State University, Penn State University, Salem State University, Suffolk University, UMass Amherst, UMass Boston, UMass Dartmouth, UMass Lowell, and Westfield State University. Her dream school is that she would love to attend Merrimack College because they have a great social work program. That's incredible, incredible aspiration. Her top choices are Salem State, Merrimack, and Emmanuel. Thank you for all your work this year.
Thank you.
And then Didi Aksuyana from Lynn Tech. Didi will be studying public health in college next year. She is waiting on financial aid packages before making her final decision on which college she will be attending. But she was accepted to UMass Lowell, UMass Amherst, George Washington University, MCPHS, among others. She's a student in Lynn Tech's Health Assisting Program, a teen health ambassador for Girls Inc., which strengthened her interest in the medical field. Didi plans on focusing her studies in epidemiology and is excited to learn about medical research. Congratulations. We have a couple certificates here from the Lynn School Committee. Hereby extends with great pride and appreciation our most sincere congratulations to Julian Perdomo Guerrero and Didi Aksuyana for your participation as a student representative for the Lynn School Committee for the 2023-2024 school year. The mayor and members of the school committee are honored to recognize your outstanding accomplishment and respectfully offer our warmest encouragement and best wishes for continued success in your endeavors. Congratulations. Up here.
Picture time.
Get everybody up. You wanna?
Go ahead, guys. I'll follow suit. I'll follow suit. It's a little cramped. I think we should like it at City Hall better. Yeah, it's much more comfortable. Yeah, they got better chairs. My back hurts.
Everybody look at this way, with smiles. Glasses off, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely, you will. You will see us at graduation.
All right. Next item is the Bellwether District Strategic Plan.
Okay, we want to welcome up to the table Keisha Craven-Howell, who has returned to present progress and planning in our district improvement plan. And she is from Bellwether. Welcome, Keisha. Welcome back, I should say.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, It's good to be with you again today. I'm going to share just an update on where we are so far in the process. When I was here with you last in late February, I was able to share with you kind of our plan for the 23 weeks or so that we are collaborating together. We've completed phase 1 of our work together and are moving into phase 2, and so I want to give you an opportunity just to hear what we're learning and how it's informing the work going forward. During our conversation tonight, we'll just reground you in the strategic planning process, just remind you of the steps that we're taking, share an update on what we learned during the current state assessment, and then we are well into our phase 1 work, and so would also like to just give you an update on the progress that we're making there so far. As I mentioned, we are working together over the course of a couple of months. And we started with a current state assessment, and that's where we'll dig in deeply tonight. It's important to understand where the district is starting before we begin to plan where the district wants to go. And we have completed that current state assessment, are moving into our phase 2 work, and the first part of that work is really setting the goals. Where does the district want to be as a result of this strategic plan and the work that will go into it? And then once we have our starting place and then where we want to go, we'll do the hard work of identifying the priorities and initiatives that will take Lynn from where it is today to where it desires to be in the next 3 to 5 years. As we assessed Lynn's current state, we had a lot of different kind of pieces of information that went into that assessment. We certainly reviewed student outcome data, talent data, both publicly available and what Lynn Public Schools provided to us. We also looked at documentation of the district's current priorities and work. We were able to visit 5 schools, and stakeholder input was a very important part of that current state assessment. You can see here just a listing of everyone that we were able to speak with. I will tell you that the numbers on this page have even increased since I submitted this report a week ago, because stakeholder engagement continues to be an incredibly important part of this process. Ultimately, we want this to be a plan that the entire Lynn community sees itself in, can get behind and be a champion of. And so we want the voices of the community to be in the creation of the plan. We've particularly appreciated opportunities to speak with teachers. We've had opportunities to speak with the superintendent's teacher cabinets. We've had several focus groups of teachers who are spending most of their time with English learners, teachers who are spending most of their time with students with disabilities. And we've really appreciated the candid nature of their feedback because it very much helps us to understand both the district's strengths as well as opportunities for improvement. So what are we hearing? When we framed the current state assessment, we did so using Bellwether's district and school health assessment. You can see across the top, there are 8 different domains, and then within each of those domains, there are additional areas that we dig deeply into. So what I'll share over the next few slides is just kind of a high-level summary of some of the key takeaways, including emerging strengths, as well as opportunities that Lynn might consider addressing as part of this strategic plan. As it relates to academics, one of the things we heard about consistently was the district's investments and efforts around making sure that teachers had high-quality curriculum in hand. We heard that as an emerging strength, as well as the time that's built into school schedules for teacher collaboration. We also heard that there are opportunities to strengthen that work as well. Certainly the pace of curriculum adoption has been challenging, both for school-based professionals as well as central office professionals who are supporting principals and teachers at school. We also heard that challenges related to the teacher pipeline can often make collaboration difficult, such that even though we have that time in the day, teachers aren't always able to take advantage of that time. And so what are other opportunities to create space for collaboration and adult learning so that students get the full benefit of the investment in the high quality instructional materials? Related to school culture, we also heard a lot of very positive things here, especially related to the positive relationships between adults at schools. There's a real culture of teaming among the adults at the individual school level. When we spoke with students, almost all of them were able to name at least one adult who they feel in their school has their best interest at heart. We heard students who say they continue to come to school because of a particular adult that they named. We also heard pretty consistently of opportunities to make sure that those kinds of relationships are reaching all students and their families. We heard a lot of feedback about the demographic and identity differences, frankly, of the adults in our schools relative to the population of students, and some of the disconnect that can create in terms of cultural awareness and proficiency, and opportunities to strengthen that as foundational for strengthening academics as well. Related to talent, I think we certainly heard universally that there are a lot of incredibly strong teachers in Lynn, many of whom who have been here for years and years. There are also a lot of very new teachers to Lynn, and also some teachers who are currently working on an emergency license. And so we heard a lot about opportunities to strengthen the talent pipeline, to further leverage the growing and emerging strengths in the HR department, especially around onboarding teachers, helping them to feel very attached to their schools, providing differentiated support for those teachers who may be coming in on different types of licenses. Also related to talent is around that adult learning plan, especially as it relates to all of the curriculum that the district has recently adopted. In terms of an emerging strength in this area, as we spoke with district leaders, there is already awareness of this need, and already some plans and progress being made about how to create some changes for next year to address some of the feedback that the district is already hearing. And so we see a lot of positive momentum around adult learning, especially in pacing it so that teachers can take advantage of it, and then really differentiating what's offered based on the experiences and the needs of the teachers in the classroom. Related to community engagement, we are fortunate to have a number of community partners on the steering committee, which already just indicates the level of engagement of the community partners within the city of Lynn. We also heard from some of these partners that they want to engage even more, which is a great opportunity for the district. They are looking for ways to align how they are supporting schools, how they are supporting the broader district to the district's goals and to individual school goals. And so looking for ways to be even further looped in on that work. And so that is a great opportunity to extend the resources of the district to those of the partners in your community. Related to leadership, we observed just a lot of shifts that we see as really positive, an opportunity to align leadership structures with the most important priorities and needs of the district. With that, the collaboration and communication structures are also shifting. And so I think at the time that we were speaking to folks, a lot of the organizational structure had shifted, and then those communication and collaboration structures were still in development. And so we see an opportunity to create some alignment there and to really improve and increase the frequency of both communication at the central office level, but also between central office and schools, keeping our school-based stakeholders very much engaged and leveraging their voice in decision-making as well. In this process, I had an opportunity to speak with each of you one-on-one and really appreciate your level of engagement and the wide range of connections that you have to the district and the lens that each of you bring as former district employees, as parents and caregivers of students, as family members of teachers, that contributes a lot to your understanding of and commitment to the work within the district. It really stood out that each of you expressed kind of a difference between your role in terms of governance and oversight and management. So a lot of clarity about the role of the school committee relative to the role of the superintendent and her leadership team. Several of you offered up opportunities for more school committee collaboration and shared learning around the work, that you would like just kind of a deeper understanding of some of the strategic priorities of the district, and also a desire for a recurring cadence of updates related to data aligned to goals. And I know that that is a goal that the superintendent has expressed as well. And so it was great to see alignment there. Within strategic planning, we really focused on annual planning. And so a strategic plan represents the district's priorities and goals over a number of years, typically 3 to 5. And one of the things that really supports that strategic plan coming off the page and being something that actually drives the day-to-day work each school year is to have annual plans aligned to the strategic plan. Building towards that, we are seeing that principals engage in school improvement planning, which is also a really important way of translating the district's goals to individual schools. And so certainly a strength that we already have principals engaging in that process. Also a strength, the district's recent investment in building out the data assessment and accountability team as well. It's incredibly important that the district be able to communicate and assess where it is against goals, and do that for individual schools and classrooms and groups of students as well. And so we see that as an incredibly important investment. And then just continuing to build on implementation with both quality and fidelity to the district's plans. That's an incredibly fast and high-level overview of the current state assessment. There's a lot more detail that sits behind all of that work that we've gathered over several weeks. And that really informs then our work as we move into phase 2 of this process. And so if phase 1 focused on the district's current state, in phase 2, we want to focus on the district's future state. And so really articulating what we kind of call the North Star goals. What is the thing that's really guiding the district's work and priorities and investments? And we have to define those first before we come back to the center of the picture that you see there and define the strategic priorities. We have to know where we're going before we define how we get there. When we think about how we want to capture those North Star goals, we do it in 2 ways. The first is the graduate profile, and that's really an expression of what we ultimately want all of Lynn Public Schools graduates to experience, the skills we want them to have, the things we want them to be prepared to do in the world when they walk across the stage and get that Lynn Public Schools diploma. We also look at the intended impact, which is a statement of, if the graduate profile is what we are ultimately aiming for all of our students, what is the work that we're going to do over the next 3 to 5 years to get us closer to that? So the graduate profile is slightly more long-term. The intended impact is specific to the years that the strategic plan is covering. So we've worked closely with the project leads to draft both a graduate profile as well as the intended impact. We have 4 broad categories for the graduate profile, and each of them has some detail underneath. But so far, we have identified that we want graduates who are critical thinkers and problem solvers, that are engaged members of the community with global mindsets, that are effective communicators and leaders, and that are continuous learners who are empowered to chart their own path. Related to intended impact and what the district will aim to achieve over the next 3 to 5 years, you can see that there's a focus on both academic as well as social emotional growth, that there is a focus on equity and excellence and the extent to which it is both valued and supported. And then we get into a few more specifics around our students meeting and exceeding grade level expectations, having access and success in advanced coursework, that we want families and students to feel a sense of belonging and inclusion in their schools and in the district more broadly, and that we have an increasing number of schools in the district who are making progress toward their annual targets. I will tell you that this work is iterative. Even the intended impact statement has slightly shifted and just kind of been more refined in the weeks since I've submitted this report to you, because we just continue to improve upon and make this work better. We are at a place now where we are ready to share the profile of a graduate and the intended impact statement more broadly. And so we will be sharing it out with students and families and teachers and principals and central office personnel, because again, we want the broader community's input and feedback on these 2 statements in particular, because again, they will serve as the goals that will inform the priorities that the district will invest in and work towards over the next 3 to 5 years. Once we have that graduate profile and the intended impact in place, we'll begin to work on the strategic priorities. And so I always, kind of think of this picture here as the strategic plan at a glance. Once we identify those priorities and initiatives, that work should move us towards achieving what we've identified in the intended impact, which will move us toward achieving for all of Lynn's students what has been identified in the graduate profile, which ultimately leads towards, over time, the vision, mission, and values that Lynn Public Schools has articulated. And those strategic priorities will really begin to take shape over the next several weeks. Again, using that intended impact statement as our anchor, we will begin to define the lagging measures of success. And so you saw that intended impact statement is words that is helpful for engaging people and understanding the work, but we also need quantifiable measures. And so that is where we will go next. We will then look across a number of inputs to identify the priority work that is needed to drive towards success. So continuing to get stakeholder input, but also really going back to that current state assessment. What were those strengths that we can build upon to get to that intended impact, but also what were the things that surfaced as opportunities, things that need to be addressed in order to achieve that intended impact. We will also begin to continue to work with the steering committee, but also begin to engage smaller teams of subject matter experts, because we know that the knowledge about this work exists in Lynn Public Schools. Really, Bellwether's role is to facilitate bringing that all together and capturing it in a set of priorities and initiatives that drive the district's work. And so we will begin to engage small working teams aligned to each of the priorities to help define the work that the district will take on over the next 3 to 5 years. I will stop there and welcome any comments or questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for this presentation. The first question I have is around sort of, I know you mentioned the last slide around quantitative data. Was any quantitative data collected in the first round, first phase?
Yes.
I think it would be interesting to see both for the strengths and some of the areas of improvement, sort of how perception differs across different subgroups in terms of like what does administration think of someone versus school committee member, teacher versus school administrator, that type of thing. Is that possible? I mean, I think that's an important part of the whole vision is kind of bridging those gaps. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Across these slides, I shared, 2 or 3 quotes from stakeholder engagement for each of the key areas, but certainly we collected quite a bit more than that. And when we engaged with the steering committee, shared a more detailed report, which I am also happy to share with the school committee.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested in that. And then just another question. I know you said additional stakeholder engagement takes place. Is that more on the graduate profile and intended impact, or is that on the first phase of what you've put together here now?
At this point, we are moving beyond the current state to begin to really articulate where it is that Lynn Public Schools wants to go. And so the next planned set of community engagement is around the graduate profile and the intended impact. And so really getting feedback from a wide range of stakeholder groups around their level of agreement with those as statements of, 1, what Lynn Public Schools wants for all of its graduates, and 2, as a reflection of the priorities that Lynn will take on over the next 3 to 5 years.
Great. And sorry, one last question. I think you mentioned this a little bit at the beginning, but did we take a look at, in terms of the first phase, or even moving forward, some of the other plans that we have in our school and even city, like the Student Opportunity, our SOA plan, the elementary master plan, the city, what is it? The city
Vision
plan.
Line.
Yeah, the Vision Line, thank you. Did we take a look at those as well?
We did. In particular, we looked at the superintendent's entry report, which also included a lot of stakeholder engagement and visiting schools, and had a lot of really helpful reflections on the current state of the district. We also looked at the district prioritization plan and the Student Opportunity Act plan, understanding that those are 2 that today really define the district's priorities. Our goal is that the strategic plan would be well aligned to the district prioritization plan and the Student Opportunity Act plan as well, because what we don't want are multiple plans that really, kind of dilute the district's focus, dilute already constrained resources. Instead, we want a set of aligned goals and priorities reflected across all 3 of those plans so that we can aggregate the district's resources and focus.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Member Peña, Member Castellanos.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
A couple of my questions are already answered with Member Reed. One of the questions I had, because I couldn't find it, what schools did you visit? Because, there's different priorities in different schools, so this should be a reflection of maybe visiting more schools. Are you planning to visit more schools in the future? Or?
I don't know that we will visit more schools as part of this process, but we certainly leveraged speaking with teachers and principals across multiple schools, as well as getting insights from our central office leaders as well. We were able to visit during our 2 days here in February, Ford, Callahan, Marshall, English, and I am forgetting the 3rd elementary school.
English? You said English?
Yes.
Marshall?
Yes. Ford, Callahan, and there was one other one. I wrote it down because I anticipated this question, and then I'm blanking on the 3rd elementary school, but I can get it for you.
Because, there's clearly different needs, different priorities, different
Yes,
schools. So
absolutely.
we got to try to leverage that,
Yes.
get a little more, more impact or input from other teachers and stakeholders of the community. 'Cause, there's different roles,
Absolutely.
different needs.
Yes. And one of the things that we are tracking as we speak with families and students in particular is what schools they attend, so that we can make sure that we have heard from a wide range of both student and family, kind of representing different experiences at all of Lynn Public Schools.
Okay. And I heard you mention I was reading grants for further, teacher certification, everything. What do we what do you have in place? What are you currently working with right now that we have? We work on more additional grant funding for that, for teacher certification?
I do not have the answer to that question. What I referenced in the presentation is as we were doing interviews and asking what was in place to support teachers who may enter without a traditional license or certification, one of the things that we learned about is a grant. That grant is restricted to certain types of teachers, certain licenses, and so it does not cover everyone. And so there is a desire for additional investment that would allow for kind of broader access for teachers to supports to get the licenses and certifications that
I got this little light goes ESL. Let's say something to me. ESL certification, something like that. Thank you.
Sure.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to just check in around the focus groups. So middle school principals, I see there's no numbers next to some of these folks. Is this because you're still planning to meet with them and progress with interviews, or?
So under focus groups, the numbers are just if there's more than one focus group that we held, the numbers just indicate that there was more than one focus group. And so we had a focus group of special education teachers, but then where you see the 4 for elementary teacher groups, we spoke to 4 different elementary teacher groups.
Want to give some feedback that I got back from some of the focus groups. Some of the input gathering felt very expedited, really fast. I had staff say that they didn't feel like their input, I think they felt like they were just talking, like they didn't feel like you were, not you, but the process was genuine. I went through the process with I believe you as well, and I appreciate the I think it was only 30 minutes, or it was quick, but you gave me a couple extra minutes. But I did have some concerns of not having questions beforehand. I think there's been some concerns across some of those other focus groups around being prepared to handle these type of input opportunities, because these are major information points to develop this plan. And I think there were also some concerns around the previous strategic plan initiatives, like what are we cultivating from the previous plan to build alignment for the phases. Like it feels, I think there was some concerns around it being rushed. The feeling of rushedness was something that I kind of, after I heard from some of these folks, I just like could you kind of talk about that process and maybe alleviate that?
Yeah,
if you can.
I appreciate that feedback. I think there's always opportunities to continuously improve and get better. We certainly want to be respectful of people's time, and we're incredibly intentional and targeted in the questions that we ask. I can assure you we're taking copious notes and really extracting exactly what people say, pulling those quotes into our assessment of the current state so that it is informed by the voices of the people who are doing the work. That said, as we continue to engage stakeholders, particularly teachers, we can do things like send the questions ahead of time so that people have an opportunity to reflect on those before they come into the sessions. And we are certainly, happy to have longer sessions, and we want to be respectful of people's time.
Thank you. There was also maybe I think it was a suggestion of maybe allowing more accessibility to this process to allow folks, whether it's after hours, like you said, like time-wise, like folks want to participate. So I think increasing accessibility to the participation piece and making sure that everyone's part of this process and that everyone feels included. Because if we're going to have a 3 to 5 year plan and folks on the ground, rank and file, or community members are feeling like they're left out of this process, it's going to be, it's not a real, for me as an elected official, I feel like that's crucial, because this is the people's plan. This is our students' plan. This is the leadership, blueprint to achieve student success. And we have to, like I think Mr. Lopez said, we have to align. So in order to align, we have to collaborate. And part of this process, it takes us all together to be at the table. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you to Member Gailey.
whether it's going to lead to our strategic plan for the upcoming years? Because we have to write our strategic planning.
Yeah.
And this is going to guide us to that.
Yes.
So maybe we need longer conversations when people are being interviewed. And I'm glad there were some positives.
Yes. And understand that, many of the conversations that we have had thus far are initial conversations. Stakeholder engagement happens throughout the process. And so, those initial conversations were intended to give us a sense of how people are experiencing the district today. And then as we move throughout the process and develop the district's goals for the next 3 to 5 years, the priorities and initiatives that will lead to those goals, our intent is to return to those stakeholder groups and share that information with them as well, and get their feedback and have them help us refine those. Because to your point, Member Castellanos, much of this work will happen in the classroom. And so if it is not articulated in a way that resonates with teachers, that is realistic, given the conditions that teachers know exist in their classrooms and schools day to day, it is not work that will ever happen. And we acknowledge that, we understand that, and we build that into our process.
So there was a timeline, and I think, if I remember correctly, in January, we had a short period of time, and that's why I think we had to do the 30 minutes.
I think the timeline you're talking about is those first couple of weeks in February, and that's really when a lot of internal work was happening. And so I was meeting with the central office project leads to set up the project plans, to decide what schools we were going to visit. But the current state assessment happened over about 6 to 7 weeks. And so those conversations and visits and focus groups were spread out over that amount of time.
So now that we will be discussing phase 2?
Yes.
And teachers will be interviewed for phase 2?
Yes. Our first step in phase 2 is to send out the draft of the graduate profile and the intended impact statement. And we will send a survey for feedback on those statements. And certainly one of the most important groups we will seek feedback from is our teachers.
So I'm wondering if you're going to go to other schools or you're going to go back. Like, I see several people from Lynn English here, so you'll be going to Lynn English again?
We will send out those statements electronically and ask for feedback via a survey. We will also, in phase 2, as the priorities and initiatives begin to take shape, go back and have additional teacher focus groups. We will very likely spend time with the superintendent's teacher cabinets. Again, they are an incredibly important group because they were elected by all the teachers in their buildings to represent them. And so we see them as a group of teachers who are engaging the teachers in their building, understanding the interests of the teachers in that building, and then representing those in the superintendent's cabinet.
And will that same thing happen with the student?
Yes, we will do
Because
that
they
with
have a
the student cabinet as well. And we will also send the graduate profile and the intended impact to students. We absolutely want to know, when students look at that graduate profile, is that something that they want for themselves? And so they are a very important group for us to hear from as well.
Okay, so this is definitely guiding our strategic plan. Okay, just want to make sure.
Member Satterwhite.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to make note. I think that will help with, if we can't extend the interviewing time for people to feel rushed, that if they do have the ability to have the questions ahead of time, they'll be able to focus on, be more prepared, and that will give you a lot more information and what you need moving forward. Thank you.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all the folks who have been participating, all the teachers and students and staff and faculty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, we can do recess.
Yeah. I had a feeling. Yeah, no. We got,
I just did, I think, so. Superintendent. From King Lynn Residence Council to Classical High School, $2,000 from Kings Lynn Residence Council to Callahan Elementary School, $750 from the Lynn School Employees Local 1736 to LVTI Skills USA, $1,525.13 from Notch Running Club to the Girls on the Run Club at Connery Elementary School, and 2 folding picnic tables from the PTO to Lincoln Thompson Elementary School.
Thank you. The recommendation is to accept all of the donations for each of the schools, from each of the donors and to each of the schools named.
Motion still moved.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Aye.
could we send a thank you note to all of those?
Next is a vote on the school year 2024-2025 school calendar.
The calendar can be found in your folders. The recommendation is to approve the 2024-2025 school calendar at this time, with the holidays that are marked early release, teacher in-service days, first and last day of school, and first day of school for pre-K and kindergarten.
Make a motion to accept the 2024-2025 school calendar for Lynn Public Schools.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Next item is the renaming of the Virginia Barton Early Education Center to the Early Education Center. Just a note on that, and this is, I think, going to follow with the proposal to rename the Briarcliff Lodge to the Virginia Barton Center at Briarcliff. We, a couple years ago, voted to name the Early Education Center after Virginia Barton, given her extensive contributions to education and the children of the city. And we want to continue to honor that. The current location for that name is not at a facility that the Lynn Public Schools owns, and it possibly will be in flux in the years to come. And then separately, at the same time we're having this conversations, the city had organized a recognition committee based on feedback and ideas to be naming buildings after prominent contributors to the city of Lynn. And during that process, Virginia Barton's name came up, and that was really on a separate track from the conversation we had here, but I think noteworthy. And when in that, Councilor Barton was on that committee, and in that discussion, Councilor Barton told the story of how when he was a boy, he went with his mother, Virginia Barton, to protest a United States presidential candidate that was running on a segregation platform. And the bravery that those protesters exhibited in protesting hate in their community, and the what they stood up to. Councilor Barton said that they were threw rocks and insults, and really hard moment for the city, and one that I think demonstrated incredible leadership on Virginia Barton to lead that protest. And so the hope was to honor that story and that memory and that legacy by attaching the Virginia Barton name to that facility. And then with the more recent decision to have the Lynn Public Schools using that facility, that is what brought that before you today. The Parks Commission has also approved this because the jurisdiction for Briar Cliff was under the Parks Commission. And so now it's before you today to make both of these changes consistent with that proposal.
I make a motion to rename the Virginia Barton Early Childhood Center to the Early Childhood Center.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to make a motion of the naming of the Briarcliff Lodge Pondview site to the Virginia Barton Education Center.
Second.
Exclamation point.
And if I could just offer a friendly amendment, I think they were gonna do Virginia Barton Center at Briar Cliff.
Oh, they changed it.
Yeah.
I'm in. It would
Okay.
be the Virginia Barton Center.
On Briarcliff.
At Briar Cliff. No. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. All right, next item is the fiscal year 2025 budget overview and vote to set a public hearing date for the budget. And just, we're going to turn it over to Mr. McHugh in a minute, and I know we've talked about this previously, and Mr. McHugh will also explain in more detail what the process, but just as a reminder, what we've done the last few years is have this moment be our opportunity to receive the presentation and start to digest it so that we can all formulate our questions. Respectfully ask that folks submit those questions to give the administration an opportunity to respond and to look into whatever the issues are. And as we've done in years past, we will collate all those questions and the responses and publish those on the website so that everybody can see what the questions are. And then we will still have more opportunities to discuss in subsequent meetings. So, is there anything? Okay.
Okay, thank you, and good evening. Some of you have met Jamie Colon. I just want to officially welcome her. She started with us last summer. She's been awesome working with me in the department. She comes to us with 10 years of municipality experience working in finance. In her last job, she was actually the finance director of a town. So we're happy to have her. She's like jumped right in, understands everything we do, and it's been a great help. She's assisted me with a lot of things. We've been going through schools. She's been out in schools working with student activity accounts on a regular basis, making sure they're all appropriately being done correctly, and working with me through the budgeting process as well. So it's a great, I'm really happy to have her here today, and so I just want to formally introduce her, so thank you. So we'll get into the presentation. As we know, the mayor said that this has always been the first meeting where we hand you the book, and it's hot off the press today, so, we've been working for the last few days on this. So we just I want to start off by saying, as the administration's, our goal was not to have any layoffs. That's our number one goal. I've been here since FY9, and we had over 100 layoffs that year and 100 layoffs the following year. So that was devastating. And we've been lucky since then to continue to get increases in Chapter 70 funds, to build up our build up the total cost of teachers. We're well over a couple thousand teachers now. The budget has grown astronomically over the years. And, you know, as you can see, now we have a space crunch because we have so many people and staff, which is well needed to get our job done. So that's always been our goal, is to make sure we maintain everybody that's employed and continue to employ them. The big concern this year, there's a couple concerns, is the absorbing of all the ESSER funds. You've heard of the ESSER cliff. The ESSER cliff happened as we all saw it coming. It was going to end, and I mean, luckily, we did unfortunately put people in, and that's part of the big absorption I have to absorb back into the budget this year. So that's one of the things. You know, thankfully, we've done other things like facility improvements and done some other things. We ran summer school projects and a lot of other work through the ESSER. So it's been very helpful, but the unfortunate part is it's over, and I'll show you a slide in a minute how that's going to affect our budget process. And, you know, as part of this, there are still going to be some additions to this budget because, as we have to provide special education and staffing that is required, and there's the need for that. So there is actually some additional positions for that in this budget as well. And finally, with that said, there's still technically a shortfall, and we did this for the last 2 years with technology. There was no increase to technology. We've used all our savings in the FY24 budget to use those savings to buy technology. The budget is officially been frozen for this year. With that said, I will put the caveat: if teachers or staff need something for between now and June, we're allowing those purchases. But, for example, there were people trying to buy 350 boxes of crayons. I mean, there's like about 25 days of school left. That's like trying to pre-buy for next year. So we're holding those purchases back so we can buy technology. And I'm also going to use some money to buy the curriculum textbook adoptions, which has helped bringing this budget back into balance. So those were the goals that we set forth this year, and we're continuing. On the next slide, I just wanted to kind of walk through the process, and this has been the big problem. You can see for last year we received $27 million of Chapter 70 funds. This year, we're receiving $18 million. That's a $9 million shortfall from last year. So that has really driven this process it's really hurting us right now. I didn't anticipate it going that low. I didn't think we'd get 27. I was kind of hoping around 24, figuring that's where we would end up. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and the 18 has really put a crunch on the school department. We're still lucky we're getting that. A lot of other districts didn't even get this much as well. But with that said, with the ESSER jobs, that's been part of the problem as well. So the next slide just kind of walks you through. So we received $18 million of additional Chapter 70 funds for FY25. The city's allocation, which pays for custodians, maintenance, and things of that nature, it's $3.7 million, which allowed us, the school, to have a $14.3 million budget for this year. Then all our contract obligations, step lane changes, ESSER funding, increases to salaries that have been negotiated, leaves us that $13.6 million I have to absorb back into the budget right off the top. That left, and then we had some budget adjustments, as I just mentioned. We'll go through those in a minute, which is 2.8. You can see our subtotal, we were over the budget by, we had 16.5, and we need to get back to 14.3. So the budget reductions that you're hearing about are vacant positions. It's $2.2 million, and there's a chart which we'll show you. That's how we're balancing the budget out. And just to keep reminding, there is no technology, there's no curriculum adoptions in this budget as well, which would drastically increase this number. So that's why we're using all the savings to kind of keep this in balance. So of the new budget adjustments, there is in your budget book, as I've always done, there's this sheet. It's in your budget. It's a page by page, school by school. You'll see ins and outs. So it just kind of helps you. When you look at the budget, you're going to look at all the different, and it all starts to blur after a while. So this kind of, I call it the cheat sheet. It'll help you kind of see what changes happen in each school or every department. So it allows you. when you get to the last page, you'll see this is the chart. And you're gonna see that there is a net 25 additional positions. And on the 25 additional positions, you can see 10 are for special education classrooms. There's an integrated K at Avon. Hood has a coach classroom. Sewell has a DD pre-K. Shoemaker has a coach program. Breed has a new task classroom. Pickering has a coach. Lincoln has a DD K-2. And Fectolary has 2 special education classrooms. That's the 10 classrooms, and you can see the paras. So the majority of that's where the positions are going. You can see we're going to be opening the Teams program in January up at, as we name it, the Virginia Barton at Briarcliff. So I just put that as a note, so you'll see that the administration's actually a director that's going to be up there to oversee it. It's in the budget. You'll see as a half a year salary, because we don't expect to be in there until at least January, and we'll have to pay for half a salary for that, as well as a clerical position to go up there. There's a reduction of 2 jobs. They were grade 5 teachers. So if you have, for example, 5 grade 5s, but only 4 grade 4s, the 4 grade 4s will roll forward, and there was a reduction of 2 classrooms, and that was at Callahan and Sewell. They had 2 grade 5s that dropped off. So that's why there's a -2 on a net 2. There were some others ins and outs, but you'll see like if there's a grade 3 with 4, then they roll to a grade 4 at 4. So I have to roll those classrooms forward every year as those students move from year to year. When you go through, you'll see the sheets that have that. So just wanted to kind of go through the adjustments that we made to the budget. And next. Here's the list of the vacants in your budgets. You have this sheet as well in your budget book. These are the positions that we have frozen. There is a total of 27 positions. You can see there is an assistant director of assessment. There's 2 social workers, a communication specialist. There are a bunch of district coaches these are all vacant. Currently, there is nobody owning these jobs, nobody in these positions. And what we're calling them freezing them, because if you go to your budget book, you'll see these in your budget book. I broke them out for a line with a 1.0 FTE, and I put $1. So the goal is, should funding become available after the 1st of July 1st of the fiscal year, or we have some savings, the goal would be to try to put these positions back in. Obviously, the special ed and the jobs, as well as the MLE jobs, would be probably the highest priority to put back, because those are classroom jobs or in the school buildings. So but this is a list of everything that we've officially frozen. I believe, April, we have over how many?
About 203 vacant positions after our internal posting and call down process that we are looking to fill, and then we'll be posting externally for hires.
So we'll still be hiring positions, but these positions, we felt that we could hold off for now. And there's a lot of classroom jobs and other jobs that still need to be filled. So we're gonna be looking to hire a lot of people again over this coming year. So I know that we had some talk tonight, but I just wanted to make sure I was gonna show this anyway, so just so people would understand, if you got phone calls or something, there's the list of the jobs that we're holding back on right now to balance the budget. So with that said, I just wanted to kind of give you a breakdown of what the percentages are. You can see that on this one, it's a little small there, but the salaries are 81.6%. That's our budget. We're in the people business. It's all people, and that's unfortunate. And you can see on the 18%, 18.4 is our non-salary. So in your budget, you have these pie charts. You can see on the salaries, 79% is regular ed, special ed, and MLE staff. So almost 80% of our salary budget is staffing in the buildings. So, and you can see there's support service, social, emotional, school administration is in food service, nurses. There's all the breakouts by department. So I think this is helpful when you're assessing our department and how we're spending our money. And this one is the non-salary side, and you can see the yellow is special education. And on the non-salary, we have special ed tuitions at 30%, special ed transportation at 21%, and contracted services at 2%. 53% of our non-salary budget is related to special education, which is compliance issues. So just to show you, that's a lot, but that's the reality of what we're dealing with and how we're going to make this work. And here's the combination of both salary and non-salary. And you can see that 75% is on regular ed and special education. So our core service is our teachers. This just shows that we are supporting that, and we're doing that with our budgets. So it's important, and you can have all, again, you see all the little other pieces of the pie that make it all up. So when you review the budget, you can see that. Because we showed this slide before, this hasn't been updated. We did this last year. This is what we spend on administration per DESE. DESE hasn't published this since FY22. On the bottom left, you'll see that was $513 per students, even though it was $664. So I did a projection last year to show you on DESE that we were under the allocation of FY22, and that was still by $10. And this year, we're over by $4, but that's FY22. Now, that number's gonna come up. When they publish the new numbers, that'll be higher. So I just wanna show you the reality of FY22, and here we are, 3 years later, we're still right at the number of the 22 average. So from administration, we're on target, we're below the state average. I would guarantee once these numbers continue to get published, it'll just show that we're not, people can, like to say we're overstaffed on administration, but this is per DESE, and I just want to kind of bring that to your attention. So that's kind of the highlights. I mean, next steps, as the mayor said, typically all the questions have gone through Mary Jules, and as he said, we will collect them. She'll disperse them to the appropriate people to answer them. Everybody will get all the answers. You'll get them all emailed back to you, and we put them also on the webpage for people. The budget will be posted on the webpage tomorrow morning, and these questions, as they come forward, we'll start posting them for the public to see as well. The budget will be on the agenda at the next meeting as well. If the questions, we get them in enough time and get them answered before, you'll have those. Or if you have any additional questions, this will be still on as unfinished business. You can continue to ask your questions or even submit questions after that. Our recommendation is to try to have a motion to have a vote to set the public hearing for June 13th. We have to publish it in a newspaper. We need 30 days in advance to get that done, and that would be our recommendation at that point. And on that day, following the public hearing, we'll have a regular school committee meeting. The budget will still be on the agenda, and it would be, questions still could be asked, as well as hopefully, approval at that time. That's my overview.
Thank you, Kevin.
No, I just want to point for a moment to slide 6 of Mr. McHugh's presentation. Human Resources did a great deal of research, because I did want you to walk away this evening with the information in terms of these positions here that are in red, that are being held. The first 2 were from the superintendent's office. I'm sorry, the first one, Assistant Director of Data and Assessment and Communication Specialist. The coaches we referenced earlier, and the conversation that I had with LTU a month ago was that the coaches would be held until face-to-face instruction teachers that were in core were filled first. So those may go in July for the July 1st posting. The positions that are underneath that, if Ms. Reed, could you just review? I just want you to have an idea of why these positions, they've been open, and for how long they've been open, which is the issue. We have not, I think some of them have 2 years that they have not had an actual person. And so the point here being that as a student-centered, right, district, what we need to look at is what are the services that the students aren't receiving, and how are we replacing those when we're not able to attract or bring in applicants for any of these positions for over 2 years. And so that is really our focus. There have been teachers covering and others covering these different, what the students have needed, but as you heard one of the teachers earlier reference that it's an overload for them, right? It's a something extra that they're taking on. So the money isn't being diverted anywhere else other than to pay the teachers who are doing the job. They're just doing it in excess of their regular assignments because we have not had the applicants. So could you just go over those last few positions on the bottom and how long they've been open?
Yes. So I looked at last year's positions that we had in versus this year. So for MLE, for fiscal year 23, for the entire school year, we had 9 vacant positions. And as of this school year, fiscal year 24, we are at 14 vacant positions for the elementary ELD K through 5. And based on Mr. McHugh's vacant positions, there are 2 being held. For our elementary reading, last school year, there were 2 vacant all year long. For this school year, we have 3 vacant currently for this school year from the beginning until today. For our elementary resource inclusion, last year we had 4 positions vacant all year long. And the same goes for this school year. There are 4 positions. For secondary resource inclusion, last school year we had 1 vacant all year long, and this year we've had 2 so far vacant the entire school year. For our speech and language pathologist teachers, last year and this school year, we've had 6 vacant that have not been filled. For the LVTI position of special education English, last year and this school year, due to low numbers, that position has not been filled. For social emotional, last school year, there were 3 clinicians that were not filled, and this year we have 2 that were not filled. And so those are the positions that Mr. McHugh has in there.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation. If the committee is amenable, can we vote to set down the public hearing, because we need to do that to get the 30 days scheduled. So
Any discussion?
let's get
After?
let's get our official business, then we can do that. So is there a motion to set the public hearing.
So motion to set the public hearing on the budget for June 13th.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
June 13th.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. So you just heard the overview and the process. Does anyone have any sort of questions? Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, there was a breakdown in communication here, clearly. I was getting a lot of questions yesterday about things I had no idea that were happening with the freezes. I understand everything now, so thank you, Mr. McHugh, and for the presentation. So I guess what happened? How did our teachers find all of this out before the committee? That's my question, I guess. And I know we've had some conversations, and I understand that, but nothing was official, nothing was set in stone, and I got a lot of messages yesterday of panicked people who feel like they were betrayed, honestly, and I couldn't answer them, and that was troubling to me. So I was really disappointed by that. So my question is, what happened? How did that happen?
So I'll take a first stab at that, because I have not been in these conversations, and I'm in a somewhat similar position. I talk with the superintendent frequently, and Mr. McHugh talks with the CFO frequently. So I'm not in the exact same position as you all, but I once was, and we've heard from Dr. Alvarez a real commitment to be engaging directly with teachers, and I think she meets every other week.
We have, right, we alternate elementary and secondary.
And with the leadership of the union as well.
Oh, yes, but yes, twice a month.
Yeah, twice a month.
And additionally, when there are times of the year where there are human resources issues, like the actual placing of teachers, the vacancies, the call downs, Ms. Ruggiero and Ms. Reed have had, they have even more frequent meetings during the week to discuss. And that's actually where the initial discussion of some of these vacant positions that have been vacant for more than a year started with LTU. It was a very transparent and open conversation during an HR meeting that they had over a month ago.
Just to finish the thought there, and I think that folks should weigh in with their own perspective. But from my perspective, one of the things, and we always are striving for the right level of communication, and I think there's always room for improvement. But one of the dynamics there is if we're having if the administration is having close conversations with faculty, and that includes previewing some of the conversations that are going to happen in the budget, then that's going to be ahead of what tonight was the official presentation of the budget. And so that's one of the trade-offs. And to me, I think I'd take that trade-off, the fact that our teachers are having those kind of conversations with the administration. But, and this has happened in other circumstances, one of the effects of that is then it sort of feels like, well, the school committee didn't know before teachers. And then, of course, the alternative to that would be to hold on to the information until it gets officially presented to the school committee, but that doesn't allow for that back and forth with the educators. So, yeah.
And that makes sense, and I appreciate that. I just feel like, there's clearly a divide, and I think we do need to work on that. And it's concerning to me. It seems to be growing too. So it's something we need to work on. And so, I think that's just how I feel about it. We have a lot of initiatives moving forward. These are the faces of it. And again, I'm going to reiterate what I said at our last meeting. We need them to buy in. So, to have them feeling the way they're feeling right now, we got to work on that. And it's on all of us as elected officials, as administrators. It's a collective thing that we need to work on. And I really feel strongly about that. They're the boots on the ground. They're the most important people to our students. In fact, in our bellwether presentation, one of the points was the students all feel like they have an adult in the building. That's huge. That's huge, and I think that says a ton for what they're doing in our district. So for them to be feeling this way, and it's troubling to me, and it's concerning. So it's something we've got to work on, all of us. I'm not pointing the fingers at anybody. We're a team, and I think as a team we need to strategize and figure out how we're going to fix this, because there's a divide, and we got to fix it.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Pena, we can go down the line. Yep.
Just a clarification question for April. The speech and language pathologist. So he's for 2 years. We've had 6 positions unfilled for 2 years, 6 of them, and then we're proposing to get rid of just 2, or we'll freeze the hiring of 2. Okay, thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that, Member Pena, that this isn't the ideal, but what had to happen was that special education department had to make decisions last summer, right, on compensatory services, because there's a point where the current speech and language pathologist can take a case overload. Just they don't have enough time.
Yeah.
So what they ended up doing was offering some of these hours during the summer. And I imagine that there will be, the same process will take place this summer. That's the only way to, yes, there's federal compliance. However, it's not the ideal and it's not what we want. But despite recruiting efforts, despite Ms. McLaughlin and the previous special education administrator, they've looked at contracted services. They've tried to get, and Deputy Powers was, part of trying to bring in additional speech pathologists, and there were just no full-time hires. I don't know all of the root causes, whether it was pay or Maybe they get paid more in the field. I'm not certain what it is, but we're going to continue to explore how we can bring those specialists in.
Absolutely. Thank you. Member Reed.
Thank you. First, I'll get this out the way. I echo Member Dugan's concerns. Ms. May, I understand the trade-offs, and I think that you're correct in those trade-offs, but I think there has to be a happy medium. But I'm not going to elaborate on that. I think he kind of said all that had to be said. In terms of the vacant positions, were other budget items considered? I mean, how does this process work internally, as in terms of non-staffing positions? Are there other things in the budget that there's, wiggle room in terms of, like, even if it's just, I understand the coaching positions, that's a little bit different, but, like, in terms of the sort of, the other positions, like, were there other considerations?
So, and Mr. McHugh can elaborate here, but we've spent almost 3 months very diligently going over every single thing in the budgets. Every single thing. And we have cut everything that is non-personnel that was not needed to try to bring this amount to get balanced. So there was really nowhere else to take from. We, I think, is balanced really because of Mr. McHugh's expertise, but we have gone through hours and hours of cutting contracts and all sorts of things that to get to this place, to balance and not to have anyone that is in a filled position be in a circumstance where we're in any position to riff an administrator or a teacher or staff member. And Mr. McHugh, you can.
Yeah, I mean, even the supplies have been level funded this year, because typically there is always additional supplies at the end of the year, so we didn't provide any increase. I forgot to mention, there is one piece of good news, in all this. There's always a silver lining, and it's what reminded me was, I just want to publicly thank Christina Colella, because she's done a great job over as the executive director of SPED. We revamped our circuit breaker, started training and everything else on that. And this past year, the state allowed all the out-of-district tuition, the places we go to send our children, to get a 14% increase on tuitions, which was really hurt the budget. And that's obviously rolling into next year. So what Christina did is they have a thing called circuit breaker relief. So she did all the backbone of putting all the students in and getting it all done. So we actually got a letter on Monday. We got $1.1 million. That's factored into this. So when I said this is hot off the press, I mean, that changed things to balance this budget out. So some of the good news is 600 has to be spent this year, and 500 I can defer to next year. And I just got that on Tuesday, talking to the state. So as part of the pre-buy of curriculum supplies and technology, that money's going to be used to help that side. But it also, if you go into your budget book, you'll see that I was able to reduce the budget allocation for special ed tuitions and put more into what it calls the grant out there, which says circuit breaker. So that is a piece of good news. So these things are happening throughout the year that we are looking at. And we just got this letter on Monday afternoon, and it's great news that things are still happening, but that helps. So if anything happens, and that's what we're talking about, anything we can get early next year, any savings I can get, the goal is to put these back. The goal is we're not closing, cutting them. They're just staying vacant right now. So I know it's not easy, but we got it down to these number of positions. So it's been a work in progress over the last few months, and someone said I didn't seem stressed today because I think I finished it, and that's probably why. But I feel better tonight. I'm not great about this, but we're not letting people go, and I think that's always been my goal. The first year I came, we let people go, and I was like, I got dropped into that, and it was not fun. Nobody wants to see that happen. So we're trying to just get this to balance out and make it work.
Can you talk specifically about what items you'd mentioned, non-personnel items that had been reduced, or I mean, maybe this is a discussion for the, budget, but just something that was considered non-personnel that was reduced or was considered being reduced?
There was some through curriculum. There was some, I'm not sure exactly, I don't have a list in front of me, but I know we met with the curriculum directors and things, that there were some like programs they had and things we were able to reduce. You'll see their budget's way down this year compared to what it was. So there were some of those. There was some efficiencies through our Power School. We went through all the Power School contracts with people, and they were taking some pieces out of that, so we reduced some monies there. There were some other contracts that, we went through. I don't have a list of everything, but we did go through all the departments and all their contracts to see if there was a way to either, take a piece out, reduce it, things of that nature,
So when will these hypothetically be reopened if the money comes? Is it just whenever it comes in, or would it be August? Because I think these are frozen till July, at least the...
Well, it depends on, right now, this is the start of the FY budget. Until I have funds available to fill those. And
What is that variable, I guess?
I couldn't give you a direct answer. I mean, if we get more additional money from the state? Absolutely. I mean, the budget has been passed by, we'll probably see that. Unfortunately, how the state works. It probably won't get passed to the first week in July, which will finalize our DESI numbers. And if there's an additional increase to our appropriation, we would have to meet with the city to see if that would come to us. That's one. The other is if there are any other increase in grant funding that we could move things into the grant to free up the appropriation budget. That happens over the summer. And if that happens, if that becomes available, then we can start looking at those. And then the next thing would be, where are we in September? We have 203 jobs to try to fill. And if we start to get salary savings we can't still find people, and we can find people for these other positions, that's a trade-off we would have to make at that point. So I think if I had to look at the process going forward, those were the steps that would be taken.
Thank you. And just two technical questions. How do you estimate from the local level Chapter 70 for the next year? Like, you'd said that I think you thought it was more towards the $24 million mark.
It's typically based upon what's going on with the state, number one.
So it's it's more of an art than a science.
Well, I can't be an exact, but I mean, I go to attend my affiliation meetings for MASBO. We call it Mass Association of School Business Officials, and we get tidbits there. We have people from the state that come in and talk to us, so we can that's usually happening in October, November. We kind of get what's happening at the state level, where we're going to go. And then obviously it's about revenues for the state drives a lot of the what happens. We all know that. And I mean, the good news, April's was up, if you heard that. So that's a good sign. But those are typically, and then, after that, we wait to see in January when the final numbers come out.
A big part of the variable is the state finances. It's also driven, as you know, on enrollment numbers in the district, whatever the number is. So.
And then last question. I haven't got a chance to look at this yet. Obviously, we just got this. Is there a clear indicator what was funded by ESSER and is now being absorbed by?
Yes. When you just open the book and maybe go. Don't go to the first one because I don't think there's much. But let's just say go to I don't know, one of the schools.
Oh, I see it.
You see on the far right-hand column. Anything was funded, like you'll say Title I, SPED 240, those are all grants, and anything, now there might be, you'll see where their ESSER is, there's a blank on the grant column because it was in the prior year, so you'll see all that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation today and some clarity around some of the questions that were kind of, I think a lot of us echo what Member Dugan shared. I think a lot of us got a little bit blindsided. I was up till almost 1 o'clock in the morning, fielding constituent questions and concerns. We had Mr. Curley, people come up tonight to talk about some of their concerns about, staffing issues and the need to initiate, immediate, responses and resolutions. And I know, there's deficits that I think you guys probably the largest deficit of a cut you guys probably have had to work through in a long time. So I know it's very difficult to have to balance out and make those difficult decisions fiscally. I learned that this wasn't really a personnel related. I guess I had a concern about why this was never shared with personnel as I'm chairman, and I learned that this wasn't related to personnel. But I think it's imperative that we have open lines of communication with your school committee, because we have direct, access to constituents, and I think that trade-off, Mayor Nicholson, you brought up, is very fair. But sometimes our staff and folks don't know that, right? It's like, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, the rankings came out. It's been a devastating week for staff. Like, it's been really difficult, and this is like kind of adding to the fuel to the fire. It's just, obviously this isn't something that's ideal, and to see the positions that are frozen, and to look at the date of July 1st, right? It presents, again, some additional concerns of this isn't something new. It sounds like we've kind of had an anticipation of what was going on. I think it's so important to keep us in the line of communication so we could field and work together. So I'm not gonna go into I feel disappointed. I feel really like I'm just frustrated with, like, just this week has just been, I felt a lot of the folks that were here tonight, it's emotional, and I know we got to do better. We have to figure out a way to collaborate. I don't really support us freezing these positions, right? But we have to, right? That's what Mr. McHugh's been doing this for a long time, and this is his recommendation, right? This is something that I think, April, you guys done due diligence, right? You guys did your work to identify these are key. This is where a lot of our current, for me, I guess, what are the recruiting efforts and strategies moving forward, right? When we talk about trying to figure out the root cause, we've had years to figure that out. Mm-hmm. I'm a little curious on what's been done to figure out the root cause. I don't know, there's no answer for that, probably.
Well, I think there are some answers in shortages in some of these fields. I mean, when we think about speech and language pathologists, that's one of those fields where there's a scarcity, and it's not just in LPS, it's not just in the state of Massachusetts, it's across the country. There are fields within education where there's a scarcity of people entering.
Special ed is another area that
Inclusion.
People are just not going into the field. And I remember when I was in college, way back when, it was a time where there wasn't a lot of special education licensed people. And I was lucky enough to get dual licensed through Leslie College and got hired in Lynn immediately upon graduating because there weren't enough special education teachers. We are putting a lot of effort into non-licensed people who are interested in special ed and, getting them resources, working with them, matching them with a master educator to help them get their license. And we've had many get it because of that. So we are working hard to help get licenses for teachers who are interested in special ed, ESL, all those areas that people are just not going into.
And we've also developed programming like fellows, so that if you're in your senior year at Salem State in some of these fields, if you come work for us and you come do your fellowship here where we give you a mentor and a supervisor, we pay you a full salary. So we have that type of program. We have a teacher pipeline where we're trying to build the capacity in these areas where we're really struggling to fill the positions.
I would just add that the sharp increase of our newcomers has also increased the number of ELD positions that we need. And so the licensed teachers are just not growing as fast as the numbers are growing. SLP is I've worked in 5 districts, and it is a very hard position to fill. It is a very expensive degree and program. And so when you have folks that do not have generational wealth to take that kind of expense on, we are limited. So it's really about how do we get foundations, grants, the states the colleges and universities to really invest in the public schools by reducing their tuition costs up front, so we can have more folks who are licensed and able to take on these positions.
Thank you. Member Satterwhite.
So I thank you, Mr. McHugh, for clarifying that. I also, as well, just wanted to advocate that I as well felt like I was sort of blindsided as well. As many emails that I got bombarded with yesterday for the same issue. And I don't think that it comes down to, like, we understand that we don't have, that people may not be going into these positions. We get that, but I think that the real issue comes down to, even if you guys get the information from the teachers, do they understand the reason for the freeze? So it's not actually just freezing the position, but when we're not being able to elaborate this to them because we aren't aware, it makes it very difficult to communicate down the line. So I just wanted to second that. Thank you.
I just want to look at that. The decrease of our budget was 9 million.
So that's not
Chapter
it's not
70.
a decrease in the budget. That's the difference between the increase from this year to last year.
Okay, but it's still,
So I mean, this is a very, I think, unique and somewhat complicated time fiscally, because we're dealing with the disappearance of the ESSER funds in the context of the Student Opportunity Act implementation. So the as Kevin pointed out, the budget is up $14 million this year.
Yep.
That's, you know, an increase. It's a smaller increase than it was last year. But the real issue here, in terms of what I think what's driving the crunch, is the ESSER money rolling away. And if there hadn't been spending that was being done through ESSER that we wanted to take onto the budget, I don't know that we would be faced with these same trade-offs just because we had a smaller increase than we did the year before. But it's the context of that, I think, is you know, driving part of it. So that, you know, obviously we would not be in the situation had we had the same increase this year that we did the year before, and I think that's, you know, the point of pointing that out. But I do think it's important to, you know, point out that it's not a decrease in terms of the budget.
and Dr. Alvarez, you were discussing something, you said contracts were cut. What contracts?
So we had last year, and I guess the year before, and I'm not sure for whether it was all 3 years of ESSER, but Deb, maybe you can speak a little bit more to this. But there were, it was very clear that some of the partners that were funded, that it was an ESSER, right, supported cost, and that it would only be for this past year, and that there was no guarantee that there would be a refunding through our Chapter 70. And I believe Ms. Ruggiero reiterated that numerous times before I came to the district with partners. And so those were some of the first places where we looked at some of those partners, unfortunately, and the contracts that we had with them that we could no longer afford.
So I just want to clarify, because some of the questions in those emails were like, we're going to cut these jobs and we're never going to get them back. And I want to clarify for people that are watching and for all the teachers that were here, and I wish they stayed, because this is the most important. This is why they came. This is what we want to talk to them about. It's like they're not going to, they're just being frozen from May to the end of June. And then possibly this list will be just waiting to see if we have people apply, or waiting for money, Kevin?
We're probably waiting for money because
Waiting for money to
because
fill
this is the FY25 budget, so this is to balance out the budget.
Okay, so the only thing that was being frozen from May,
Those positions.
right, from not May, but
Were
They
not
were
fi-
never filled.
They were never filled. They were all
And
vacant.
teachers were exhausted as they were speaking in front of us. One teacher came up and said it was exhausting having that extra class on a regular basis from Lynn English, I believe. And the other thing I question is Mr. Curley, he was questioning our facilities. That's what he was talking about, space, and he needs space. And I know that I myself have been working on buildings and grounds really hard to find space. You too, Mr. Castellanos and Mr. Reed. And we've been sending out communication every month to let you know where we are. And I hope that's helpful. I think that this freezing came unexpected. But my question is, I did not have a hard time picking up the phone and asking Dr. Alvarez what was going on.
Member Gately, if I could add, and I just want to point out to all the members, when you look at this vacant position chart closely, from the, really what we're looking at from curriculum, the last line that says curriculum, again, down to, and not including the last line, because as Ms. Reed explained, there were not enough students to fill that sped teacher position, right? But the itinerant reading elementary, the ELD K-5 itinerant, resource inclusion, speech and language pathologist, those are really, if you count those up, you're talking about 3 to 5, it's 9 positions, right? Which would not necessarily be difficult to reopen because those are the 9 essential positions. The coaches that are on top were academics. We started that last year, and there was, one of that model is something that we're still need to discuss, even if it's effective, if we're going to continue to use coaches in the same way. Do we need to restructure? It was a brand new, so those 13 positions were positions that I opened last year in July when we did the budget for, and it was on the basis that we were going to execute this new model in the high schools with a plan and to try to improve student achievement, which we don't have all the data for to begin with. And then above that, you'll see that the 2 clinicians on the line were never filled. We're currently trying to also assess the ratios of clinicians to students and to track that to have some accurate information around that. Because principals are, sharing and expressing that we're not necessarily at 250 to 1 right now, but much lower than that. So in terms of the caseloads, and so we're trying to make that determination and make that assessment. So I just wanted to point that out, that, the 9 positions are really the ones that we're concerned about and want to put back in because they're absolutely necessary. The other positions are, you have 1 administrator, another, the communication specialist position, which is just a contract, and the others were the coaches, again, that we're still assessing a model that was implemented this year.
And then can I want to review April Reed's numbers. We had 357 jobs that were posted recently. 357 jobs posted in our posting recently. There are 203 positions that are unfilled after call downs. So we still have 203 jobs that we need to fill. So when you kind of think about those numbers and the 9 that we're not getting rid of, we're just saying we're holding on them, we're freezing them. Let's fill these 203, get those filled with licensed people, and then we'll reevaluate and see where we are.
So I think that I was sort of surprised also, like the other school committee members, and blindsided when someone called me and asked me about it on the committee. And I had experience with budgets before. I sort of understood that we're in the process of the budget. I agree with Mr. Castellanos that the timing may not have been perfect because it is Teacher Appreciation Week. We did hear some devastating news about our ranking in the state. It's been a really tough week for everybody involved, I think. So we can work on our communications, and because of that, I would like to bring up to you, Mr. Mayor, that we as a committee have a retreat. We need a retreat. We need to sit down and discuss what every member on this committee needs to know, and we need it. I don't know if my other members on the committee agree with me on that. The retreat always helped me in the past. I think it could help the new members.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Reed.
Sorry, I know it's getting late. I just got to make a couple last points. I mean, like, even, I understand it's just 9 position. I understand the thing behind it, but it's still like taking money away from the staffing portion of it. And that's the bigger picture. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes from. It's not just the individual positions. So that's my first point. My second point is, I do think, I had to say this one because I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I was already thinking about it. I truly think that this sheet right here, the per pupil expenditure, is a very big oversimplification of sort of how we look at how districts are spending, whether it's admin or other things. I mean, there's a lot of variables there, so I would like to see a deeper dive in terms of number of positions, salary of positions. Like, I don't know, I just think that this one is a little oversimplified. My last point is just, I know we can't predict everything, but some of this ESSER stuff, looking back and looking forward, just, what can we do differently? Especially when we're hiring consultants, when we're hiring admin, hiring all these different initiatives. What can we do so that we don't have to cut teachers? And I think that's sort of something that we have to think about more going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McHugh, and the financial team, and really all the folks that have worked on this budget so far. There's a lot of efforts that start, at the school level with the different school administrations and getting a lot of input throughout the process. I also really appreciate all the members, your questions and comments, as well as everyone we heard from earlier this evening. It certainly has been a challenging week, and it is a challenging moment in education generally, and I think we see that around the country. And so we're incredibly fortunate to have a extremely dedicated team throughout the district, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, and we are only better off to be gathering more input and getting those questions so that we can incorporate those ideas, as well as drive further towards our goals and towards a common understanding. So I certainly appreciate everyone's participation and look forward to continued discussion on that. So thank you. Next item is any votes taken in the policy subcommittee. Member Dugan.
Yes, we had 3 policies that we voted on to put to the full committee, so I'd like to just take them individually. So I'd be looking for motions for each of these to vote for the full committee. The first was maximum age for admission and attendance policy, and that is coded JEBA. And I apologize, let me back up a minute. Members, each of you had each of these policies in your packet, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask before we take the votes on each individual one. So anyway, the first one is maximum age for admission and attendance, and that is coded JEBA.
Let's get it seconded, and then we'll do discussion.
Okay.
So, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, discussion. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Okay, the second one is attendance, absences, and excused absences. That is coded JH. And again, that is one that we basically took away the D- policy, which is something that that the public has been asking for. So that's something we did. Again, was in your packet. So looking for a motion to approve there for the full committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
And before I get to this last one, I just want to make sure I publicly acknowledge all the people that were involved in all three of these, Charlie Gallo especially, but there were also lots of administrators and teachers that really worked diligently on each of these policies to really get us up to date. They looked at a lot of data, and you know, this wasn't, you know, an easy process at all. So I do want to publicly acknowledge everybody that was involved, especially Attorney Gallo, who really kind of guided this process with these three particular policies. And then the last one was the student dress code, which was coded JICA. And again, this one just kind of tightened it up. It was a little vague. And this is something that the dress code, we kind of agreed, something, you know, every other year or so is something we should be looking at. So that's what we did. Just kind of made it a little, you know, more clear what the students can and cannot be wearing at school. So then again, student dress code coded JICA.
Excuse me, Member
Oh,
Dugan.
did I get that wrong?
Supposed to
Sorry.
be effective September 2024.
Thank you. Effective September 2024. Thank you, Ms. Jules.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yep.
Okay, I have this question on this. Number one, each student must wear the following. I didn't pick up on this at the meeting, but shirt or other clothing top that fully covers the midriff, chest, and back. Can we put some wording in there about what, like, is it like a strap, like what's on the shoulders?
Fully cover.
Like you can cover, I could see someone showing up in a tube top with this, because it would cover the front and the back and could cover the midriff, but it doesn't have any wording about the straps.
Fully cover.
Yeah, that's I think the conversation kind of geared around just the clothing that's available to youth these days. So it would be difficult to, I guess. I think that's sort of where they came about that. And I think the words fully covers were important there as well. I don't know if that answers your question, Member Gately, or not.
It doesn't, because it just says fully covers the midriff, chest, and back.
Okay, so is there something you'd like to recommend we put there?
Well, could I just ask the administration to weigh in on
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
So when we had this final discussion, and Deputy Gorst could also elaborate from the secondary principals' the communication, but the whole policy was really revised to set standards and high expectations, but at the same time not get into situations where we're placing teachers in positions where they're having to enforce gear, clothing, dress codes, right? Because it should not, that should not be the focus of what's happening in a classroom. And also not getting into confrontations with adolescents. That was one of the
Yes, thank you, Dr.
points of
Alvarez,
clarity that we made.
Thank you.
And so, you know, we're not necessarily saying like you can't show your shoulders, right?
Right. Could we
What
just say?
we're just saying is that you must be covered so that none of your body is exposed where it should not be exposed. So not really making an issue of whether your shoulder is out or not. If your shoulder's out because you're wearing a shirt that, you know, happens to have either sleeves or is sort of cut this way, but it's not that your back is exposed or, you know, that it's deeply so cut or, you know, and having, you know, administrative procedures follow this so that across our schools we're implementing this in the same way and having the same high expectations of what our students are expected to wear. And also having them understand what they're expected to wear.
Yeah, I have been very vocal that the conversations with the students and families is about ensuring that their wardrobe is preparing them for the future. Right? I gave an example of having found a job for a teen and the teen didn't have any clothes to be able to wear at that job because none of what he had was appropriate, right? So ensuring that the dress code offers an opportunity for students to have many things available to them for any future opportunity, such as an internship, a volunteer, or a paid job. In addition, a tube top would be considered showing your back. So they would be in violation of the policy because the upper back is showing. It's not covered.
Well, in this whole policy that I read over, it was well done, well written. If I was, with my experience as a secondary teacher years ago, that would be the problem. But I don't have to put it in here. We can leave this and see if it works. That's fine with me. But if there's a weakness in this policy, it's A.
Member Reed.
I think Attorney Gallo did mention too that this is a policy that we should probably be reviewing more often than other policies because it's something that obviously taste and styles and change often. So I think this is probably a reoccurring policy to look at. So.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you, Member Dugan and the members of the subcommittee and all the team for the administration that worked on this. I also know we got a lot of feedback from the cabinet, so thank you to all the folks that participated. You know, I think it's worth just pausing for a moment on the school age to point out that that is a change that is going to require us as a whole community to really step up and identify programming for those students, and we really appreciate all the help from the school administration that's been helping us think that through with our partners, adult education providers, higher education providers, and you know we're very hopeful to get something in place that really better meets their needs and ultimately. So thanks everyone for that. Communications.
That's it. We don't have any today.
No communications?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Great. Seeing nothing further on the agenda.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
City of Lynn will not incur any costs associated with this transfer. Conveyed property may only be utilized for accessory structures such as a pool, deck, and/or shed, or in addition to the existing home. All conditions as stipulated in this council order shall be incorporated into the deed and shall be valid for a period of 99 years.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on that? Roll call.
Counsel Alensog?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel McLean absent. Counsel Meany?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes. All right, licensing. Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous vote by our committee. I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a
Second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Ways and Means, Councilor Net.
Mr. President, all unanimous vote of the committee, I make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay, will the clerk read the
We
transfer?
have two certified funds, $200,000 to Economic Community Development for the Memorial Auditorium, and $139,388.92 to the library for the FY24 State Aid to the Public Libraries Program.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Make a motion.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Counsel Alensog?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel McLean absent. Counsel Meany?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes. Council, was there any emergencies on that?
No, there's no emergency voted, Mr. President.
Thank you. Utilities, Council Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 5 public hearings via 4 from National Grid and 1 from Comcast in 4 wards, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a unanimous vote by the committee. Motion to approve.
A motion approved. We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We got any old business from anybody?
No old business?
No old business. We have some new business.
Yes, we do.
Council Field?
Thank you, Mr. President. Crash.
Yeah.
Yep. Make a motion to order that His Honor the Mayor is hereby authorized to negotiate and execute a 5-year contract between the City of Lynn and Capital Waste Services, Inc. for trash hauling and recycling services commencing July 1st of this year, 2024, and any and all necessary other documents associated with said contract.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second on it? Second. We have a second. Discussion. Council Arlington.
Is this the trash?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Drinking water. Thank you, Mr. President. I have to get my notes. There we go. Thank you. I checked their website. This new company, are we talking about the
Capital.
The Capital?
Yep.
I like that they're also serving cities surrounding our city. I reviewed the graphic comparing capital waste. Money-wise, this is good. We're saving $3 million in a span of 5 years. This is a no-brainer, but I want to make sure, again, that their services is accurate as what waste management is providing. I want to make sure that it's not adding any more fees for our residents. I want to make sure that what will happen to the trash barrels, that waste management, are they providing new ones? Since they're providing new ones, is that an additional fee given to our residents? Those are things that I need to know so that I could comfortably vote if we're voting tonight.
I think we could ask
Anybody could
either
answer this.
Mr. Hall or maybe even Mr. Tebow from the mayor's office could probably explain that.
I just want to, so with regards to the barrels right now, the barrels that the city, city residents have are the ownership of waste management. As part of the negotiations that we've gone through with Capital, they did give us a price on what it would cost to deliver to the city new barrels, and have assured us that that can be done for July 1st, which would be the start of this new contract. I'm sorry, and I apologize, Council, I'm just trying to cover the questions that you had asked.
Any fees, residents?
There will be, I mean, right now the trash fee, as been listed on the website, has gone up to $108. That's inclusive. I mean, that's per year that is that won't change. So in terms of fees for residents, that won't expect any extra cost to residents.
So there will be no increase for fees or changes of barrels, increased fees?
No, I mean, going forward, as we enter a new fiscal year, if there was a resident that may have leased or purchased an additional barrel, I think that's an annual cost, so that would be an additional fee to those residents that have additional barrels, but there are no increased fees for any.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that all these things are taken care of and not get so excited because they're cheaper compared to what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, if I could respond, respectfully, we want to make sure that the level of service to our residents is as close to exactly the same as possible, that there's no changes. And I think we've done that through months of negotiations and discussions to ensure that the quality and level of service is maintained.
Yeah, if I could just say, Councilor Field and Jakutis has been on the Trash and Litter Committee, and they've been involved in the back and forth here for a little bit about the trash. So a lot of questions they've got answered also. So I think Councilor Hogan, then Councilor Meany.
John, I have a couple of questions. I understand Capital is a union company.
That's correct.
And what union is that?
It's Teamsters, Local 25.
All right, great. And one more question. Will they have mechanical trucks like Waste Management have, or will it be humans that are doing the trash into the truck?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of like how the trucks operate currently, it would be essentially the same with the automated. Yeah, automated
All right,
vehicle.
but this is a union company.
It is a union shop. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Meany.
Yeah, John, just a question real quick. So maybe I wasn't clear to me. Are we swapping out barrels? That is proprietary property of Waste Management. So is that what? Do we have a plan for that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the days and months that follow will determine that. If there's an option to purchase the barrels from Waste Management, we would seek to do that. If not, we've made arrangements with Capital to provide the barrels to our residents.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're not having a time span where we don't have any barrels.
Yeah, no. Right now, that would be absolute worst case scenario. And we have, again, part of the expediency for this is we need to get an order in with a barrel vendor, and so that's why we are kind of bringing this to you now. So if we can start to have the conversations about the provision of barrels and what that looks like between the next few weeks and months.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Matul.
Thank you, Thibault. One of the questions I have is currently 1 barrel is not enough for a lot of single-family homes, and 2 barrels are definitely not enough for a lot of 2-family homes. Do you know the capacity of the new barrels? Or is it going to stay the same, or is there going to be?
Yeah, the size of the barrels would be exactly the same. There is an option for households to purchase the purple overflow bags. So.
Another thing that I'd like to just bring to the table is the service that we've had with Waste Management. There has not been 1 week when I have not gotten a message or an email about trash barrels flying everywhere, getting broken by when they get picked up, or trash getting thrown out of the barrels. So it's one of the things that I'd like to, for the council and you and your team to take into consideration, make sure that this new company knows that we cannot allow that to happen, because when that happens, we're bringing in more rats, we're bringing in a lot of animals into the neighborhoods. We're making our neighborhoods dirty, so we need to make sure that we hold them to a standard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's noted, and we want to ensure that there's a quality of life that is maintained for our residents as well that exceeds expectations. So,
all right, Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. John, I thought at our most recent meeting, one of the important topics, and I don't know if you can discuss it publicly, but I'm assuming you can. It's not just the difference in the $3 million, but part of that was the fee structure, that total from the other bid might increase with increases in salary that would be passed along to the city and not something that the company themselves would absorb. I thought that was probably one of the most important topics that we discussed. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. As part of being, a union outfit, they essentially set prevailing wage for the state. That's something that we've been in discussion with, and they've been able to ensure that those costs absorbed as wages increase year over year is something that won't then be reflected to the city. And the same goes for fuel surcharges as prices change in fuel year over year. That's something that won't be required to be absorbed by the city, or an extra hidden cost that we're unaware of. So, I think right now the cost savings are great, but the budget predictability is extremely important.
I just want to clarify one thing. So the current provider doesn't have, they could go up on what they charge for whatever the drivers
Yeah,
getting
like
people,
John said,
right?
their budget
Right, so
predictability
this is
could
more
increase.
stability, right? This is more, I just want to be clear about the people at home. This is better because we're not guessing what's going to come in the future of the unknown, right?
Right, it's not just less, but there's more stability there, correct?
Yeah, the predictability is
Predictability.
extremely
Thank you.
important for our financial well-being.
Councilor Jacutis.
I just have a quick question. If we do go with capital, we just have to take in consideration they're coming in, learning new routes, so it's not going to be perfect the first week. We have to just, anywhere you go, starting a new job, it takes time to learn the routes, so we do have to be considerate if we go with them that the routes aren't going to be perfect right away, but once they learn them, we'll be back up to our regular trash pickup.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I drive a truck for a living. An institutional knowledge of streets and little quirky things make a big difference, especially trying to back into a lot of the streets, even where Council Matul's area is. I know it pretty well. There's some tight streets there, so I know there's been issues in the past about that. I've been at meetings with the other company in the past about that, so but we got to give them a little bit of slack on it. I think Councilor Madry wants to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question about the additional barrels. How much extra is the fee going to be? Is it the same as waste management charges per barrel?
That's a good question. I don't, right now, are you talking about for an additional barrel for
Yes.
households?
It's like 90 right now.
Yeah, Right, so it's 132 for the pair, for the recycling and trash.
Okay, and is that an increase for what waste management charged, or the same charge? Okay.
So it will be the same.
And then I guess my other question was, when the barrels are, when they fall apart, when they break and things like that, will there be a program as well to make sure those are repaired?
Right, yeah. The city will be taking on the, the operation of cart maintenance. And so that's going to be an extra savings that we saw as well. So those, we'll be developing a plan and process for residents to call in similar to as they do right now to have those carts repaired or replaced.
Great, thank you.
Council Lapia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to make comments. I had spoken with Mr. Tebow earlier this afternoon. He addressed many of my concerns, but it's such a large municipal issue, I think, facing so many of our cities and towns is the expense of trash, not only the hauling, but the tipping portion of it as well. As many of us may or may not know, the trash itself actually somehow gets to China for shipping and adds to extra burden. We don't even deal with trash in our country anymore. What used to be a public good, short of that, being able to do our own public trash, I suppose, like, our forefathers envisioned our city to be, I suppose. Seeing it be a Teamster Local 25 with some Lynn residents who may actually be members of that union, I think is a really good step. Also don't want to throw the current provider under the bus because I echo a lot of sentiments. I think Waste Management has done yeoman's work for the last decade with us in terms of their rollout of the totes and just the way in which our streets look over the past decade, how uniform they are, how when you have a barrel that's fully working and has a cover on it, and how aligned the streets look and garbage isn't strewn along our thoroughfares and avenues and dead ends and so forth. I think we've made great gains in this area, but it is a very expensive line item in the mayor's budget that we'll be seeing, I'm sure, and the costs are only going to rise. So I was so pleased when I saw not only are we saving money, again, it's a little apprehensive because we don't know the service aspect of this yet. We're going off of word of mouth, comparable communities. They do represent, their firm represents cities like Boston and Fall River, which are very comparable to the size of Lynn and the needs of Lynn. So I'm cautiously optimistic to give my endorsement to this. Anything new, as Councilor Chakoudas says, is going to have to work out the kinks a bit initially this summer. But I want to point out and raise one of the things that's a savings to residents, John, is the bulky item component. And the comparison of bulky item, in some cases, it's a difference of $10 an item and even more. For example, Capital Waste is going to charge in year one just $20 per item to leave outside and make arrangements through the company to dispose of a sofa, for example, or something like that that you leave out on your regular trash collection day, as opposed to $30 with Waste Management. So that right there, individually for a household, does reap some savings. And those fees do escalate over time. So, for example, at the end of this contract, $36 and close to $36.50 from Waste Management to remove a furniture item, as opposed to $24 for capital in 5 years. Again, a $12 difference to a household that may make or break the week for them. So, you know, I'm pleased at the work that the administration and our council colleagues, Chakoudas and Field, have done on this under your leadership, Mr. President. I know, because I've been in this seat now 8+ years, I understand that we were in a real bind under a former mayoral administration, and Mayor Kennedy did the best she could in terms of extending this contract with Waste Management back in 2016 when we were in a fiscal pinch. And we didn't have any leverage at the table with Waste Management, as you recall, President Walsh, because we served together since 2016, and we didn't have leverage. The mayor at that time had to extend the contract, pay what they said we were going to pay as a city, and see us in 8 years, it turned out to be. So I'm really happy, I'm optimistic. This is a 5-year deal, it locks us in. Trash is only going to go up. It's not going to go down to remove our trash. As I said, we have to rely on outside countries to do that for us. And I think we have finally swung the leverage pendulum back to the city of Lynn, its taxpayers, its residents. It's a union outfit. That means that the wages are going to be consistent, and there'll be overtime privileges and contractual obligations that Capital can well afford. And I am going to support this. And thank you, Mr. Tebow, for answering my questions earlier.
Councilor Chakoudas?
Just have a quick statement to make. They did bring Council Field and I into the meeting, but most of the credit goes to Andy Hall and our CFO and to the mayor's office. They did all the negotiating. Brian and I came in at the end, so I don't want to take credit for stuff we did not do.
Okay. All right. Councilor Ellingson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since clarification, so you're just navigating the system yet. You did not sign any contract. Why am I asking this? Since we're going to move to another company, have the conversation about people leaving their mattresses, is this the same thing as waste management policy? Because this is like a big burden to a lot of the ward councilors, especially if they have that special program to incorporate with this new system, that would be very helpful as well. Another constituent of mine just mentioned this, maybe in your conversation with them about pay as you throw to be equitable to our residents, because some of our residents who have a big family are also paying the same amount as just a couple of people living in one household. So just something to talk about in the future as well. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, any other comments? Councilor Net.
Just a quick question. John, have you seen what color they're going to provide, color of
The bins?
yeah, the bins?
You guys. So that's for us to determine the color?
Don't worry, Kobe.
Yeah, I think it sounds like it would be our call to determine the colors.
Okay. And right now we have, for recycle, we have blue and green. So it's going to be the same thing? It's going to be classified the same way?
Yeah. Sounds like it's somewhat negotiable as we go forward. Yeah, if you have any suggestions.
We'll take that comment.
All right. Okay, we'll find out later.
All right.
Thanks, John.
John, I just had a follow-up question. So which department of the city will be in charge of maintaining the bins?
DPW.
And we would have adequate staffing for that? We're having staffing issue right now with that department.
Yeah, so I think part of the conversation going forward will be kind of establishing a process for that and then determining if we have the capacity or if we need to seek a vendor that would do something like that. And while that might sound like extra cost, the savings that we have through this is going to sort of help determine what will be the best practice going forward.
Okay, thanks.
If I just one thing I want to add to that, I think, is that right now, if I'm correct, Mr. Hall's here, and I spoke with him about when you put in the system or you call, our DPW is already scheduling and making all of those things. That's on us. The one thing that currently isn't is the truck that goes out and replaces the wheels. So a lot of what goes on, probably a lot of people know, scheduling is a big deal. Just getting people on the same page and trying to make sure the barrel's out there and all that. So we already do that part. What we would be looking at is just the physical vehicle that goes out to actually replace the wheel or the lid. Is that right,
Yep.
John?
Okay. That's accurate.
Okay, cool.
Just one more thing. Mr. Hall, would you mind coming to the podium, please? So my concern is with the city maintaining the bins. It's something that we currently don't do. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So we outsource it. So do we have the skill set, the expertise, the supplies, et cetera? Like, is there, I mean, this could potentially turn into a very big problem that, especially with public health, you really don't want to be messing around like that. So do we have a plan for this?
It depends on whether we roll out new barrels or we acquire the current barrels, the level of effort.
Will we know that before we sign the contract?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right. Okay. No other questions? We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call.
Counsel Alanson?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel McLean absent, Counsel Meany?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, carries. We'll be looking, watching very closely. I can guarantee that. So I wish you well with that. All right?
Do a good job.
All right. Any other new business? Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two pieces, one good, one not so good. Let's start with the good, because it's always good to start with good. Happy Earth Day, everybody. I want to, on behalf of Councilor Chakutis and myself and our LITA committee, yesterday we were in every second grade throughout the city, all our colleagues on the city council, joined by our counterparts on the school committee, Mayor Nicholson, Associate Superintendent of Schools, Deborah Giro, and so many others played an important role in our education component for addressing the litter issues, and getting into the schools is a big task. So we did that yesterday. I think a lot of us had a great time, and we look forward to the posters. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that did participate and had any role in this fourth time now. Also, this past weekend, yeah?
I was just going to say, we went to the second grades. Why? Because they seem to understand they shouldn't throw stuff on the ground, and everyone else doesn't seem to get it, right? But second graders can do that. Okay. Want to be clear. Right.
That trash goes in a barrel, and they were surprised that people our age can't figure out how to get that straight.
Exactly.
So we leave it to our second graders across the entire city to ask them to help educate the public, educate their older siblings, educate their families and caretakers. Also, we kicked off our Keep Lynn Clean Saturdays. I want to commend Councilor Hogan for the group that he rallied up to clean up Orange Street Playground, and if there's other volunteer opportunities throughout the spring. I believe this is our 7th season of our Keep Lynn Clean Saturdays, so there's certainly an opportunity for everybody to participate. And this is just 10 of many community projects. I know Councilor Matul organized one already at Cook Street that a number of us participated in. So there's these volunteer opportunities that, leading by example, this council's going to, always work together and certainly do just that. So I want to acknowledge everyone that helped.
Okay. Councilor next.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Southeast Asian community, I would like to announce that there's a New Year, Cambodian, Thai, Laotian New Year this Saturday at the Lynn Commons. It's a free event. It's going to be wonderful from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Going to be a lot of resources, a lot of food, of course, a lot of entertainments, a lot of performance. So would like to invite everyone to participate in this free event, and so take it's going to be one of the largest events in our city, and I want to thank our city official and everyone who allowed this to happen, and we are so grateful to have this happen every year, and please be there, join us, and have fun. And Happy New Year.
Great time. If anyone's out looking to have a good time, been there, I think, every year since it's been going on, and the food's great.
Nice.
Even though we're all on diets, right? We'll talk a little bit about that later.
Salad.
We'll talk a little bit about that later. All right. I think Councilor Field had one more thing.
Thank you, Mr. President. After speaking to Ward 1 Councilor Meany earlier today, I know personally myself and my family, we were away last week, and I know Councilor Meany was as well. And during that vacation, instead of enjoying it, I received multiple messages about the construction on Linfield Street and the way it's being conducted by MassDOT and the notices given and the organization. I mean, people who sit on outside streets. It's embarrassing. And I would ask that the law department draft a letter asking MassDOT to attend our next May meeting to answer some of the questions that we can ask them on behalf of the public. I know it's been painstaking, and I know new construction is not easy, but it's been gridlock throughout the entire city where people can't get across or get to jobs. They can't get to school on time. It's a serious matter, and I ask that the request this motion for the law department to draft that letter to Mass DOT.
So is that a motion?
Motion
we have a
made.
second on that.
Yeah, I'd like to second that.
Councilor Bean.
Before I'd like to comment. Ward 1, I've heard your complaints. I hear you. We're going to get through this together. It's not going to be easy. We are working on it, and the situation will improve.
Okay, all right. So any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Bring them in. All right. Any other new business tonight? I'm going to have some new business here. I'll talk about this pizza that's in front of us. And people are probably wondering what this is. There was we're all on diets, right? Apparently we're on diets, but came in today and found East Lynn eating pizza in the council room. We have proof, right, Councilor Hogan?
There's a lot of proof.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then we found out, because we were blaming each other on who sent the pizzas, and then we found out we didn't, right? And whose pizzas were they, Councilor Hogan?
Zosha from ISD, her pizza was taken and delivered to Councilor Obed Matul, and I told him I didn't order the pizza.
Which two I declined multiple times.
But Team East Lynn took it in the back room and took it upon themselves to break their diet, and they ate the pizza.
East Lynn is now known as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Correction. The captain of Team East Lynn said ad nauseum, don't eat the pizza.
So,
As he ate
Well, if they had a real captain like West Lynn, they wouldn't.
all right. We have a little decorum in this place, all right? But with all good fun, I just want to bring that we're still doing this, and we're going to work through it as a team, even though Westland is definitely the better team. But if I could say that from the podium. But I also want to say, Council Matul made some shirts for us, right, that we're all wearing tonight, and they have our team, either Team Eastland or Team Westland. They got our names on the back of it. So if you see any of us eating things we shouldn't, please text Terry or email the council office a confirming photo so we can address that issue for you, or for us.
My family and
Any
myself,
other
we're going to the
new
YMCA
business tonight?
right now, so if anybody wants to join, you're welcome to come.
Any other?
Off the pizza.
Right, stay off the pizza. Any other business? Council Annette?
So if nobody else have anything to say, I make a motion to
A motion to
Mr.
adjourn.
President.
Second, all in favor?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jared Nicholson. I'm the mayor of Lynn. I'd like to welcome you all here to the city, and particularly welcome Governor Healy, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, Secretary Augustus, the representatives and leaders from so many communities around the Commonwealth who have come together to discuss this critically important issue. It is certainly one that we feel deeply here in the city of Lynn. Almost half of our households are cost burdened, and half of those are severely cost burdened. So paying a majority of their income on housing costs. And it's one that we have prioritized trying to address. We recognize that the current crisis is the result of some recent market forces as well as longstanding factors of disinvestment and discrimination. And it is forcing our residents out of their homes in some cases and putting many at risk. It's making it harder for families to get their start, questioning whether they ever will be able to get their start. It's causing concern for employers who are worried about being able to recruit and retain employees. And so it's one that we have centered, and we've committed ourselves to a vision of inclusive growth, trying to support positive growth that includes all of us and benefits the whole community. And we recognize that we have some momentum here in the city of Lynn, and in order to maintain that, we have to continue to be able to welcome investment as well as make sure that our residents see how it can benefit them. So we try to take proactive steps in support of that goal, streamlining our development process to make things easier, making policy decisions that prioritize that positive growth as well as affordability, making smart infrastructure investments with city funds and with a lot of support from our friends and partners at the state, as well as strong planning. We implemented the city's first ever comprehensive plan recently and are rewriting our zoning ordinance to meet that plan with a lot of community input based on support from a state grant that's allowing us to do that. And we're starting to see some results. We have 2,500 units in the pipeline currently under construction, and 15% of those are affordable. So we're excited with that momentum and just so excited to have a partner in the Healy-Driscoll administration that's helping us do that. I'm so grateful for the governor's solidarity in addressing the urgency of the housing crisis, her incredible leadership on this issue around the Commonwealth, and particularly her and her team's support of the work that we're doing here in Lynn. So it's my honor to introduce Governor Healy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Nicholson, for hosting us in Lynn today. It's great to be here with you, with Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, our Secretary of Housing and Livable Communities at Augustus, and wonderful for all of us to be joined by so many mayors, city managers, town administrators from across Massachusetts. Today we kick off a week where we're talking about housing all the time, every day, because look, we know that it's the #1 issue facing our state. We know that cities and towns are also where the rubber meets the road on this issue. And we just had a substantive discussion just a short while ago about how high housing costs are impacting our local residents, our local economies, and our local governments. We also talked about solutions and some things that we can and must be doing. We want to support these efforts, and in many cases we already are. I've said it many times, and it's clear again today, that the need for more housing is a challenge to our economy and to our competitiveness. It's a challenge to our public health and our quality of life. Housing is the single biggest challenge facing Massachusetts. It's the issue we must address, and address urgently and quickly. That's why we're working together through the MBTA Communities Law, why we're proposing historic levels of funding through the Affordable Homes Act, and why we're just so committed to doing everything that we can across the state to increase housing production. I want to celebrate today the fact that over 40 cities and towns have already passed zoning plans intending to comply with the MBTA Communities Act. Today and every day, we will continue to work together to build the homes and the communities that our residents need. I once again am grateful to these leaders for their continued partnership, and I now turn it over to our terrific Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, who's been out there advocating for this from day one.
Thank you, Governor. It's terrific to be here in Lynn, talking about the issues that matter most in people's lives. And we know that whenever we are anywhere in any community, that's from the Berkshires to Boston, from the Cape to Merrimack Valley, to the heart of the Commonwealth in Central Mass, the number one issue on people's mind is housing. And that's housing in general. It means we don't have enough market rate homes for people who want to purchase a home. It means we don't have enough homes for folks who want to rent an apartment or a home. Not enough homes for the folks who are working hard every day. Think about anyone who's pouring coffee or pouring beer for a living. Someone who's helping take care of your child you might drop them off to in the morning. Individuals helping take care of older adults or relatives. Nobody can keep up with these fast rising rents, and the lack of housing is impacting all of our communities across the Commonwealth. It's hurting our economy, it's hurting our workforce, and that means it's hurting our state. And the truth of the matter is, the largest outmigration we're seeing isn't seniors leaving to go to the Sunshine State, it's 26 to 34-year-olds moving out of the Commonwealth just because they can't afford a reasonable place to stay. That's a concern. It's a big chunk of our workforce. It's hurting the fabric of our communities, and that's not what Massachusetts is about. So this administration, the work that we're doing collectively on the ground, because we don't build housing as a state, it happens in communities. We're just done admiring the problem. We have got to lean in and act, and we're getting to work in partnership with the local leaders who are here and so many more across the Commonwealth, aimed at fixing this, aimed at addressing this housing crisis. And it's great to be here to talk about the solutions we have on the table and how we can continue together to build the type of housing we need in this Commonwealth for everyone, for everyone. Solving big problems is what we do in Massachusetts. We're not really good at kicking the can down the road, at least this administration. This is absolutely a solvable problem if we all work together. And we're grateful for the continued and constant support that we have from members of our local communities. And we're looking to continue that partnership as we move forward, addressing these housing needs head on. One of the best ways for us to do that is certainly by having a cabinet dedicated to addressing housing demand at all levels. One of the first acts that we had in our new administration, recognizing the housing challenges, was identifying an individual who could serve as our cabinet secretary who understood what housing meant in community and what it meant to actually pencil out deals and get housing done. So I'm pleased to introduce our Housing and Local Community Secretary, Ed Augustus.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. It's an honor to be here with the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor, who both have championed housing and prioritized housing, not only in creating the Secretariat, but by proposing the Affordable Homes Act, which is the largest, most significant housing bill in the history of the Commonwealth. I want to thank Mayor Nicholson for his leadership and for his innovation in the housing space, and thank the Lynn Housing Authority for hosting us today. I'm proud to stand with our partners from communities across Massachusetts who are working hand in hand with us to confront the housing challenges we face. We heard so many innovative ideas in that conversation just now across Massachusetts. Folks on the ground who are figuring out how to deal with the housing crisis in partnership with the Commonwealth. And we got a lot of great suggestions that hopefully we can share with other communities. From the outset, the Healy-Driscoll administration has made working closely with our communities a priority. The state can't do this alone. No community can do this alone. But what we can do together will be extraordinary. I'm inspired by the energy and ingenuity here today. Access to housing is not a Massachusetts-only problem, but we are going to lead our way in solving it. I believe that, and the people here believe that. Each one of these individuals knows firsthand how the lack of housing is impacting their communities, from the DPW workers to the people who keep our businesses running in cities and towns across the state. This is an existential threat that our cities and towns can feel in their bones. But the community leaders here today are standing united in purpose. Through innovations like the MBTA Communities Law and the Affordable Homes Act, we can work in concert to give our communities the tools to remove roadblocks to success. And the work doesn't stop here. The administration is also hard at work building the state's first ever 5-year housing plan with input from folks across the Commonwealth. Together we can build a Massachusetts where everyone, from the barista to the banker, can afford to live. With that, I would like to introduce a great partner on the Affordable Homes Act, Adam Chapdelaine, the Executive Director of the Mass Municipal Association.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. My name is Adam Chapdelaine, Executive Director and CEO of the Massachusetts Municipal Association, which proudly represents all cities and towns in the Commonwealth. And I'm proud to be here today with the Healy-Driscoll administration and so many local leaders from across Massachusetts to discuss the importance of local housing solutions. These local officials here are just an example of the dedicated municipal officials driving and implementing local housing policy in every corner of the Commonwealth. We want to thank the administration for their partnership in this work, understanding that housing affordability is a top priority for all of us. And while we may not always agree on every policy proposal, these local officials know what has been successful. Housing policy works when you align resources and policies to support local housing initiatives and empower communities as vital partners in this effort. And that's why we're so grateful for the framework of the Governor's Affordable Homes Act. The Governor and her administration deserve important credit for going big and going bold. The bill includes $4 billion proposed for bond authorizations, all of which will be critical to address the significant challenges we face related to housing affordability in the Commonwealth. And for local housing goals, it's often about the available tools. Included in the AHA, we have the Housing Works funding program. We have funding for rehab and preservation. We have the local option transfer fee. We have inclusionary zoning, all of which are critical tools to help local government meet this challenge. Every community in the Commonwealth feels the impact of this overwhelming need for affordable housing. We also know that true progress in making housing more affordable can only be achieved when the state and municipalities are working together. The MMA is committed to working with the administration and the legislature on ways to propel this bold scope while providing needed flexibility to support municipalities in meeting their local housing goals. So thank you again for including me today. And now I'll introduce my friend and colleague, the Executive Director of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, Mark Tracy.
Adam, thank you very much, and thanks to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Secretary for being here today. Thanks to Mayor Nicholson for hosting us. My name is Mark Drayson. I run the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, which is the regional land use planning agency for Greater Boston. I now work at MAPC, so I work on lots of planning issues, but I have devoted the 40 years of my career to affordable housing. That's sort of the cause of my life. In order to deal with the crisis we have before us today, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to do two things. We have to expand the supply of market rate housing, and we have to pay attention to preserving and developing new affordable housing. The reason that the Affordable Homes Act, passing the Affordable Homes Act, is the single most important thing we can do in Massachusetts today to address the housing crisis is because it recognizes both of these critical things. It includes critical policy recommendations like allowing accessory dwelling units by right so that people can build an extra unit on their house for their kids, for their parents, for local students, for other people to be able to rent, provide themselves with some income, and create another home. That's an example of the many market rate solutions in the Affordable Homes Act. It also provides, as the Secretary said, over $4 billion during 5 years to preserve and create affordable homes. It has new provisions on inclusionary zoning, on a real estate transfer fee, so many other things that will expand and preserve the supply of affordable housing. I'll close by saying what I said before, which is the single most important thing we can all do is to encourage the passage of the Affordable Homes Act. And if we do so, we will have a series of important new tools to be able to address this crisis. It will still take us some years to get through it, but we'll be firmly on the road. And with that, it's my honor to bring back to the podium Governor Healy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor and myself, we want to thank all of today's speakers and importantly, all of the folks who sat with us at the roundtable to help think through new solutions and new ideas. That brings us to a close. We're happy to take any questions on topic if there are any. We're good. Terrific. Okay. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome to the ZBA of Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. May I roll call, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
That's okay. Member Duffy?
Present.
Member Olson?
Present.
Member Lopez Hernandez?
Present.
Member Crowitz? Present. And Member Makua?
Present.
Perfect.
Minutes from last. You were here last time, right? Mm-hmm. You make a motion to, any comments on the minutes from last meeting?
I move to approve the minutes as is.
I second. Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
38 South Common.
All right, first case of the night is 38 South Common Streets. Yeah. And then we'll jump to, actually, can we just?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, we'll do that one first and then we'll do Austin Street after. Okay, Jeff?
Good evening. Thanks for having us back. My name is Jeff Whedon. I represent NDA. I work for the Lynn Housing Authority. We prepared a letter per request from our last visit. If you want me to start,
yeah, that's
that
fine.
now. Oh, my address is 14 Westminster Road in Marblehead.
Do you want me to read it, or do you want him to read it?
Well, let's read for just the audience.
Did you send this, or is this?
Not send it, no. I just prepared it, so.
Okay, so then let me read it and I'll give it to her for her file.
Okay.
Dear members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, Neighborhood Development Associates, Inc., NDA is once again excited to put forth its application for a zoning variance for the Lynn Armory redevelopment project. As you know, this project will provide 52 affordable housing units for Lynn veterans with mixed income. Per request, please accept this letter to further explain past efforts for resident parking options. As you know, NDA's original plans included 24 parking spaces with a detached garage. However, the price to build units above the parking and only yielding a total of 43 units made the project unfeasible due to the price per unit. By increasing the units within the garage space by 10, the price per unit decreases significantly. NDA did explore other options, such as demolishing the detached garage to create surface parking. However, the detached garage is included with the historical tax credit funds, thus under strict restrictions with alterations. During this design change, NDA was in negotiations to purchase another property to combine with the project that would have provided a supplemental parking. Unfortunately, an agreement was unable to be made. Since our previous meeting, NDA conducted its own street parking audit to identify street parking within 200 feet and 400 feet of the Armory project. Within 200 feet of the project on South Common Street and on Pleasant Street, up to Bond Street, there are 30 total on-street parking spaces, 10 of which have an hourly restriction. during business school hours only. Within 400 feet of the project on Bond Street, Church Street, Tremont Street, and the other half of Pleasant Street, there are 81 total on-street parking spaces. Of the 81, 15 are residential only spaces for other LHAND properties. Combined in the 2-block radius, there are 111 on-street parking spaces. Additionally, staffing for the building and its programs will be encouraged to utilize the LHAND staff parking lot. And during snow emergency parking bans, the Armory project is within 600 feet from the Lynn Votech High School parking lot that is open for Lynn residents. Furthermore, the project is considered a transit-oriented development, TOD, due to its proximity to the commuter rail station and 2 major bus line stops, both just a block away. The South Common Street, Blossom Street, and South Common Street Market Street shops. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a continuation. 2 bus line stops just a block away, the South Common Street, Blossom Street, and South Common Street Market Street stops. The Lynn Armory is also in proximity to Lynn's downtown, making the neighborhood very walkable with various services, grocery stores, restaurants, churches, the YMCA, the Lynn Commons, Lynn City Hall, and its Veterans Department office and other amenities. It is also important to note that Lynn's Central Business District is within 50 feet of the project just across Pleasant Street, which requires no parking for developments. We have met with both the mayor and the Ward 5 City Councilor who understand parking concerns in the surrounding area and still remain supportive of the project. Due to the building's income levels and unit size, NDA anticipates many of the Armory residents to utilize the convenient public transportation options and does not foresee many residents to own cars. Since 2016, NDA with LHAND has been working to make the Lynn Armory project a reality and a home for Lynn veterans. However, the tax credit funding, both historic and low-income housing, take time and effort and come with significant restrictions. We hope this project can serve as a model and a point of pride for the city. Jeff Whedon, Neighborhood Development Specialist.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Krause. Jeff, maybe just a few comments. Sure. And we just move in for any questions. If you had any additional comments other than that between you and your attorney.
No, I think as we explained in the previous meeting is that we're concerned over any, due to the tax credit funding, we're concerned with any restrictions that would be added to it. So we really were handcuffed and couldn't get MOUs or agreements with neighboring businesses and churches and things like that. So we made our effort.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions just to clarify for me. The units, this is all income-based type units, so for veterans only?
Yes, veterans only.
Okay, so there's a serious shortage in that in this state.
There is.
And a dire need for that. So if somebody's there and they get on their feet, so to speak, and they become gainfully employed and recovered from homelessness, whatever issues they may have had, are they required to eventually move out of that facility for that reason?
They do have to report their income on an annual basis, similar to any other LHAN tax credit project. So they would have to look for other housing at some point.
But does it allow them to sort of pay more of a market rate as they transition out of there, or are they just thrown out back out?
No, I mean, that's certainly not the case. But there are different thresholds income requirement in that building, so they could just move up to the next threshold. There'll be some that are reserved for the homeless population, some reserved for 30% AMI, 6% AMI, and a few that are at 80% AMI. So there can be a change in the AMI.
So you have a range there as people
absolutely, yeah,
sort of get stabilized.
Yep.
Okay. And then the historic part of it, is the whole project under that historic?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you've dealt with the city folks as far as the historical aspects of that?
We have to apply 3 times a year. They come in increments, the state historic tax credits. So I'm in touch with the Lynn Historic Commission. They submit a letter of support every.
So I assume they have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do.
Yes.
With the property.
Yeah.
Exterior,
Yeah, and it's driving the cost up, and that's part of the reason why we, had to make a lot of changes.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you.
Yep. So Deputy Stone, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just had a comment to the board. I was just going to say that I think the letter suffices what our concern about parking. I think just going through the minutes last time, I think the this has a legitimate hardship regarding the historic aspect as well as the parking, and it also, I feel like the proximity to the central business district, I think that kind of offsets the parking. And it's literally across, as I was looking through the minutes and looking at it's literally across the street. So I feel like everything, all the information provided suffices, that we should just.
I think our concern was just that it's known that it was looked into.
Yep.
That was our concern.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this project? Yeah, no, yes. Just name and address, please.
Sure. John Tebow, 28 Oak Ridge Road, Mayor Nicholson's chief of staff. I just want to voice the mayor's support for this project. This, particularly the veterans homelessness, is something that the mayor has looked to tackle in partnership with LHAND and NDA, and we appreciate. It's been not a short process to get where we are right here, but we appreciate your consideration and the actions on behalf of LHAND and NDA to get this over the finish line. So thank you.
Thank you. No one?
Good evening, Jim Cowdell, EDIC Director for the City of Lynn. To your point regarding veteran housing, EDIC recently bought what we refer to as the old medical building on Boston Street at the corner of North Franklin Street. It is the home to the VA clinic. Every single day we hear from veterans, and it's their number one complaint or concern, which is housing. So there's a dire need for veteran housing. This is a great project, and it's been worked on for many years, so I wanted to speak in favor of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, anyone else here against this project? Anybody else? No? All right, what's the wish of the board?
I vote in favor of this project.
A second.
Who's second?
And Brandon Duffy.
Okay.
Duffy.
Member Duffy?
Yes.
To grant? Okay. Member Olson to grant?
Yes, to grant.
Member Lopez Hernandez to grant?
Yes, to grant.
Member Crowitz to grant?
Yes, to grant.
And Member Makua to grant?
Yes, the grant.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. You good, right?
And then the next one is Blossom Street.
No, I have I'm going.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Next case, thank you.
Thank you.
Case 10066, Boston Street Extension. Okay? Yep.
Members, Jim Cowdell, EDIC Director, lifelong resident of the City of Lynn. Before you tonight is the Blossom Street Extension. So I'll talk fast, but this story began in 2006. And this lot of land, and I don't know how familiar you are with it, but at the time the city owned it, it was severely contaminated. The city didn't have the resources to do anything with it. Transferred the land to EDIC. We got, I believe, 3 or 4 cleanup grants from the federal government. It's completely clean now. Mayor McGee started the commuter ferry, which hopefully that you know about. And Mayor Nicholson obviously has continued that support. Our long-term vision, and we've always told the state this, we receive, I pause the tape for a moment. We received $7 million in state and federal grants to build the facility that's down there today. And so now we have a commuter ferry. It ran last year. For the months of July and August, we had 20,000 riders. So it's pretty cool. And so this year, we're really excited because we have weekend trips. And it opens up everything. You can get on a boat in Lynn. 30 minutes later, you're in Boston. You could walk 20 steps, hop on another boat, go to P-Town, Martha's Vineyard, the Harbor Islands. So we're really excited about that. So we expect a lot of riders and commuters, and it's great for the city of Lynn. There's no negative attached to it. Our long-term vision, there's 2 lots. There are 2 lots that we now own. And long-term, not today, certainly years from now, would be to put a building there. In the first floor, there would be like a small coffee shop for the commuters, the harbor master office there,
probably a public safety office or area there. And then the second floor have something similar to like a legal seafood restaurant with the beautiful views of the harbor. So that's kind of our long-term vision, and that's money, and it's down the road a little ways. But we want to activate, we want to activate that area and just have some fun things. Music, bent water, chow pizza, things of that nature for the commuters, but also for the community. And so that's why we're here before you tonight. As you know, it's in the waterfront zone, so we need your approval. And I hope that you support it, because it's been a home run, and it's really a positive thing for the city.
Thank
So
you.
with that, I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Question, comment from members?
It's how will trash work?
Yeah, so there'll be no trash left. So after the event, the trash will be removed. That's a good question. The tents, portable tents, they will come, the day of the event, they'll be put up, they'll be gone that night. Yep.
The idea of the tents would be for people to congregate under.
Yeah.
And will there be food?
Yeah, we hope that there'll be
food or something like that.
Not food trucks, it'll be tents, and whoever's doing it will prepare the food there and serve it.
So like a catering comes in, leaves, and everything goes with it.
Yep.
Okay.
I could see it becoming a real destination. Like I can see the Boston people wanting to come to Lynn to see what we have.
Yes, they could both.
And that's our long-term goal. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this? Anyone else wish to speak against this? All right, what's the wish of the board?
To grant?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It seems like everyone's.
Second.
All right.
I propose to grant.
All in favor, let's say aye, all right?
Aye. Well, I think we still need a roll call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Member Duffy to grant?
Yes to grant.
Member Olson to grant?
Yes to grant.
Member Lopez Hernandez to grant?
Yes to grant.
Member Crowitz to grant?
Yes to grant.
And Member Makua?
Yes, to grant.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. And just like you said, which one should we jump on?
Well, the one is just looking at 16 Brookline Street to look at the plans that they brought in. That's all. They're just looking at the plans that you got on Brookline Street.
Well, we've seen the plan already, right?
Right, but you haven't voted on it
Okay.
yet.
All right.
You did see the plans.
This is the one I can't vote on. This is the one I can't vote on.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I don't think, yeah. Do you hear the case? It's been here before.
It's been here a few times.
Yeah, I don't think I was here on the first, wait a minute.
Look, hold on.
Unfortunately, since we're only 5 members here today, if one of the members did not previously hear the case, we can't vote on it. We just don't have, we don't have enough people to vote on it. So we just kind
People was
of
on the
quick check on it.
I just don't remember if I was on this case or not.
Just remind us, when was the last time you were here? It was like in March.
I got it right here.
I think I was here then.
March 19th.
March?
Yeah. Hold on. I think you were here, Terry.
Yeah, we requested the drawings.
Hold on. The people, no, you were not here.
No, I was just gonna
See right
say.
here?
I think I was in the hospital.
Right here.
Yeah, I had surgery that day.
Okay.
That's the vote.
All right, so,
It's up to you if they want to take a fourth vote.
well, it's up to them, it's not.
Right, no, but I'm just saying,
Yeah, so we can certainly continue to hear the case right now. I don't want to use the word bargain, but the 4 members that's here is now vote on it instead of 5. 7.
I didn't hear I was not here to hear the case.
You wish to come on a later date, so at least you have a better chance for more voting if you want to. It's really your call.
I apologize.
Yo necesito 4
seats. You need all 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4. Si uno vota en contra, se cae.
No creo que tenga mala suerte.
Okay. That's cool. I brought an extra one too. Yeah. Let's just remind, what did we
What was the
request
vote?
from them? Yeah, what did we request from them?
Need a set of plans showing floor plans of the first and second floor of the residence, 2 means of egress for the second floor, which we did get, and I showed
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah, I just want the rest of the members to understand, and had a chance to fully review this. If there's any additional comments, I mean, we can certainly talk about it. So just give us a quick summary again, and then we can just proceed on the voting.
Okay. So originally we came about a month ago, I want to say, it was me and my dad. Granted, there's a language barrier, so I'm here with him. And originally the house, I guess, was 2-family, converted to a 1-family a while back.
Right.
We wanted to convert it back to a 2-family, and that's why we're here. Granted, I know some of the codes have changed because the times and everything is different than back then. So we were told we had to do this, do the appeal, and that's why we're here. On the last meeting, we brought some plot plans that weren't so great. So we got a contractor, did the inside and the outside. So the, I guess, engineer did the inside of the house and the surveyor did the outside. Provided them, and now we're here for a vote.
Okay. Thank you.
These are them.
Yeah,
If you want to look at those again, those are the ones, right?
those are the main ones. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else that wish to speak in favor of this? Against this? No? All right, let's see the board.
Yes, opposed.
Second.
What did we say?
Mr. Olson,
Voted to approve? Yeah, to grant.
it goes to grants, there was no stipulation or anything.
All right. Okay. Member Duffy,
Yes, to grant.
Member Olson,
Yes, to grant.
Member Lopez Hernandez,
Yes to grant.
and Member McCool.
Yes, to grant.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
All right.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So do you think his insurance wants a certificate of the family?
Well, that will come from ISD.
Oh, so
Yeah.
so we have to request.
You have to, still have to wait for the process, there's still a grace period, just in case. What was
This
that?
is the new one, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
There's still a grace period, so you still have to go through a little process on the ZBA side, and then you'll get all that from ISD.
Just houses all over.
I think.
Sure, I'll take every one. Yep,
Okay.
I'll take everything.
She'll get back to you.
I'll tell you when to pick up. Okay?
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm gonna check those out today.
That's a lot, Sue.
Aren't there 2 more?
Yep, there's more cases.
We have.
There's 2 more cases.
Yeah, but we wanted to just get that, to
Yeah.
get that out.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Ready?
Right, next case is 100666387 Summer Street. Attorney Vitale. Can you just read that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3087 Summer Street, Lynn, Massachusetts, to petition for a finding to permit the alteration of a pre-existing non-conforming 3-family dwelling in the business district to allow for the use and occupancy of an additional dwelling unit in the basement and 3 on-site stacked parking spaces, not in conformity with 5 feet setback, and 2 spaces off-site within 75 feet of the property, finding that such uses in the business district is not substantially more detrimental than the current use pursuant to the codes. States pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may be extended or altered, provided that no such extensions or alterations shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood.
I'm Attorney Vitale. With me is Francisco Cabrera, who did the plans. The folks who own the property are non-English-speaking people. They live in an adjoining building at 355 Center Street. They own this property. And this property is in the business district. It's been always a multifamily. That makes it a non-conforming use in the business district. It's also a non-conforming structure with respect to its current dimensions. Its footprint would not change. What began as a project by them in the basement was altered by the building department because they were undertaking to put in a bathroom, furnishings, and you can have finished basements, you can have occupancy, but you need approval of the Board of Appeals if you're going to have a basement apartment. They went to Francisco, who's drawn these plans. With respect to the plans, it shows, I believe, a sprinkler system using what's called a holding tank. There are alternatives to ripping out the walls and putting sprinklers in. One of them is to put the water supply in the building. People believe that sprinklers are to put out fires. They're not to put out fires, they're to let people escape. You have to have sufficient capacity. That was one of the issues with the tank, to ensure that it sustains the protection so people can flee. Second thing about a basement apartment, that's a building code and a fire safety matter, not really a zoning matter, but there is adequate space, and the plan shows that the building would be sprinkled with that kind of alternative system. The other is what's called an emergency window, known in the trade as a dive window. It's a big enough window, actually large, wherever there's any sleeping quarters. So notwithstanding that there's still two means of egress from the basement apartment, there's also the so-called emergency window, which is also shown on the plan. And then lastly, because this building was built long before zoning and long before parking was required, in its current state, there's no requirement for parking. What we are showing is accommodating what we think is the current requirement, even though we're within walking distance of public transit. And so you can park, if you have an apartment house use, within 200 feet. I think you heard that on the Armory proposal. And here, there's a small business that's literally 2 doors down the street that has a parking lot at the rear. It has business hours. It's a small business. It's not a 24/7 or any kind of business that frequents. And so an arrangement was made, and I think a letter was filed with access to those parking spaces in addition. So from the perspective of whether the proposal is substantially more detrimental in its effect on the neighborhood, it's not more detrimental because the neighborhood is one of multi-families. And in fact, we're showing parking where some is not really required, and we're showing additional spaces that would be available. And you saw the owner of the business has signed an agreement to provide additional parking. So it solves the problem that they had with the building department. It puts sprinklers in a building that heretofore was not sprinkled. It provides emergency egress through the dive window. It's an improvement to the property. It provides additional housing for the city of Lynn, which is needed. And its effect on the neighborhood, in my judgment, is not detrimental at all, let alone substantially more detrimental. So the legal notice that you read asks that you make what is known in the trade as a 40A6 finding. That's a finding for non-conforming structures or uses that says that what is proposed is not substantially more detrimental in its impact on the neighborhood. And I would suggest to you that it already being a business zone, a residential use is a lesser use in a business district than a business, and so it would not be substantially more detrimental. The architects here, as I say, these folks are here. He speaks Spanish, and as some of you do. If you have questions for that.
Just quick comment. I'm not totally opposing the project as you requesting here. I think the neighborhood is congested. There's a lot of cars. There's a school nearby. There's a multiple mixed building and mixed use across the street. It is a very congested area. My slight comment is really maybe the amount of bedroom that you're asking today, which leads to more people living in the dwelling, right? that number will grow. So that's my only comment here, but yeah, the rest.
No, I have another comment. I do have another comment.
Two bedroom. Right, so the 2 bedroom, 3, then the 2 upstairs, right?
Yes.
And that's very, that will bring some stress to the neighborhood in terms of parking and just the amount of congestion.
Yeah.
That's just my comment on this.
Mike, I have additional comments to what you have to say. I drove by there today at a busy time, and it's not safe for the people that live there now. You're going to add more people there? I don't know whether they have a car or not. To me, it didn't matter. I would really sincerely oppose this project because there's no space on this land at all. There's no place to put garbage cans. There's no place to shovel the driveway and put the snow. There is no space for people. It's just a big house and cars. That's all it is. That's not a good way to live.
So the building's been that way since it was
You're
created.
talking about adding more people.
Adding more.
And so that's what you're coming to us for. I am not in favor of adding more people to this already congested area. That makes no sense to me.
Okay, so let's think back on both sides here, see if we had an addition, maybe you can just talk about it after, but if we hear from other members, any
I have
questions?
one quick question on the basement design. There's an electric panel on the front of the property towards the street and the frontage. I'm seeing a door there. Does it mean that if somebody needs to get into the electric panel, the person would be within the unit itself?
They will propose to remove the part of the mechanical
To the mechanical back. Okay, because right now it says electric panel in the proposed.
Yes.
Also in the mechanical room, what type of components are going to be in that room or expected to be in that room?
We propose the nothing for the water.
Okay.
Combination.
My only concern from the basement, and this has been some concerns that I've had with basement units, is that this property is within a hurricane storm surge zone. So my concern is keeping those mechanical components raised from the floor level because of flooding issues that might occur. That's my concern in terms of a design, that making sure that that is raised 6 inches from the floor. Sí, que esté por lo menos 6 pulgadas encima, porque como está en una zona de huracán, si viene el agua y llega hasta ahí y se inunda, la propiedad personal de una persona pues puede que se vea afectada.
Sí, es verdad.
Yeah, but yeah, the units I think he's proposing is wall-hung units, not floor-mounted units, but you will probably have to deal with that with ISD at some point. Yeah.
Do the owners live in this building?
No, they live nearby.
So they're the landlords?
Yes.
They living close to the house.
It's 355 Summer Street.
Yes. So, since you got any comments and questions on,
Yeah.
ask them.
I just got a couple, I was just looking at the, sort of the egresses out of the bedroom. It looks like, one of them lines up where all the trash is, so.
Yeah.
Where's that trash gonna go? Because it can't stay where it is in the photograph. Is there another place that it can be?
Your fireman egress now, your second means of egress. Yeah, but one of them is exactly where you keep your trash currently. So the question is, again, the congestion, right? Where would you put those cans?
It's in the corner, in the left side to the corner in the back.
So you have enough for 8 cans. You have enough for 8 cans back there.
Yeah, currently, you put it in right here, and this is exactly what you're proposing for the egress when we're into this basement.
No, without the.
Yeah.
That's there.
So then now you're saying you'll move those in the back, and then, I have not seen the parking plan that.
You see the chair?
Oh, that's the one, sorry.
No, so.
So he has it right here, where he's proposing the window. Yeah.
There's no plan.
Okay.
This there.
Thank you.
You can't even go out and put a chair outside.
Yeah.
The question is,
Yeah.
I'm asking.
That's not a job.
All right, so I think you heard some of our concern on this.
Space in the back for the truck. We got space in the back.
No, what I'm saying is there wouldn't contact the truck.
So, I got one more question, is sanitary, where does that leave the building and where's the clean out? Is it the clean out within the unit? for the sanitary leaving the building? Where's the clean out for that?
Oh, I don't know exactly where they.
Because I mean, is that separated from the unit? But I don't see it. Looks like it's within, it would be within the unit, so that's why it should not be in the living space.
I don't.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
Absurd.
So much space.
So,
You got one bed.
Absurd. There's priority.
The greatest space. Eliminate one bed. Put a trash on that. Okay.
Okay. So just based on some of the concerns that you've heard, especially on this side, how congestion on the space, I mean, the area will be with the addition of a 2-bedroom. What are you guys thinking? Should we still continue to move forward to this case as it is, or?
I have people who know the least about architecture.
Yeah.
But my suggestion was
to
free up more space in the basement by making it a 1-bedroom, and taking that added space and seeing if we could put a trash compactor in.
Yeah.
And that would then eliminate the 8 barrels.
I think comments here about just overall, I think it's just a big enough undertaking for the neighborhood, and I think that's really your concern.
I'm very concerned about.
So knowing that, you have to kind of put into perspective, how should we move forward with this and to go ahead and get a vote? Or should you?
Do you want us to address some of the, understand?
Yes.
When it came to me, they had done the work.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
I'm trying to help them avoid fines, penalties, cease and desist, and the loss of the money they've already invested. But that isn't to say that you couldn't address some of those concerns. And I made suggestions to the architect. My suggestions, as I said, I'm least familiar with some of this, is that I suggested, why not reduce it to a 1-bedroom?
Yeah.
Reduce the living space in the basement, free up greater space that would then allow, for example, to deal with the issue of trash, a trash compactor, which would eliminate the barrels.
Yeah.
And as I say, I could give you my, just, I understand, but you'd like to stir it on, you might as well hear it because it's something I believe, I have to persuade many people. But if you read the zone ordinance on parking, understand there was no parking required in the city of Lynn until 1964, okay? And when they came in 1964, they knew that there were many houses that didn't have parking. So they said this, they said that as long, you keep what you have, but as long as you didn't enlarge the building, okay? And we're not enlarging the building, okay? Or enlarge the use. So in my philosophical, I'll give you the difference in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, we're a residential use, okay? So the difference between, I understand that wasn't great math, but I know that 4 is more than 3, okay? But 4 is a difference of degree. It's not a difference of use because this is a multi-family use already. So it may be 3, it may be 4, but if I was going to have a different use than what is there, then I would say that's an enlargement of the use. It's a different use, but it's the same use.
Well,
it's the same manner.
But this will be more detrimental to the neighborhood.
But notwithstanding that, I wanted, because I agree with respect to parking, and we were fortunate that 2 doors down, the gentleman is going to make spaces available to us. We only asked him for 2. I'm certain we could ask him for more. It's a small door, but
I know exactly what you're referring to.
at the back, it's got a parking. Yeah. So I tried to address parking because apartment use can have parking within 200 feet. We measured it 74 feet from this address to 2 houses down to provide additional.
So what if that the store comes back in front of us, he wants to build up? So now you won't have enough parking.
He's non-conforming.
Right.
In the business.
So now we're making the other one even more or less conforming.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one?
the cell phone.
No, but he has no, again, because that's been there, there's no parking requirement to that store, okay? So there is parking, but there's no parking requirement.
No, I understand
I
that.
understand, but it doesn't change the fact that it'll be more congested if there's.
We get 4 additional parking or 3 additional parking.
1 year from now, whether we're here or you're here, there will be more congestion. That's.
And that's trying to avoid that today.
It's how you deal with it.
That's not. Yeah.
It's not that we can stop more people. The state's mandating 7,500 and something more units in the city of Lynn, okay?
I don't know that that's true. Mr. Lamanna, is that true? Thank you.
So with that said, how do you wish us to proceed? Because we're ready to
Well,
what's the next case? No.
I've asked him whether we could reduce the number of bedrooms.
Sure.
Put in a trash compactor, change that plan to try to address it.
That'll be, I guess that will be a continuous thing. You change the design, but I don't think it would change the views here from.
It's not going to change my opinion. You're asking them to spend more money.
You know, I mean, I don't think that's going to change some of this members' view here today.
Well,
That was my concern. You know, that was, thank you. I appreciate that. That was my concern.
And I was also trying to address the concern that somebody had about the barrels.
Yeah. So
I think there's a way to deal with that.
I will say, you take another stab at this and then come back to us. And by then you will also have more members there to hear the case.
Yeah, but again, these are I'm not.
I understand that. I understand that. You're certainly just trying to help.
And he's got to explain it to these folks so they.
So I guess maybe you should definitely ask for continuous instead of.
Yeah, so I don't
understand.
Somebody should explain to them what's going on.
First of all, in order for them to continue and make it better, whatever that is going to be, they're going to have to spend more money. And so the question is, why are we making them go spend more money if we're not all?
Well, it's up to them. It's up to them to.
They've done the work, okay? So they're trying to preserve the work that they did. The second is that they already have a plan, and we're trying to make the plan improve. I'm just saying here that I didn't draw the plan.
What work has been done already?
All the work.
All the work, including
They did the work without any permitting, without asking anybody. They just did it. So I personally don't care that they spent that money. It was done illegally.
You're the attorney, so you have to speak to your clients and how you.
He's got to speak with them.
Okay.
That's why it agreements to them. I understood of any.
So what do you wish us to do right now?
I'd like to get to continue so he could explain to them. I don't know what they've understood about this. I know that
So you would like to continue the case so
Yeah,
so
so
they can make a
he can
decision.
explain it to them.
That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
This is already a reality.
Yeah. Okay.
June 4th.
Is that the wish of the board?
Yeah, I'll continue.
Okay, I make a motion to continue the case.
All right, roll call, please.
Are we continuing to June 4th?
Today's a month from now?
Yeah.
There isn't
There's no
2
other
weeks.
case, there's no other cases on.
That's fine. I mean, I just what the next meeting was.
Yeah, we're gonna skip that one, because, we'll skip that one, we'll do a month, June 4th.
June 4th.
June,
Yeah,
that'll give him plenty.
plenty of time. But again, currently, we're not asking you anything to do anything. I just want to
Thank you for your opportunity.
Yeah, we're not asking you to do anything.
But I feel obliged to be able to have them understand.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Is that a roll call?
Yeah. Member Duffy, to continue to June 4th?
Yes, you can.
Member Olson?
Yes, to continue.
Member Lopez Hernandez?
Yes, to continue.
Member Crowitz?
Yes, sir.
Yes, to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's stay right.
All right.
Let's stay right what you just before.
Shoot.
Oh, yeah, yes.
You're staying, you have another case, right?
Yes.
Last case of the night, is 10645 Eston Street.
Right. Again, I'm attorney McCallum, this is Bob Matero. This home had a fire, it was electrical, in November of 2023. Bob came and sought information about rebuilding, and we discovered two things. A, I didn't know as much as I thought I did, and secondly, the proposal that he had, I brought to the building commission. I exchanged information. The information I exchanged was I showed that there was a three-family from 1925 on to 1963 when they came up with this crazy division of the lots, which made this lot irregularly shaped, kind of goes back, and the numbers switched. It became 5 when it was once 7, and the three-family was gone. And in 1990-something, 95, I believe, someone came to the Board of Appeals and got a variance to build a single family. So I thought I could convert the single family to a two-family if I didn't increase any of the nonconformities, and I could meet the parking. And we had a plan prepared by Mr. Reed. In other words, we're not changing the footprint of the building. We're going to add a storage central. But, and I provided the 1926 directory, I think you have the 1963 plan, the 1995 variance, and the building commissioner said, I don't think that I can give you a permit to go, even though one families have special protection under 40A6, because the Board of Appeals said it was a single family. I think if you wanted to be a two-family, you got to go back to the Board of Appeals. So I'm here to say we're not changing the footprint. We have the parking, and it's a permitted use in the R4 district, and that essentially we'd be.
So you're just changing the use group. You're changing from.
It was a three-family once. The three families gone.
Right.
Then they came back
in 95.
They had permission to build a single. Then the fire has occurred, and we would like to rebuild it as a two. With the second level.
Well, so let's for a second, let's just forget about when it was a three family. So let's just start with 95.
Flory, just a second. I didn't get a chance to read.
Three family until 1963.
No, we can still read that after, yeah. So 95 was
so then
a single family.
Three family got torn down.
Yeah, I get it, but then a single family was built, and it's always been a single family since the mid 90s up until 2022.
Yeah, I'm 35.
Right?
Yeah.
So as a single family. But now, and you have the right to build your single family.
Right.
But now you are just asking us to see if you can go from a 1 to a 2.
In the same footprint.
Okay. Just in the same footprint.
And having the on-site parking.
That isn't what was requested in.
All right, so let's just go ahead and just give us a brief moment. Let's just go ahead and read what was publicized on the to the public.
So what was requested of this, so what is this?
I didn't read this.
Okay. To petition pursuant to MGL C40A S6 for a finding to permit the reconstruction of a pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling damaged by fire on a lot in the R4 apartment house district with less than the required lot area. 5027 square feet were plus or minus 10,000 square feet is required, and less than the required frontage of 48 square feet. 48, it should be lineal feet, or 75 feet is required. Finding that such a use is not substantially more detrimental than the prior structures on the lot pursuant to MGLC 48 S6 and section 7.5 of the City of Lynn Zone Ordinance. MGLC 40 S.6 states pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may be extended or altered, provided that no such extension or alteration shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood.
Okay, Sam, by hearing that, I think between you and Jim, I think what was read here and what you're saying today does not add up. You know, there's no way here you mentioned two family.
No.
This was.
It's just a single family dwelling.
So the house burned in 2022, right? Am I saying this right? And then you have the right to build a single family.
Absolutely.
I would think so.
And this is what was advertised, the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
newspaper and the public read.
Yeah.
Public read to reconstruct a single family
Yeah.
dwelling, not a two.
That might be a wish, I'm just saying, right? But that's not what it was publicized. You understand what I'm saying? And it has to be public first before you can even give it what you want. You have every single right to build one family.
There you go.
We can build.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just told them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read the front, top.
This is what was,
That's what he typed.
that's what he turned in.
Yeah.
Here's the letter, I can give you the letters between me and Don.
Well, that's fine, but that's not what was,
That's not what you turned in.
that's not what you turned in.
So I didn't even look at that house for a two-family. I looked at that house.
Yeah, you're asking to rebuild your house as is, as a single.
Don had said to me, you have requested an opinion on the expansion of the single family into a two-family and allowed use for a common district.
But that's not how it was advertised.
Constructed after the issuance of a permit via variance of the Lynn Board of Appeals.
Sam, I understand all that. That was a correspondence between you and Mike Donovan's, but that's not the request that came to the ZBA. That was directly with the ISD as an opinion to him as a chief building.
Zoning determination.
Yeah, but that's not what we received here, and that's not what was on the newspaper.
So all we can do is vote on,
Yeah.
we can only vote on a single-family residence tonight. That's the only thing we can vote.
We don't need it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, but that's what's on here.
That's what was applied for.
I'm just responding to what was given to us.
I understand that he's telling you that you are allowed to by coming in front of us so we can vote on it.
So
true, that's fine, but that's not what, we won't vote on it because there's no petition in front of us for that.
So, well, I can come back.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Come back, bring us drawings, the whole 9 yard.
Because.
And then.
Amend the application.
And, the guys will.
The commission said that any expansion would require the approval of the Board of Appeals through the issuance of another variance on the modification of the existing variance.
Right, but that's not what we got.
We agree with him and we agree with you.
Yeah.
We're not disputing that at all.
No, you're looking to just get approval to rebuild the house, and then you're gonna come back and look for approval with a separate application.
He's got up until November to rebuild the house in the same footprint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, so you can do that.
Yeah, you can certainly do that, but I don't think.
But if he wants to.
That's not what he wants.
No. But if he wants to expand it, then.
Yes.
We have to resubmit.
You have to resubmit by next month,
June 4th?
Today's a month from now?
Yeah.
There isn't
There's
but
no
2
other
weeks.
case, there's no other cases on.
That's fine. I mean, I said what the next meeting was.
Yeah, I think we're gonna skip that one, because, we'll skip that one, we'll do a month, June 4th.
June 4th.
June,
Yeah.
that'll give him plenty.
Plenty of time. But again, currently, we're not asking you anything to do anything. I just want
Thank you for your opportunity.
Yeah, we're not asking you to do anything.
But I feel obliged to be able to have them.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Is that a roll call?
Yeah. Member Duffy, to continue to June 4th?
Yes, you say.
Member Olson?
Yes, to continue.
Member Lopez Hernandez?
Yes, to continue.
Member Crowitz?
Yes.
Yes, to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's stay right.
All right.
Let's stay right what you just proposed.
Shoot.
Oh, yeah, yes.
You're staying, you have another case, right?
Yes.
Last case of the night, is 10645 Eston Street.
Right. Again, I'm attorney McCallum, Matero. This home had a fire, it was electrical, in November of 2023. Bob came and sought information about rebuilding. And we discovered two things. I didn't know as much as I thought I did. And secondly, the proposal that he had, I brought to the building commission. I exchanged information The information I exchanged was I showed that it was a three-family from 1925 on to 1963, when they came up with this crazy division of the lots, which made this lot irregularly shaped, kind of goes back, and the numbers switched. It became 5 when it was once 7, and the three-family was gone. And in 1990-something, 95, I believe, someone came to the Board of Appeals and got a variance to build a single family. So I thought I could convert the single family to a two-family if I didn't increase any of the non-conformities, and I could meet the parking. And we had a plan prepared by Mr. Reed. In other words, we're not changing the footprint of the building. We're going to add a store, essentially. But, and I provided the 1926 directory, I think you have the 1963 plan, the 1995 variance, and the building commissioner said, I don't think that I can give you a permit to go, even though one families have special protection under 40A6, because the Board of Appeals said it was a single family. I think if you wanted to be a two-family, you got to go back to the Board of Appeals. So I'm here to say we're not changing the footprint. We have the parking, and it's a permitted use in the R4 district, and that essentially
you're just changing the use group. You're changing from.
It was a three-family once. The three families gone.
Right.
Then they came back
in 95.
They had permission to build a single. Then the fire has occurred, and we would like to rebuild it as a two. With the second level.
Well, so let's for a second, let's just forget about when it was a three family. So let's just start with 95.
Flory, just a second. I didn't get a chance to read.
Three family until 1963.
No, we can still read that after, yeah. So 95 was
so then
a single family.
Three family got torn down.
Yeah, I get it, but then a single family was built, and it's always been a single family since the mid 90s up until 2022.
Yeah, up until 5.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a single family. But now, and you have the right to build your single family.
Right.
But now you are just asking us to see if you can go from a 1 to a 2.
In the same footprint.
Okay.
And having the on-site parking.
That isn't what was requested in.
All right, so let's just go ahead and just give us a brief moment. Let's just go ahead and read what was publicized on the to the public.
So what was requested of this, so what is this?
I didn't read this.
Okay. To petition pursuant to MGL C40A S6 for a finding to permit the reconstruction of a pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling damaged by fire on a lot in the R4 apartment house district with less than the required lot area. 5027 square feet were plus or minus 10,000 square feet is required, and less than the required frontage of 48 square feet. 48, it should be lineal feet, or 75 feet is required. Finding that such a use is not substantially more detrimental than the prior structures on the lot pursuant to MGLC 48 S6 and section 7.5 of the City of Lynn Zone Ordinance. MGLC 40 S.6 states pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may be extended or altered, provided that no such extension or alteration shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood.
Okay, Sam, by hearing that, I think between you and Jim, I think what was read here and what you're saying today does not add up. You know, there's no way here you mentioned two family.
No.
This was. So,
it's just a single family dwelling.
So the house burned in 2022, right? Am I saying this right? And then you have the right to build a single family.
Absolutely.
And this is what was advertised.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Newspaper and the public read.
Yeah.
Public read to reconstruct a single family dwelling, not a two.
That might be a wish, I'm just saying, right? But that's not what it was publicized. You understand what I'm saying? And it has to be public first before you can even give it a warrant. You have every single right to build one family.
There you go.
we can build.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just told him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read the front, top.
This is what was,
That's what he typed.
that's what he turned in.
Yeah.
Here's the letter, I can give you the letters between me and Don.
Well, that's fine, but that's not what was,
That's not what you turned in.
that's not what you turned in.
So I didn't even look at that house for a two-family. I looked at that house.
Yeah, you're asking to rebuild your house as is, as a single.
Don had said to me, you have requested an opinion on the expansion of the single family into a two-family and allowed use for
Right.
common district.
But that's not how it was advertised.
Constructed after the issuance of a permit by a variance of the Lynn Board of Appeals.
Sam, I understand all that. That was a correspondence between you and Mike Donovan's, but that's not the request that came to the ZBA. That was directly with the ISD as an opinion to him as a chief building.
Zoning determination.
Yeah, but that's not what we received. Yeah, and that's not what was on the newspaper.
So
This is the
vote on,
application.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
on a.
we can
yeah,
only
it-
vote on a single-family residence tonight. That's the only thing we can
But
vote.
we don't need it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, but that's what's on.
That's what was applied for.
I'm just responding to what was given to us. with the zoning.
I understand that he's telling you that you are allowed to by coming in front of us so we can vote on it.
So,
True, that's fine, but that's not, we won't vote on it because there's no petition in front of us for that.
well, I can come back?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Come back, bring us drawings, the whole 9 yard,
Because
and then,
Amend the application.
and, the guys will.
Or withdrawing.
the commissioner said that any expansion would require the approval of the Board of Appeals through the issuance of another variance on the modification of the existing variance.
Right, but that's not what we got.
We agree with him, and we agree with you.
Yeah.
We're not disputing that at all.
Now, you're looking to just get approval to rebuild the house, and then you're gonna come back and look for approval with a separate application.
He's got up until November to rebuild the house in the same footprint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, so you
Yeah.
can do that.
Yeah, you can certainly do that, but I don't think,
But if he wants to.
That's not what he wants.
No. But if he wants to expand it, then.
Yes.
You would
We have to resubmit.
you have to resubmit by next month, make sure that.
apply to November 3rd.
It's not even a continuation. It's a different.
Semi-France. And then you have to bring us the whole 9 yard, everything that require us so you can hear the case, all the drawings. For us to know, the heights, footprints, bedroom, like the 7 bedroom in there, or the 20, we have to see all that.
I mean, I see on the sheet of paper that's attached in the application, but I don't see if this is from an architect. I don't see.
It's not sent.
Yeah, they condemned the house because it was an electrical fire, so the system's gone.
So, we will have to, there's no case here. Yeah, we have to, without prejudice. You don't have a case there. You can go and start building eggs whenever you get a permit. The single family,
Right.
but not the multifamily.
But if he chooses to do that,
You're gonna apply for
You're
it.
gonna have to apply for it, come in front of us. Okay, all good?
Sorry.
All right.
Okay, so vote.
We have to vote
To dismiss without
we don't
prejudice.
withdraw this, right? Sam, we'll withdraw without prejudice.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah.
Who's seconding it?
I second.
Okay. To withdraw without prejudice.
All right.
Member Duffy, to withdraw without,
Yes to
Member Olson, to withdraw without prejudice.
Yes, to withdraw without
Member
prejudice.
Lopez Hernandez, to.
Yes to withdraw without.
Yes.
Member Mickelwell.
Yes, without prejudice. Motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't understand what's going on when he's talking about a two-family house. What are you talking about?
So that.
apply to November 3rd.
It's not even a continuation. It's a different.
Semi-France. And then you have to bring us the whole 9 yard, everything that require us so you can hear the case, all the drawings. For us to know, the heights, footprints, bedroom, like the 7 bedroom in there, or the 20, we have to see all that.
I mean, I see on the sheet of paper that's attached in the application, but I don't see if this is from an architect. I don't see a seal.
It's not sent.
Yeah, they condemned the house because it was an electrical fire, so the system's gone.
So, we will have to, there's no case here. Yeah, we have to, without prejudice. You don't have a case here. You can go and start building next, whenever you get permit. The single family,
Right.
but not the multifamily.
But if he chooses to do that,
He's gonna apply for
You're
it.
gonna have to apply for it, come in front of us. Okay, sounds good?
Sorry,
All right.
Okay, the vote?
We have to vote
to dismiss without
we
prejudice.
withdraw this, right? Same, we'll withdraw without prejudice.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah.
Who's seconding it?
I second.
Okay. To withdraw without prejudice.
All right.
Member Duffy, to withdraw without,
Yes, to
Member Olson, to withdraw without prejudice.
Yes, to withdraw without
Member
prejudice.
Lopez Hernandez, to.
Yes, to withdraw without.
Yes.
Member Mickelwell.
Yes, without prejudice. Motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I now call this meeting to order on this May 8th, 2024 for the City of Lynn's Food Policy Council's meeting. And we are going to jump to roll call. So, Greater Lynn Senior Services, Catholic Charities, Leo, absent, Lynn Community Health Center, is the designation here, absent. The Food Project, all right, North Shore Medical Center is supporting UMass Extension Nutrition Program.
Here.
Salvation Army, Creative Collective,
Here.
My Brother's Table, New American Center,
Here.
New Lynn Coalition, and Democus Family YMCA is absent. All right. And next we have, let's approve the minutes from our last meeting. I know it's an update from the committees, but let's approve the minutes from 4:10. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
All right. Do I have a
Second.
All right. Roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services, New American Center,
Yes.
UMass Extension,
Yeah.
Creative
Yes.
Collective,
Yep.
Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, My Brother's Table. All right, minutes are approved from 4:10. Got that? All right, rolling along. Updates from the committees. The Food Project, who chairs the Resident Engagement Subcommittee. Please take us away. Great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everyone. We have been hosting 4 meetings with residents. In the past meetings, we had between 12 to 15 residents who have been consistently showing up. We're seeing 4 reoccurring residents who are coming, so we're seeing folks who are excited and interested in talking about the specific work happening in the room. Major themes that have been showing up are in 4 buckets. Residents are interested in wanting to explore food education in correlation to school food. So really thinking about how to have younger folks think about their access to food, what food means for them, and also just explaining nutritious food to residents and wanting folks to learn more about how to have nutritious and culturally relevant diets. So folks want to have more food education pieces. One big theme that was showing up was around composting. So folks are interested in wanting to learn about sustainability. Folks are not as happy with how Lynn takes care of sustainable practices. So wanting to, have that be in the forefront and thinking about that in correlation to food, especially with uptake of community gardens that are in the areas. So wanting to have that incorporated. Accessibility was a big theme that was also brought up as well. So wanting to think about folks' access to food, the demand for culturally relevant food, and then also folks' accessibility as well. So vehicle and transportation is also showing up around that as well. Another piece was around gardens, of course, so thinking about food sovereignty, how to get folks more invested in having autonomy over the food that they grow and having curated spaces. The theme that was brought up too was a good segment of conversation on development in Lynn, how that's taking up a lot of space for growing food, so wanting to preserve some more parks and securance that for access to that measure. And then last but not least, affordability. With inflation rates that are going on, folks are having a hard time purchasing food, so really thinking about how do you have emergency food really not only be food that fills our bodies, but food that is actually good for us. So folks are wanting more fresh produce, we're having more access to things that are culturally relevant as well. Big theme of cultural relevancy was being brought up about these meetings. We have our last session for this round coming up next week, Saturday. So from that Saturday, we'll be building out the steering committee. Because folks have been consistently showing up, we're looking to have that become the steering committee, and folks are showing up not only for the gift cards that they're getting, but also wanting to share their experience about the food and living the state.
All right. Thank you for that huge update. And some of the themes that you were talking about showed up in just the action summary of our food action plan here. So it's all correlating. And Ludi, I'm going to put you on the spot and let me know if you don't have this information, but I know there are a few different events coming up for the food project. So in addition to sending that out to all of us, do you think you could just let us all know what's in store?
Yeah, so we have our spring markets that are going to be taking place. Those spring markets are going to be May 11th, May 25th, June 8th, and June 22nd. And that will be taking place at on Burnham Street from 11 to 3 p.m. We are moving locations for the summer market, which is huge, and it's also going to be at a space where it's easily accessible by seniors. So really thinking about accessibility and listening to that. So we're going to be at the Central Square. Sorry, we are at the Central Square. We're going to be at the Commons. So right where the big pavilion is, it's on right in that area. That's where the market's going to be. So we're starting to get folks aware that the market is relocating and then trying to build that out as well. We're going to be hosting a walking tour that's taking place this Saturday. So uplifting some of the treasures that's in the city, our youth are leading that. So they're going to do a tour around the downtown area and share some of the businesses that are there, community-based organizations, just uplifting the work that folks are doing. And last but not least, we're going to be having a plant sale, seedling sale, which will be coming up later on in May.
Right. So how can we sign up for the walk this Saturday?
So I can email the form so folks can be able to sign up, but it's really open to the general public.
All
So
right.
if you need to sign up, folks can just show up during those times. So it'll be 4 different tour times that folks can do.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. And just to remind the Resident Engagement Subcommittee that there is $4K for stipends, and then there's $4K for implementation of whatever happens from the priorities and our community food assessment. All right, so moving on, all great stuff. Thank you for that. I was getting lots of questions, and it sounds like things are going along swimmingly. So, all righty, we move on to our next topic under new business, which is approval of the mission statement. Do I have a motion to open debate on this?
I'll make a motion to open debate.
Second.
All right, roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services.
Yes.
New American Center.
Yes.
UMass Extension.
Yes.
Creative Collective. Catholic Charities. Salvation Army. The Food Project. New Lynn Coalition. My Brother's Table. All right, debate opened. So, this actually came up a few different times, most recently with Tia and the Creative Collective, who is working on our outreach and engagement strategy. This actually came, or I was asked about this from the mayor's office because they were working on our website. And then Tia again came along. And then I believe I was in Boston and someone was asking about, like, you know, what's our mantra? And so this is something that this should be important to us, and I think it's worthy of debating and actually approving a mission statement. And I say approving a mission statement because we did work on this sometime in December, I believe, what was it, December 12th or something like that? And we went through an exercise with December 13th, excuse me. We went through an exercise with the folks at MAPC. We went through a few different iterations, and we landed on one here that I am going to read out. So, Lynn's residents eat well and without worry about being able to afford food that nourishes them and their families. Food in Lynn is celebrated, affordable, culturally reflective of the city's diversity, nutritious, easy to get, and supports broader goals of health and economic opportunity. A strong network of city and community partners strategize to address the root causes of food insecurity and inequitable food access, build relationships, advance policies, deliver programs, and leverage resources in service of growing a vibrant, resilient, and just food system. That is what we last landed on. Do we have any thoughts? Anything that we want to change? Should we revisit it?
I don't know, hearing what was talking about moving the market to be more accessible to seniors. I don't know if you want to be able to say accessible.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's part of it. In terms of older folks and people who are disabled.
That is a great point.
So in the second sentence, it says easy to get, but maybe changing that to accessible, just so it kind of.
Do you think it's necessary to say, like, could you say all Lynn residents eat well? Like, can you deliver everything?
All.
I don't know, that's just me talking.
No, I think that's a great idea. Any other?
So I was thinking easy to get as both affordable and or accessible. So maybe affordable and accessible.
So instead of easy to get, it would be affordable and accessible.
Affordable's in there already.
Twice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mabel.
So, all right.
Yeah, super cheap.
All right. For food programs. I mean, this hits all of the areas that I like, but I want to make sure that we are all right with this.
I now remember this conversation. Sorry, there's always so much going on. I remember this conversation because of the comment warm and fuzzy, because I think I said that it was warm and fuzzy.
Yeah. I actually do remember that warm and, yeah. All right.
Vision statement or a mission
Yeah.
statement?
Right.
It's a mission. It's meant to be used interchangeably.
We did a workshop at the Long, our mission statement, and they encouraged us to have a vision statement, which is very expansive and explains it.
Yep.
But they wanted us to have a mission statement that we could say in one sentence, like.
Your mom,
And you could actually, and I actually memorized it, like, it's short and sweet.
I can't memorize this.
I just can't imagine myself if someone says to me, hey, what does this group do? And I'm like,
Yeah.
quick, like,
I agree, yeah.
sentence thing that we
Yeah.
could actually
Yeah.
memorize or have.
What would that one?
Throw an idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, you're addressing the food in the city of Lynn by making it affordable and accessible. That's what we,
That would be for the one-liner.
yeah.
I say we throw that to workshop. I like it. Let's little.
So it'll be
Yes.
providing the citizens or the residents of Lynn with affordable and accessible food.
Should we? Do you think that we should approve this as a vision statement, and then we use one of our Wednesday calls to kind of whittle down like a one-liner?
Yes.
I want to take that.
Yeah.
From my understanding, there's the vision statement, you're right, and then the mission, I didn't even think of this, but the mission statement is usually something that is like 5 years, you take it for 5 years and then you adjust it based on what you've learned.
And it should be something quick that you can just like recall it, no, too much time. We just plug this into AI and say, turn this.
No, not AI.
Exactly. True story. I make a motion to vote for this to be our vision statement.
I second that.
Unless there's any, sorry.
Yeah, so I make a motion to, well, technically this isn't our so all right, I make a motion to accept this as our vision statement, including all in front of Lynn's residence, removing easy to get and replacing that with accessible. And as part of this motion, we will revisit at our next meeting the one-liner. I think that's it.
I like it.
All right, I have a second for that.
Second.
All right.
Good job.
Roll call, please. Greater Lynn Senior Services,
Yes.
New American Center,
Yes.
UMass Extension,
Yes.
Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, and My Brother's Table. Chair, yes, I have been voting. Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So we will revisit that, and that is effectively our vision statement, and we can come up with our one-liner from that. And great, that was a great conversation, everyone, because like that, it is really important to highlight vision statement versus that one-liner, because a one-liner is like, you should be able to just remember that, as opposed to,
Instead of telling people I'm going to that food thing.
yeah, which I'm guilty of sometimes. I am.
What's your one liner?
What was mine?
You said you have it memorized. Zero.
Oh, table.
Table, yeah.
To nourish our community every day through free meals, hospitality, and unconditional love.
Boom. Yeah, that's.
Quick and easy. What you went through like. But it's easy to remember. Yeah.
Or maybe, yeah, actually, I like our idea. I don't think MAPC needs to. I think we have this. All right, so we have approved our vision statement. Way to go, everyone. And we move on to our next topic, which is feedback on MAPC's Community Food Assessment Summary Document. Do I have a motion to open debate on that?
Second.
Motion to open debate.
And second, a roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services, New American Center, UMass Extension, Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, and My Brother's Table. All right, debate opened. So what do y'all think? Did anything stand out? Did anything, is there anything not included? Does this pass the smell test? I can say that based on what Ludia and the Food Project was saying, there were lots of
correlates.
Yeah, so I'm curious what y'all think. I can just take a moment to. So 269 questionnaires. That's a way to go, y'all. That's quite the snapshot.
I have a question about mobile markets. Notre Dame is not doing those anymore.
Food bank? I thought, well, I heard that there's a truck that comes down to North Shore Community College, right? Like,
They have one, yeah.
Yeah, they have one.
They have one, but it's for seniors and veterans. I mean, sorry, students and veterans.
okay.
Set up.
I think every other one that's, once it's in Danvers, once it's in Lynn.
I think so.
Okay, huh.
But is that the only mobile market?
Well, Food Project
The
has a
food
mobile
project
market.
has.
And then,
And then
Bliss
Lynn,
House.
Yeah, we have one.
And Lynn Community Health Center had, well, that's
Yeah,
not a
they
mice.
have. The Connery School has a
No, I mean,
once a month.
do they deliver to you?
No, we've been delivering to different small centers, but now that the market is moving, it's at a central location where it's getting all of the small centers in specific system.
So do you go to Boston?
No, we're gonna get from the box. So from
Right, so we used to have it delivered and they stopped delivering.
We did our closed delivery, our regular runs, we had to.
Yeah, see, I think the food bank used to post these ones where they would bring the each and all the stuff.
Greater Boston Food Bank as well. Oh, I don't even, yeah.
It's the same pantry.
Yeah.
Is
job site.
yeah, and they mentioned that they may have extra produce, and so I don't know if that's something that would be an option as well.
Noted.
That's a loss since they did this survey.
That's, we should, yes.
They don't do those anymore. It's like we have to.
the mobile market for North Shore Community College is in Lynn every February, March, April, May is what I'm looking at now. It's open to North Shore Community College students, faculty, and staff.
So not the public.
Yeah.
But do we, like, if we collectively were to look at the drop-in location where we refer our clients, right? We want to pick a central location for a suggestion
So,
coming from this group.
So imagine over here, like folks are coming using the pantry. Now, is this not an accessible location?
so, from what I understand, even, and Diane, Christine, you'd be able to probably speak to this really well. Being selected as like a drop site from the Greater Boston Food Bank is like a task, right? And which requires like, I mean, we could definitely launch a campaign. That campaign would involve like getting, yeah, and including, you know, Senator Crichton, like our local elected officials to really advocate for this, because from what I'm understanding, though, it's I'm not gonna say impossible or hard, but there's lots of things that you have to.
It's like a lot of us, like they send them every month, their open jobs they have there, and they really walked back. I understand that they're just short staffed, so they walk back a lot of their deliveries and do something. I don't think they're now, like, it's just.
Yeah.
Right.
I think their transportation department's like lacking.
We just don't have enough employees, so.
Would the goal of this be bringing more food to Lynn or bringing food to different people inside Lynn? Or what?
That's
what's the objective?
That's what would be.
Almost action center.
I'd imagine, so on my end, it would be to make sure that you all have enough produce and resources. And also, I know that, like, I haven't given that, like, a thorough thought, and there's other things that we could be doing if we were to establish a drop site in Lynn. But, like, my first priority would be to make sure that, like, your organizations have.
And the plan talks about extending mobile markets to different locations in the city. So, yeah, to your point.
I know that we're kind of top downing with this food plan, kind of reviewing like what are we going to do and how are we going to solve all the. There's a lot of things in here.
Yep.
I wonder. I'm a very visual learner. I'd love to see, and maybe this is something I put on the website, a map with a location of all the mobile markets and all the farmers markets and all the pantries.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've ever visually seen a map of what the food coverage looks like. Did MAPC give us one? Or-
So
and I missed
MAPC would probably come to, and this also speaks to your
Exactly.
point,
It's like the
Natasha.
next-
Natasha
good
reached out to
segue
me
to the next one.
and
Yeah.
was saying this, but they would, MAPC would reach out to our organizations, most likely the Food Project, and like ask for, so they could make it for us, but it would only be as good as like the data that they have type of deal. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Is that something that we can do as a?
You created it during COVID.
absolutely. I mean, if,
The resources.
The resources,
Yeah.
the guide.
I-
You did.
Yeah.
I think, I'm in a central location, so it's at this charity. But I don't know, like, you know, here it's this location for this side of the town.
If we can work from your list.
And you guys, of course.
Which Chris took over and updated and made it good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I know.
So all of us have permits,
yes.
and so what all bodegas, like, we could probably get a list from the city of all the licensed food places, and we could put like where the bodegas are, where the grocery stores are.
I think I have one. It's updated.
I was gonna say, because the city got like stuff from mutual aid Lynn, like during
Exactly.
So, I mean, we could definitely, well,
All the permits.
that's above, so I can inquire about, you know how that goes, Diane? I can inquire about getting those licenses and like, there's no reason why like we shouldn't because that's public record. So I'll make a note to myself.
So do we want to, that's huge. That's a big list with all the bodegas and the supermarkets and stuff, like all, and the restaurants.
Yes.
That's a lot.
We want to just focus on the food pantries and markets.
So I think
it should be everything. It should be there.
In the action summary, they have restaurants in here too.
Oh, they
So,
do?
yeah.
I mean, Lydia, how do you,
Overlays, like one overlay is like the restaurants, one
Yeah.
is like the bodegas, one's
question, y'all? Who or what organization would take this on, or who would the collaborators
So what
be?
I'm saying is, I wonder if as we build out, or as I'm building out, so I'm supposed to be doing this, right? As I build out the webpage, would it be helpful? Definitely the resource list should be on there. I have a list of things I wanted to run by you guys of what I think should be there. So resource list, absolutely.
The guide should be there.
I'm wondering about an actual map, like a Google map with like pinpoints in it. That's like,
So we have fellows who were working with us 2 years ago, we put one together.
oh,
So I
see.
think that we can use that as a launching pad to work on.
that'd be amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's
But the list is updated?
I'll put it in email.
so. Next steps from this conversation is the resident engagement subcommittee will will email a template to. Well, you can send it to all of us. And then.
Ask me stuff too, so we can just work on it.
All right. So
Okay.
how would this?
I was going to say that you may want to talk to a project that's going on in the Merrimack Valley, which is putting together a whole digital library on resources. And I can give you the contact for that.
Is that a library or somebody else?
No, it's a food partnership resiliency, which covers 5 cities and towns, which is based out of Lawrence Groundworks. And we have a grant from the Essex County
Foundation.
County Foundation, and that would be a possible funding source for it. And the other thing, which is really key in terms of mapping, is the vendors for SNAP and WIC, because those are access points
Absolutely.
that meet certain food standards.
Yes, and then I'm gonna. So Nick, Eunice is also, and just the navigators here also. Don't they oversee like kind of a food
Yes, the
resource guide?
Food resource guide, yeah.
How do you think you can? I'm thinking of ways of integrating that, right? Just so it's not like this.
Right, I think it's on Phoenix Food Hub's website. I'm not
All
sure,
right.
but we
So
could-
I think we should link in Phoenix and Unison that as well. So
The mutual aid resource list went to the Phoenix Food Hub. And they updated it, and I have a login for it that you guys provided.
Perfect.
So we can log into it, but I don't know if other people can log into it.
Right, and then
To
if
even
we,
see it, or?
Yeah.
if it's only login, how do we share with?
So I thought login was
I
to
wasn't
edit
sure.
it, not to.
Oh, okay, just
view
edit.
it,
Okay.
yeah.
Is there a viewable, like?
There should be, I'll double check with Eunice, but.
I'll pull it up.
and also just something with a living document. If things change, times, locations, we've got to be on the ball to update that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion to move a mapping project into a subcommittee because it's a big task.
Actually, that's quite right. All right. Resident Engagement Subcommittee.
I think it could be its own, so that it could be
Should we? No, we shouldn't table this because this is important.
Can,
Should we establish?
This is something that I really wanted us to be able to do, but I don't know if we have the funding. So when we did Visit Lynn, one of the reasons I really wanted to work on this community engagement project is because of the Visit Lynn. I'm gonna kind of show this side and then this side. So if this is the website for Visit Lynn that maps, and yes, we had to go in and put this all in by hand, but this has a physical map. This has a destination, location, and contact information. For
And
each
what it is, right?
destination, and what it is, and then it's got layers. So if you just want to see where the restaurants are in Lynn, and this is downtown Lynn, it's in the cultural district. If you just want to see the restaurants, this is all powered by a Google map. So let me come back over here so you guys, and I can show as much as I can. So if we look at the Visit Lynn, this is, if you could explore on Visit Lynn, it's the downtown cultural district website. So here's the map, here's the different restaurants and locations. This map will change, that's the restaurants. I can change it to public art, that's the cultural district, right? So here's the map of the public art in the area and how to get to it. And each one has a picture, description, and contact information. Like ideally, I feel like this would be really effective visual aid for residents. And that isn't, yes, it's work to do, but if, with the list that we have, I think we have like the items that we would need to pull together, but we don't have, I don't know if the city can support, the city's website can support something like that.
Yeah.
So, and from the discussion with Valerie, they weren't too, they were like, yes, keep whatever we can within the city website, keep the agenda, the minutes, the people on the commission, that kind of stuff, but other organizations like EDIC, you know, that are city adjacent or, you know, like the Lynn Cultural Council.
What if we had a link on the city's website to the Phoenix Food Hub website and that had it on there?
That's possible, because Phoenix does have its own website.
How would that?
Be on the city's per se, the link would be there.
And like, yeah, click here for resources or more information, for more information, go here or something like that. Because this also has like calendars, and this is really what I would love to see for us. There's the blog and the information, there's all the events listed. Hang on.
So
I'm gonna show this.
what's our timeline? Because I might keep start and put in February and I can help. I'm already busy with the music stuff.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff these days. But that's my expertise. I'm playing with the different tabs, different computer language.
I wonder.
I got your message like what you like to do it. But what's our timeline and when we want to achieve this?
Well, I mean, it's pretty much like what our mission is, one of our tasks is on
Yeah.
here. So I think it's approving this, right? And then breaking this down into bite-sized goals.
Well, this isn't the community food. This is like the appetizer before the community food assessment. This is like, well, this is what we've been finding. Does it look all right? That way, like, if, you know, it doesn't pass the sniff test, we're like, hey, but this, I mean, so I would recommend that we don't. I mean, y'all, we can. Anything we vote on, we can do. But I would recommend that we use this as like a roadmap as to what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would recommend, right, that we make a motion to move this to the resident engagement subcommittee. That subcommittee is actively doing work, right, and it already has a map. While it's there, we can think about another committee to create that would house this, because it could also stay in the resident engagement subcommittee.
I'm just wondering if this is bigger than the resident engagement committee. I think because it could be a space, like adding additional data and different spaces, maybe there needs to be a separate committee that works in alignment with the resident-led one. So just gather more resources.
Yeah.
It's for grant writing, like.
All right.
I'm even thinking like there's all this report data about life expectancy by.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to use this for grant writing.
And I highly recommend we hire a company to do this. Like, I didn't make that.
Mm-hmm.
I found a great company to go in, and every time there's a problem, I can call and say, "Hey, Felicia, can you
Do X, Y, Z, A, B, C.
This is not a unique question to us. There's a lot of policy councils that are working on similar initiatives, and there's a lot of commercial products that are also available. If you look at the Greater Boston Food Bank site, they have a section called Vibery, which is basically a database of all of these. Project Red has their own. So there's already a lot of existing. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's a very big project. It's bigger than us.
All right, then I make a motion that we need some time to think about like the scope, the committee the subcommittee that it's going to house, because this subcommittee is going to do other stuff that involves data as well. Yeah. And so I make a motion to table this discussion until our next meeting. That gives us some time to kind of just assess and come back. Do I have a second for that? All right. Roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services, New American Center, Mass Extension, Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, My Brother's Table. Conversation tabled, and we will revisit that. Update, so we move on to the next section, update from the Food Project on upcoming events and farmers markets. TFP, you gave that already, would you? Yeah, okay. So I make a motion that we just skip that since it was already discussed.
I can email everyone the flyers.
Perfect.
Second.
All right, roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services, New American Center, UMass Extension, Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, My Brother's Table. All right. Next topic is the Food Resource Guide for the City of Lynn. I make a motion to open debate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services, New American Center, UMass Extension, Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, and My Brother's Table. Conversation open, debate opened. Natasha, take it away.
Well, we're talking about the food resources, right? I mean, that's what we have been talking about. We need the, I prefer something I can print out and give to people, just based on the people we serve. You know, not everybody has access to the online resources. But having said that, if we have online tool, it's printable, and I need to share it with case managers, with cultural brokers, and I think it's important. Maybe I can't remember exactly how Tia did it, but I think there were tabs with different options, like meals, or pantries, or cultural food, or places which accept food stamps, you know, like those kind of things. Restaurants, which, you know, like can be utilized. It is crucially important. It's just you know, like, and the thing is, I'm not sure how to deal with updating it because things change. Things change as we go, and some things are closing, other things are opening.
Yep.
I would prefer to have it. I know that we're based on in Lynn, and we kind of focus on Lynn more, but we definitely need to cover North Shore because Salem has it absolutely amazing resource, right? And we need to make sure people are aware. So that's basically, it's a very short pitch, but yeah, I feel like it's very, very important. And over the years, I had this different guides from the city, then during COVID from TIA, but I think it has to be some kind of, you know, like, we know where it is, we know where to go, and people would know. Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't see this separate from the last conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's,
printable, but it's not such a big thing. Yeah.
The way, not to keep bringing it back, but the way we manage those listings, the restaurant listings and the Visit Lynn site is that you can claim a listing. So My Brother's Table, go in, you create a password, like a password and a username or whatever, and you can go in and claim your listing and update it. So anytime your hours change, you can go and update it. That way, it's always got the most up-to-date information. But each organization would have to make that commitment
Yeah.
to update your hours and be like, okay, I need to make sure I get this information over to the website. Like, we'd have to be aware of that. We have to be aware of that with any list.
Yes, or something else
Boom.
changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great idea. So to answer your question, anything that has printable stuff needs like a liaison or point person to be constantly updating it. I think that, well, not I think, we have interns who could possibly do that. Like there's lots of different things that we can do it, but if we want to commit to that, something to think about is who the point person to do that. So I think that's doable. And also, as Christine was saying, I think that fits into our previous conversation with the addition of making print available. Right. And being intentional with updating the information or a point person to do that. So, all right, we will add that to the notes, that printable versions of the resource guide as well. All right. Move any other. All right, moving on to the last topic here under new business, and this one is me. The CHII NICIP data collection, residents with lived experiences. I make a motion to open debate. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services,
Yes.
New American Center,
Yes.
UMass Extension,
Yes.
Creative Collective, Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Food Project, New Lynn Coalition, and My Brother's Table. All right. Debate opened. I'll make this short and sweet. I've been mentioning for a while that the city got a grant. This is from the Public Health Department, that we got a grant that looks at all of the city's programming, resources, through the lens of, you know, ensuring that it's also inclusive of folks with disabilities. We've reached the part in the grant cycle where we are going to be doing that direct outreach. I don't think, well, definitely Phoenix, like the pantry and Gliss. Long story short, we're picturing some questionnaires, and I think that like I or someone from the health division would be coming and either like dispersing those questionnaires or working with folks here to make that happen. I just wanted to put that on everyone's radar because all of our organizations work with, if not serve, folks with disabilities. That's something that has kind of been off the city's radar, that has direct ties to our work because it's folks with disabilities who have lots of barriers to getting to, you know, places with food. And so just wanted to put that on everyone's radar, and I'll definitely reach out to y'all, like, you know, like one-on-one, but I just didn't want to like take anyone off guard because that's happening now. All right. Any questions about that? All right.
What type of questions are you asking?
So, and this is paraphrasing, there's one question about transportation. Are we doing it right? Is there anything missing? What can we do better? There's a question about food. Are we doing it right? You know, are we missing anything? What can we do better? Recreational activities in the city. Same thing. Are we doing it right? What can we do better? And then there's an open-ended one that's like, is there anything that we're not, because I'm able-bodied and like I don't have that lived experience to really, you know, like base those questions on. And a really unique part of this grant actually is it calls for the creation of something called an IHC, which is an independent health, no, sorry, inclusive health committee. So many acronyms in public health. Like, and long story short, it's a board of folks with lived experiences who we're running everything we do by them. So it's not some like city down, a high top approach where it's like what we think goes. It's more like, this is what we think. And folks with lived experiences look over that and they're like, yeah, that's on the money, or no, back to the drawing books. So that's what that's about. And happy to call you and speak with you more about it because Lynn will be going through that for the next 2 years. And at the end of it will be an inclusion plan, which covers all pieces of like food, how's it, like, you know, how can we make all of those programs and resources more inclusive? So I'm happy to speak with anyone about that one-on-one. All right, any other questions?
I have a general question. How can we get in the meeting, could we vote to approve all these agenda items so that we don't have to roll call every single item?
That's genius. I'm gonna ask Janet.
We have them, and can we just?
This is city work. We don't do things that.
Yeah, believe me, Diane, it is. So I will ask because that would save us a bunch of time, and also I know that because we're established by ordinance and all of that, we have to abide by the open meeting laws, or someone could sue us and all of that jazz.
Know that we have it. It's not what the agenda is.
I would be at the beginning, like, hey, like, you know, do we just approve? Like, I'll check back in about that.
Even if we have to vote to close them, at least that we have as meetings.
That's genius. I'm gonna check in about that. No promises, but like.
Yes, I do. I'll put that out there. We're also, y'all know we have a open house.
Can I have one of those, please? Thank you. Shall I share these at City Hall?
Yeah, you can share with anybody.
Thank you.
On a Sunday evening. We're gonna serve our first meal on Friday the 17th.
Nice.
We'll be able to take out one day inside, but won't dine in yet.
Nice, exciting. All right.
I know RSVP on our website, but it's also not. Yeah, like a really long process to me, but from my perspective, that was really fast. It feels like an eternity.
Alrighty then, everyone. Our favorite motion here.
I actually have something real quick. I'm sorry.
Nope.
We're now accepting RFPs for year 2 of the community grants program. So last year, through the funding of Mass General, we were able to distribute $125,000 to different agencies to use as they would. So like Food Project was able to host cooking classes. I know the Lynn Senior Center got some refrigerators, and we did over 10 agencies were gifted. So I'm just going to pass out the press release for this year. Deadline to apply is June 20th. So you got about a month and a half to apply. So on the bottom of the press release is the info if you have any questions to apply or anything like that. So
Awesome.
So year 2. Year 1 was very successful. We hope to have even more agencies apply this year.
All right.
Say that one more time?
How many awardees were there?
I believe there were 10.
And that's outside, that's available to organizations who serve Lynn residents, right,
Correct.
such as Salem Pantry.
Salem Pantry was awarded money because some Lynn residents go there.
All right.
So
Okay, is it possible to use money on this building, out of this money, out of this
I
part?
believe so. As GLIS, we can't accept, or we can't get any money, but if, as far as the building goes, I believe so.
The building could?
Because I know Catholic Charities was awarded
Oh.
last year, right?
Right, okay, because there is, I mean, I have seen a demonstrated need for a handicap access.
Yep. And
For
that's
the-
actually, we were talking about that.
For the
Yeah.
pantry.
Yep.
And
We were talking about that
got
in
to be
December.
included in this because
That's
it's
on
it's a liability case waiting to happen.
Yep. But we're well
We're
aware
on
of
it,
that.
Jeannie, yeah.
We talked about that. We've been talking about that for a
And
while
that's
now.
also came up in the inclusion, the CHII grant as well. Like, yeah, this is a good time for this grant to come to Lynn. I feel like they're like, it's finally on the radar. And that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible to write a grant to support the food mapping?
Yes.
talked
For
Who would
sure.
be the grantor? Who would be?
Right.
who would receive
Oh, you're talking about for Phoenix's.
No, I mean, the whole
For- oh, the
discussion
food
that we just
pl-
had,
yes.
would we be, because I would be willing to write a grant for that.
Absolutely. If you locate any, like, yes, absolutely.
Would it apply for this? Sorry.
Oh, you're saying that use that money to apply to
To do
use
some
for
food mapping work?
That's. I don't see why not. At least apply for it. Because there's a committee. MGB is has people on the committee that choose who gets the money and stuff. So.
And that is a food need.
Right.
I feel like
We're
if
talking
you
about asset mapping. There needs
right, like that is a food need. So like I'm not GLIS or MGB, but I'll say that's a food need for the city of Lynn. So hopefully, right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I know we went over a little bit. All right. With that, I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call. Greater Lynn Senior Services.
Yes.
The New American Center.
Yes.
UMass Extension.
Yes.
Creative Collective.
Yeah.
Catholic Charities. Salvation Army. The Food Project. New Lynn Coalition. And My Brother's Table.
this is-
Meeting adjourned. Thank
I have
you,
the old
everyone. Great meeting.
The Lynn Public Arts Commission had put out a proposal for artists to create boxes based on cultural fabrics that they found important to them. And they wanted to be representative of like the different sort of cultural groups that you would find, you know, in Lynn.
One of my goals is to try and beautify the city any which way I can, and my biggest strengths are in art.
My box is called Celtic Nations. I'm originally from France, and the region that I'm from is Brittany, and it's the Celtic nations. Our heritage, arts, music, our culture is very strong. So I wanted something about the Six Nations because some of them are well known, some other are not.
My proposal was based on Dutch fabrics. My father's from the Netherlands. A lot of what they brought were handmade tapestries and just different fabric pieces. And so I have a lot of memories of cross stitch and my Oma making cross stitch.
The main picture, which shows High Rock Tower, which for me is the symbol of Lynn, and I put it in a treasure chest with gold coins around it to show that Lynn is precious. And then the other part, I grabbed designs from African materials, specifically from Zimbabwe. You know, in the city of Lynn, there's very little representing the continent of Africa, and this changes that.
Basically, it's two symbols in the front, and it symbolizes a connection between earth, water, and air, and the Six Flags on the side and the map on the back.
The utility box was going to be here no matter what, and so being able to have something maybe a little bit nicer to look at than just a shiny metal box or a gray painted box, hopefully brings somebody some joy.
When people walk by, they actually notice it and they look at it. Prior to that, they just go on by.
I think it's beautiful for people to discover that this would be unnoticed, and I've seen people passing by, and it's going to make people stop and think and ask themselves questions.
It's allowing access to everybody to have, beautiful pieces within their city, and I think it does create a lot of pride in people in their city.
People are really happy, and they feel a connection to the box, and they constantly tell me, thank you for doing this, thank you for making this spot and this box more beautiful.
So art is so important. The way I look at life for me is in black and white. It's the color that actually make life worth living. So there are certain things that are needed to make life possible, food, air, etc. But once you get all of that, it's the art and the culture that brings the color and makes life worth living.
The community is welcome to visit any of the boxes listed below to see other pieces of art, part of the Public Art Commission's Fabric of the Community series.
Hi, I'm Rick Starboard. I'm the Ward 2 City Councilor, which represents this section of the Highlands.
Hello, I'm Derek Dixon, Project Manager at Kaboom.
I'm Stephen Parson. I'm with CarMax.
And today we're here building a playground with Beyond Walls, the CarMax Foundation in the city of Lynn.
So I was up here one day with Al Wilson and Josie Santos from Beyond Walls, and tell them, I really want to do something up here. It's an underserved part of the city and neighborhood, and folks in the Highlands, not everybody drives, so it's difficult for them to walk down these hills and, go to those parks and walk back up.
We have about 120 associates out here today volunteering their time from 4 different states. They came in from all of our local stores. I'm actually out of the Danvers location. The CarMax Foundation really likes to support our associates' desire to help in their communities.
So it's super exciting to be able to have something for the community here and them to come out and play safely. So I'm very excited about that.
Kaboom goes out once they're accepted and they find the funding source.
Quick thank you to everybody who's come out. We have about 115 volunteers out here from the community, the city of Lynn, from CarMax, and we're going to be building this in just 6 hours.
The funding source for this project was CarMax. This is the 89th playground project that Kaboom and CarMax has partnered up with in the country. And a lot of it was due to DPW and Lisa Nerick, the Associate Commissioner. I just can't say enough good things about Lisa.
I'm Jared Nicholson, the Mayor of Lynn, and here at Cook Street to celebrate the opening of a beautiful new park that we have had the honor of hosting in collaboration with Kaboom, CarMax, Beyond Walls, our Ward 2 City Councilor Rick Starboard, Department of Public Works, Community Development, really a whole team, neighborhood coming together and offering something really exciting for the community in a brand new playground. We're thrilled.
Things are pressing all about me. Comes a gentle voice, so still, so pure. Slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus, the precious name of Jesus, the healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Stretch way down, down.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hates it, I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even have a chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? home in the evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout box is stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and the nose wrinkles up in her eyes, get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you never want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, Drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. And the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. When dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon.
Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walk alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road. I hope that you found yourself some belief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. A friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but memory remains. Kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Remember, out in the pale moonlight, outside on a dark and cold December night in the park, the old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today? Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags me way down, down, way down, down. Saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me. remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side. Way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes me way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where I'm gonna run. saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd, I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. It started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. It startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight.
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hates it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, man, I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up and her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
what's good is free for us all to keep inside. What I saw was a man in need of a simple plea for a prayer that was primed to cut from the cloth. So endlessly I cling to thee, for the heart of gold will sustain. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Frustrated boy, it shows here clear in the pale moonlight. What keeps you tossed and turned all night? Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. We move from left to right, feeling the motion. Well, I can finally get close enough this time. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. You and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. Romantic boy, pragmatic thoughts will forsake you now. I see through you in the realms you dwell. Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. As you come over me, feel the temptation. The night has finally come. I'll take what's mine. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. You and I came here. A devil's dance for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls.
every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend. Damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed. In the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on a run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. It started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. It startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man
remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love, I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side. Clearest of days, all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. So caught up in your love, I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinking. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked. Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, another stranger's hates it, I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up and her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah!
lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
got you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. Hearing your young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon.
all the happiness that grows. You make me feel I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend. Damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed. to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight.
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I had have you now. Stay by my side.
Talk to a Republican, I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance, neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, maybe stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth, between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to, and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for the fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a quick fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, man, I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? get home in the evening, the dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and the nose wrinkles up in her eyes, get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you never want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, Drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. And the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon.
Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. A friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Remember out in the pale moonlight, outside on a dark and cold December night in the park, the old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I have tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today? Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags me way down, down, way down, down. Saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight.
remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love, I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street, calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, hearing your arms.
speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some belief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream you were high above the clouds and spoke to me, but you didn't make a sound. What you said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. And then
I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew, you're an actress trying to pretend. Damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight, outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've
Dr. Pete. I'd like to call to order Public Property and Parks Committee agenda for Tuesday, April 22nd, 2024. Roll call, please.
Council Chakutis?
Present.
Present. Council LaPierre?
Present.
Present. Council Net?
Present.
Present. Council Matul?
Present.
Present. Council Allensug?
Present.
All right, and on the agenda, could you read the order?
We have an order regarding number 0 Monty Road. Order that His Honor the Mayor may execute a deed transferring approximately 2,600 square feet to John A. Bartlett Jr. and Patricia A. Bartlett from a larger lot, parcel ID as shown on the attached plan, subject to an existing easement. Said conveyance is conditioned upon the buyers paying for all costs to subdivide the portion of the property to be conveyed and all recording fees. The purchase price for the property has been established by the city assessor at $13,200. The City of Lynn will not incur any costs associated with this transfer. The conveyed property may only be utilized for accessory structures, such as a pool, deck, and/or shed, or in addition to the existing home. All conditions as stipulated in this council order shall be incorporated into the deed and shall be valid for a period of 99 years.
All right. Attorney Vitale?
I'm here on behalf of the Bartletts. I was here at the end of the previous council's last session in which this was approved. What this does is put the conditions in that the council wanted and makes it conform to the conveyance that the city was about to do for the consideration of the $13,000. And I'm just here to say that all those conditions are acceptable to the Bartletts.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Lamanna?
This is correct. When we were finalizing for the closing, there was a discrepancy in the square footage. I spoke with the Wood Council, who's in favor of the removal of the condition. The plan is to have an addition to allow a daughter to move into the property.
Okay. Council Matul, do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. I spoke with Attorney Lamanna, and I looked over it, and I'm in favor of it. So I motion to approve.
Good.
Second.
Second. Do I need a roll call for this?
Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Council Allensug?
Yes.
All right. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Licensing Committee for Tuesday, April 23rd. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Council Field?
Present.
Present. Council Hogan?
Present.
Present. Council Net?
Present.
Present. Council Allensug?
Present.
Present. Council Meji Madre?
Present.
We know she's present.
Full attendance, perfect attendance. Thank you. We have some taxi operators for new licenses.
Okay, we have Junior Dyson.
Hi, Mr. Dyson. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Dyson, your license has been granted, and it will be ready Thursday after 8:30 in the clerk's office downstairs. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, we have Danny Contreras, 30 Woodland Street. Danny?
Thank you. Thank you. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Second. Any discussion? None. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is granted. We'll be ready Thursday after 8:30 in the clerk's office. Next.
We have No Reyes Reynoso? No?
Thank you. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That license is granted. All three licenses are granted, and we'll be ready Thursday after 8:30 in the clerk's office. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
We have one new livery operator, Ernest Smith, 250 Broadway in Revere.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
motion
sir.
to go in an executive session, please.
Certainly. Yep. We have to go second it.
Second.
Second. We have second. We're in executive session. All right. Anyone on the committee want to entertain a motion to re?
Motion to take it off.
Motion to re-adjourn.
Second.
Meeting, seconded. All in favor, aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right, we are reconvening. So we have livery operator new, Ernest Smith, the clerk read. I don't see Mr. Smith here. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
We have a motion to table, second, non-debatable. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed. That motion, that license is tabled. Thank you.
Okay, we have renewed licenses.
We have renewed licenses. We'll take them as a whole if we can. What's the wish of the committee?
Take them as a whole.
Take them as a whole. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Yep. Those signed renewal licenses are all granted. We have a canning date, Madam Clerk.
We have canning for the Lynn Classical Track Team for May 25th, 26th, and 27th.
Okay, what's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Those dates are granted for the Rams to can the track team. Yeah. Sure. Before we adjourn, sir, are you here for licensing? No. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We've wrapped everything up. Is there any other business, Madam Clerk?
No new business.
Business? Anybody want to entertain a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn on the floor. Is there a seconded?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Allen Sung. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, I call the meeting to order. Could you please roll call?
Council Net?
Present.
Present Council Hogan?
Present.
Present Council Chakutis?
Present.
Present Council Walsh?
Present.
Present Council Field?
Present.
Present.
Could you please read transfer?
Okay, we have $1,475,000 from free cash to the Capital Stabilization Fund.
Mr. Which committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes, Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
We have $1,750,000 from free cash to the School Ops Stabilization Fund.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes, Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $1,500,000 from free cash to the Rainy Day Stabilization Fund.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes, Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $2 million from free cash to the Fire Emergency Stabilization Fund.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes, Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
Certified funds, please.
We have $200,000 to Economic Community Development for the Memorial Auditorium.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net? Yes,
Yes.
Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
Last one, please.
And $139,388.92 to the library for the FY24 State Aid to Public Libraries Program.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes, Council Hogan?
Yes.
Yes, Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Council Field?
Yes.
Yes, Council Walsh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Controller, no emergency? Okay, what is other business? Any new business?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Today, April 23rd, 2024. I would like to call the Utilities Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Council Allensug?
Present.
Present. Council McLean? Absent. Council Hogan?
Present.
Present. Councilor Meji Madre?
Okay.
Present. Present. Councilor Meany?
Present. Is here.
Present.
Council meeting. Awesome. All right. We have 5 items on the agenda. Madam Clerk, please read the first one.
First one is 10-14 Lewis Place. Install a joint pole on Lewis Place and install one wooden pole approximately 25 feet from pole number 1 on Lewis Place.
Let's open this for public hearing. Is there anybody here wish to speak in favor? Name, address for the record first.
Good evening, Jose Luis Azurdia, 170 Medford Street in Malden. In this case, we're looking to install a joint-owned pole on Lewis Place. I believe this is for street light that's going there. I think it's a project for the city. So this is a customer-driven project. Thank you.
Just take your seat, sir. Anybody here wish to speak in favor? In favor or in favor? Go ahead. Name, address for the record, please.
Bob Blaney, I reside at 18 Lewis Place. This would be the pole that's 25 feet down. I only have two concerns, and that's that the pole, when you replace it, put it back where the original pole was, which is 3 feet to the west. It'd make it so much easier for us to get in and out of our driveway, one. And two, could you give us 24 hours notice? Because it's a very small court, as you know.
Right.
And there's going to be 5 houses that we're not going to be able to get in and out.
I am so glad that you're here because I have my notes ready to mention it as well.
But did you kind of already get you?
Yes. Are you paying attention with this? This street is very, very small, and it's really difficult to go in and out of the street. The map is not that helpful. It just say a dark black line. So the confusion now is where it's moving from what pole to that pole. So if you could highlight the 3 concerns before you start with the project, that would be a stipulation that we can do. Did you take notice of what he said?
Court is actually a bottleneck. Okay. What happens is, your original pole is here. Okay, this is the one you're going to cistern. The one down here, okay, it needs to move 3 feet. You can't move out the court, you can't move down because my driveway's right there. And that's where the original pole was in 1983, and they moved it over. So it just has to move that way 3 feet, and I'm happy.
Is that possible? Is there any logistical challenge as far as National Grid is concerned?
Yeah, as long as the this request is attached to the actual work requests that we're doing, I don't see an issue with it. I would have to talk to the designer for this job.
Can you please?
And if he's okay with it, then it should be no issue. Also, if it's not included in the work request, we can generate a new one.
And that includes the 24 hours.
We can, if we have to.
So they could prepare as well.
The 24 hours notice, I can call.
Thank you. Attorney Lamana, is there the stipulation mentioned, can it just be added to what is applied here?
Correct. I would recommend it to be added, and if for some reason that cannot be adhered to, ask National Grid to come back and explain why and what can be done, if anything, to accommodate the constituents' concerns.
Thank you, Attorney Lamana. Any members of the committee should add that stipulation? What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Thank you. With the stipulation of 24 hours notice and moving the pole mentioned, which is 3 feet away from the original pole, is that what it said?
Move it back where it was.
Say that again?
Move it back where it was.
A move from where it was, yes. Got it, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
3 feet
Also,
away from the original location.
right.
Okay.
Thank you. What is the second?
We have High Street for 472 Essex Street, install conduit from the existing pole to a private property to provide underground service at 472 Essex Street.
Anybody here wish to speak in favor? Name and address, please.
Jose Luis Azurdia, 170 Medford Street, Malden. In this case, this is a customer-driven project. We're looking to install a conduit from an existing National Grid pole over to the private property. This will be providing the permanent underground service for the new building that's going there right now. I believe it's a commercial or residential new building. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody here wish to speak in favor? In favor? Seeing none, the part of the hearing is closed. Anybody here wish to speak in opposition? Opposition? Opposition. Seeing none, the part of the hearing is closed. Councilor Meji Madri, this is your ward.
Yes, thank you. So my
Go back,
only,
sir, to the podium. Jose?
thank you. So my only concern is as long as the road, when it's opened up, is put back the way you
Yes.
found it. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's the wish
Motion
of the
to
committee?
approve.
What's the
Motion
wish of
to
the committee?
approve.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second, saying aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The third one, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Hanover and North Common Street, beginning at the intersection, install conduit from riser pole number 2 to manhole 8-21.
Okay, let's open this for public hearing. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, it's Matthew Songer, 45 New Templeton Road, Hubbardston.
Tell us about this project real quick.
This project is to install underground conduits from an existing manhole on the corner of North Common and Hanover to the first pole up on the street, about 55 feet of conduit to feed secondary from that pole line down to the existing underground secondary network.
Right. Thank you. Just take your seat, sir. We'll finish the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak in favor? In favor? Seeing none, the part of the hearing is closed. Anybody here wish to speak in opposition? 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 Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. I spoke with Councilor Chakoudas. She reviewed the package, reviewed the design and the attachments, and she's okay with this. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
Approved
Second.
by Councilor Hogan.
Second.
Second by Councilor Meji Madri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. What's the fourth one, Madam Clerk?
For 189 Alley Street, beginning at intersection of Alley and Shepherd Street, to install conduit from pole number 39-0 to private property to provide a permanent overhead to underground siphon service at 189 Alley Street.
Name and address, please.
Jose Luis Zerdia, 170 Medford Street, Malden. In this situation, we're looking to install conduit from an existing pole. We're going to excavate 5 to 10 feet on the sidewalk over to the private property. This is going to provide a customer service, new service at 189 Alley Street. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll finish the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak in favor? In favor? Say none. The part of the hearing is closed. Anybody here wish to speak in opposition? Opposition? Opposition. Seeing none, the part of the hearing is closed. Councilor Fred Hogan, this is your ward, sir.
Absolutely, same thing. I would like everything to return to its original form, especially if they're going to a sidewalk. If it's a concrete sidewalk, I want concrete back and not asphalt. That's a stipulation I want to put in there to make sure that that's done the right way.
You got that, sir?
Yes, I relayed to the contractor that the concrete sidewalk must be replaced in kind.
Yes.
So I'll just reemphasize that tomorrow morning. I'm going to give him the update on today's meeting. So I'll let him know that you're okay to do that as long as you replace.
One more question. When are you starting?
He would like to start that next week, but I can get a date and I can.
All right,
call
you have my phone number, so you can call me with that date, and after the project's done, I'll do a follow-up, and I'll check out the area also.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You have his phone as well.
Yes, he does.
Right.
You call me Friday.
Okay.
What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
Second by Councilor Meji Madri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The last one.
The last one is a Comcast petition for 98 Willow Street, starting at existing Comcast vault, excavating to place conduit.
Sir.
Good evening, Dave Llewellyn, Comcast, 9 Forbes Road, Woburn, Mass. I'd like to speak in favor of the Comcast petition to place 18 feet of conduit for the purpose of providing service to number 98 Willow Street.
Thank you. Let's finish the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak in favor? In favor? Saying none, the part of the hearing is closed. Anybody here wish to speak in opposition? 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 Seeing none, the part of the hearing is closed. I spoke with Councilor Chakoudas as well. She reviewed and she gave me the go signal for this. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Councilor Hogan, second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Meji Madri. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have new and old business, Madam Clerk?
No new business.
What is the wish of the committee?
Motion adjourn.
Adjourn, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joel Matul. I'm the Ward 2 City Councilor. I want to thank everybody for being here this afternoon. We are gathered here today to honor Team Blackout from the Lynn Special Olympics, who for winning the season division and going to the state finals. So let's give them a round of applause to start, please. In a minute, I'm going to ask you to come up, but I want you to know that from the Lynn City Council, you make us proud. We are honored for everything that you do in the city. And the Lynn City Council acknowledges your accomplishments, dedication, in community and overall excellence. Thank you for being an inspiration to everybody. On behalf of our grateful and proud city, today we will bestow these official citations to you. Before I call you up, I'm going to ask our mayor to say something. So let's welcome Mayor Nicholson.
Thank you, Councilor Matul. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having us. It is my honor, on behalf of the City of Lynn, to congratulate the Lynn Special Olympics team for the victory of the season division and winning second place at the state. I know how much work and practice and sacrifice goes into creating these opportunities for yourselves and for one another, and just the tremendous sense of achievement that you all have brought to yourselves and to your families and to this entire city. The City of Lynn is incredibly proud, and on behalf of all our residents, I want to say congratulations. I also just want to give a special shout out to all the coaches and the volunteers and the organizers and the players themselves. Everyone I know works hard to put on these types of opportunities, and we appreciate everything that you give the city. It goes a long way in serving as an inspiration for the whole community. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna invite Coach Daleen to come up to the podium or Coach, sorry, I don't know your name. Coach Steven to call the players, and then we're gonna ask him to please make a line here so that we can take a picture with everybody. And I'm gonna invite my colleagues in the City Council and school committee members to join us for a picture after.
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys all again for your support throughout the season. We had our first ever Jamboree right here in Lynn, which brought in teams from all over the North Shore. So hopefully we continue to do those things and shine those type of lights on Lynn as a city and community. But super proud of these guys. I mean, they work year round. They play basketball. They're doing track and field now. We have softball. We have soccer. We have flag football. So they stay busy, and this is a big part of their kind of full lives, to be honest, right? So they're working part-time, they're playing part-time, and then a lot of them also volunteer, whether that be at the food pantry, whether that be on Friday nights, or whether that just be as advocates for younger kids to have the same opportunity as them. And then also really, really big shout out to their peers. Some of them are here, but the St. Mary's girls hockey team also helped us do our first ever skating event. So it's really collaborative kind of initiatives like that make this possible and make it more inclusive, honestly, as a community, whether it be on or off the field. But first, I want to introduce Bata Williams. Next up, we have Jacob.
Steven,
thank you, sir.
Hope you can get their citation.
Awesome.
So, Dom, you're going to come right up here, okay?
Yep, come up that way.
And then we'll come right back down.
No, all right.
Dom.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Siamari. Anthony. John, who also plays for the New England Revolution Unified team.
Oh, bad over here.
And then this young woman over here is the local program coordinator for over 30 years. She's a Hall of Famer for Special Olympics Massachusetts.
Darlene!
And she truly is a champion of inclusion and advocacy for people with special needs. Again, thank all you guys for your support. It's really important that these kids and these young men and young women that we have on our team and in our program are seen and heard, and they share the same space as everybody else. Because together, inclusion is honestly possible, and it makes for a better community, a better school, and a better city overall. So thank you guys again. We're going to take some pictures, so you guys stay right here and smile.
Yes. And smile. Cheese. I'm proud of y'all. Oh, shit. Go.
Oh, but those are some nice pants. Thank you, members of the council. It's again with great pride that as the only alumni from St. Mary's, I stand before my colleagues here to welcome back the wonderful school from Tremont Street for their 17th consecutive year. Wow. St. Mary's High School, a small school on Tremont Street, has won at least one state title in the state of Massachusetts. And I think leading that charge rather, is the St. Mary's girls hockey coach, Frank Paliuca, who's been a part of 3 or 4 of those state titles, Coach. 3? How many state titles? 6? 6 state titles. Boy. 6 state titles for the girls hockey team. Amazing.
Division 1.
Division 1. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Hogan. Division 1 state hockey titles. So it's my honor to be here with my colleague Brian LaPierre to present citations to the team, along with my colleagues on the council, members of the school committee that are here, or the general public, and I invite Mayor Nicholson to share some remarks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Field. Thank you, Council, for having us. On behalf of the City of Lynn, it is my honor to congratulate the St. Mary's girls hockey team for Division I state championship. Hockey is a challenging sport. It's a fun sport. It takes place on a surface that I have no business being on. I'm not a great skater, and so I have a lot of admiration. And I know that a state championship is indicative of years and years of dedication to a sport. Early ice times, from the time many of you were learning to skate through today, sometimes in cold, unforgiving venues, far commutes. You've put a lot of yourself into this journey, and to be able to celebrate it with you today is truly an honor. And all along the way, of course, were your family, your friends, your supporters, your teachers, your coaches who made all that possible, and I want to congratulate them as well. I think it's particularly special and emblematic to me of the power power of sports to hear that the group that we just recognized had the opportunity to skate with you all, that you all created that special moment to be able to share your passion and to make your passion inclusive and the kind of the values that we really try to uphold here in the city of Lynn. And so that makes tonight to me just a great example of what this city's all about, for you all to have created those opportunities and shows what winning looks like, not just on the ice, but in life itself. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's with honor I invite Coach Baliuka up here to announce the members of the team. Coach, thank you. Congratulations, Coach. Well done. I have a list here.
First off, I'd like to thank the council and the mayor's office for having us here on this special day. Especially, we got to share this with our group here, with the kids that did the inclusion skate a couple weeks back. It was a great experience, and one of the important messages that we like to send in our program is to give back. Any way we can give back to the community, on and off the ice, to be inclusive, to be part of the fabric of the community, not just on the ice, but more importantly off the ice. That's the main message that we send. So just to be here with that group, special group, and our special group makes the night even better for us. So thanks again for having us, and want to give one more round of applause to both athletes. Groups of athletes, I should say. I didn't know I was going to speak tonight, so I'm a little off here, so just give me some chance to work out the kinks, but I'll be fine as we move along. First off, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge two of our assistant coaches here. Both Lynn natives, both played at St. Mary's, both have come back after playing college hockey, and they're in their real lives and professional lives to make the sacrifice it takes to coach. Ashley Wojciechowski and Tatiana Doucette. Thank you. So we're going to start, just going to go right down the list here. Number 1, Gianna Trignali. Why don't you come up, please? You were first. I had to go with you. Number 2, Addie Markiewicz. Audrey Zink, number 3. Dee Dee McCarron, number 6. Katie Saracen, number 7. Probably should say the number first, but I'm going to go with this format here. Number 8, Regan Sullivan, one of our captains this year. Number 9, Camden Driscoll. Number 10, Naomi Invigilista, excuse me. Number 11, Vanessa Hall. Number 16, Allie Palmer. Number 17, Captain Casey Litwin. Number 18, Bella Freitas. Number 19, Kira Toomey. Number 24, Alyssa Norden. Number 25, Albie Malcutt. And finally, number 30, Megan Donato. Two coaches can come on up as well. Don't be shy. Let's give one more round of applause to the St. Mary's girls.
All right, any colleagues from the city council or school committee, if they want to come up here, and if the girls can just squeeze right in so that I know the parents that are waiting in the rear can come forward to take as many pictures as they want.
To call the council meeting for Tuesday, April 23rd to order. Roll call, please.
Counsel Alensug?
Present.
Present Counsel Chakutis?
Present.
Present Counsel Field?
Present.
Present Counsel Hogan?
Present.
Present Counsel LaPierre?
Present.
Present Counsel Matul?
Present.
Present Counsel McLean? Absent. Counsel Meany?
Present.
Present Counsel Meji Madre?
Present.
Present Counsel Net?
Present.
Present Counsel Walsh?
Present. Just for a point of information, Councilor McLean is on a scheduled vacation tonight. So will we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
Please keep in mind the family of John Pavia.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We accept the minutes from April 12th. We have a motion to accept the minutes of April 12th.
Motion to accept.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Communications.
We have mayoral appointments. Dear councilors, I am hereby appointing the following members effective immediately. To the Historical Commission, Calvin Anderson, 12 Concord Street. His term will expire February 24th, 2026. Wendy Joseph, 36 Rockaway Street. Her term will expire February 24th, 2026. Paul O'Leary, 20 Roanoke Street. His term will expire February 24th, 2025. And Christine Greeley, 16 River Street. Her term will expire February 24th, 2025. Appointments to the Public Arts Commission, Cindy Rodriguez, 16 Newhall Street. Her term will expire January 24th, 2026. Michelle Richardson, 29 Lafayette Park. Her term will expire January 24th, 2025. And Arend Dijon, 132 Bass Point Road in Nahant. His term will expire January 24th, 2025.
It's the wish of the council.
Motion approved.
We have a motion
Second.
approved. We have a second. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Anybody here tonight from any of these appointments? I think Calvin Anderson's here.
Well, since it's a slow business night, I saw the agenda. Calvin Anderson, I'm grateful for Mayor Nicholson. He's the fourth mayor that found me at least worthwhile in some way to add to the table of the city. And I want to take this this opportunity to just say that we've been languishing at less than the ideal number of commissioners on the Historical Commission for several years. And ideally, the number magic is always 7 to 11 members, never an even number, so that you can always never have a tie. But we've been languishing at 5. We're about to get up, hopefully, to 7. But they're still looking for applications. Point person Sarita Ago in the mayor's office, and if you have trouble navigating the website to make out an e-application, just give her a call, because we're focusing on getting this body back to full strength through the summer and kicking off with the traditional significance awards that we put on pause for until after September. So I want to introduce two. I just met him, Paul O'Leary, one of your new appointees.
All right. Well, we thank everybody for their commitment to the city and for signing up, and thank you. Public hearings.
We have the petition of Crown Castle Fiber LLC to replace the antenna and shroud on a light pole at 19 Garland Street.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor on this issue? You come on up to the podium, give us your name.
Good evening. My name is Anna Simashka. I'm with Crown Castle, petitioner for that upgrade on the small cell.
Okay, all right. Just give us a second if there's any questions. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? Anyone else want to speak in favor? Anyone in favor? Seeing none, that part of the hearing is closed. Anybody in opposition to this? Come on up to the podium, give us your name and address.
Paul Theo, 22 Garland Street. And what are they replacing? What is Crown Castle replacing?
If you could, through the chair, though, you got to talk with us. Come on up to the podium. Yep.
So we're going to be upgrading the cabinet that is.
You got to speak into the microphone so everybody can hear. Yep, please. Yep.
We're going to be upgrading the cabinet that is currently on the hall, and we're going to be upgrading the antenna as well.
So, I am against the upgrade of this antenna. I last spoke with the attorney to Crown Castle in our last town meeting, and I asked him what the power level of the existing 4G tower was, and this tower, they just basically installed it without anyone on the street being notified in advance as to the location of this thing. It is located right in front of my neighbor's child daycare. It's right in front of his house, and he has children there. And I asked the attorney to Crown Castle at the last meeting, I asked him, what power density level is this 4G tower putting out? And are we in harm's way? And he said, he made the assertion that this tower is deemed safe by the FCC to within 4 feet, and that transmissions of radio waves and its subsequent radiation will be harmless and deflected to harmless levels as it passes through the walls of your home. My question to you is, with the new 5G tower, what size is it? What power density level is it? What frequency is it running at? And is it going to be safe for the children in the home, which is right in front of that tower? This is home. That's a child daycare center, and it was a child daycare center way before that tower was put on that pole. Yeah, you can.
So if you could answer that at the podium through the chair, though, okay, please.
So I was not there for the previous upgrade. Obviously, I'm just kind of new to this. We can provide you the report that says it's still within safe distance.
Yeah, you got to speak into the microphone. Look at me when you're speaking. So
Yeah.
there you go.
We are making sure, again, we are within the FCC regulations, including the distance requirement from everything. That includes childcare, which we also take very seriously. I can provide you the report with the new distances and everything, with the frequencies and everything, all that fun stuff. I was just not prepared for that question today.
Okay.
Looking at this, I can tell you that this is very safe. Again, this is going to be antenna is going to be just a little bit bigger than this one, which you can see. This is a safe distance.
Sorry, I got to kind of swap in and out so we can, you need to talk to me. I know it's kind of weird, but you got
When I asked the last fella from Crown Castle, and I said, what is that 5G tower? What size is that going to be? He said it was probably going to be around 4.5 feet and about this big in diameter. And I'm very concerned because you have already a numerous number of fans to cool this hardware down. And I purchased an acoustimeter, and I walked around the street and checked the radiation levels around this pole. I mean, there is a near field and far field type of distance that actually this thing is registering at quadruple the amount of power than it does just a small walk down the street. So, I mean, has the FCC or the Crown Castle or anybody done any kind of long-term studies as to the health effects for cancer, brain development of children, any of that kind of stuff? Has any of it been done by them?
I can only attest that this is within FCC, and the only equipment that is emitting any sort of radiation, that is radio frequency for that matter, is this little antenna up on top. That is correct. It's going to be 4 feet in height, and I believe it's going to be 14 inches in diameter, 14.6, if I recall correctly. So this one does not emit anything. It's just a fan, basically some radio heads and all that fun stuff. I can only tell you that the reports I've seen is this is safe as far as we know. That's the extent of my knowledge at this point.
Thank you.
My fear is that down the road they're gonna determine that 5G is definitely harmful to people's, especially like fetuses. I mean, pregnant woman's undeveloped child's brains, and they're gonna say that this stuff might be long-term cancerous to people that are more susceptible. He lives in this house right here, and he's not even feeling well now, just living right there. I just freaking out from the headaches that I was getting, and of course, I went down a rabbit hole and started looking into it, and they're like, oh, well, there might be